Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter had married with Holy DAPAHNE Greengrass? Part 2, join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also contents that's too far for YouTube, you will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Daphne and Hermione are both at the bottom of the lake. I've got to get Daphne, and Krum has to get Hermione. Harry said, "Oh, do you think they are safe down there?" "Yes, for now at least. But I don't know what's going to happen if we can't get to them in the hour we're going to be given. I'm not going to let either of them get hurt." Harry replied confidently, "I guess I might have to break the rules, but it will be worth it." Neville nodded in agreement and sat back in his chair, thinking about the situation. "You don't really suppose the professors would let anything hurt them, do you?" Neville asked. "I'm not sure the professors are in charge of this tournament. It's being run by a branch of the Ministry of Magic, and I don't trust them." "No reason to, is there?" Neville agreed. "I'm sure you'll do great, Harry. I'll be there cheering for you." "Thanks. I'll see you there, okay?" Harry said as he gathered his belongings and left the table. His exit drew far less attention than his entrance, but he did still notice a few people giving him thumbs up or softly booing him depending on their opinion of him. He shrugged off the negative reactions and tried to forget them. There was no way he was ever going to be liked by everyone in the school, and he had long ago stopped trying. As he walked out the door, he saw Draco Malfoy with Crabbe and Goyle following close behind him turn the corner on their way to the Great Hall. Harry had not spoken to any of them since the previous weekend, although the thought of having a long and intelligent conversation with either of Malfoy's lackeys almost made him laugh. Harry slowed down as they approached each other, wondering what Malfoy would do. "Potter." Malfoy said the name with a hint of disgust in his voice. As always, they had all stopped and were now staring each other down in the middle of the hallway. A few people had noticed and were watching, wondering if there was going to be a duel. "Malfoy," Harry responded. Malfoy stood still and stared at the person who had been his nemesis practically since they met almost 4 years ago. Then, after a small shake of his head and a frustrated grunt, Malfoy motioned for Crabbe and Goyle to follow him past Harry and into the Great Hall. Harry watched him go, feeling slightly confused. He had expected Malfoy to insult him or at least claim he was going to fail miserably in the second task today, but instead he had done nothing. It was quite clear that the Slytherin still harbored an intense dislike for him, but at least he was being civil about it. He wondered if the improvement was going to be permanent or just temporary until the fact that Harry had saved his life became a distant memory. He shrugged and decided to wait and see what would happen. At the moment he had far more important things to worry about. A few hours later, Harry was finally making his way to the staging area for the second task. Neville was walking beside him and wishing him luck, but Harry wasn't really paying attention to what he was saying. All of his attention was focused on getting into the lake and finding Daphne and Hermione. For at least the 20th time, Harry reached into his pockets to make sure that his gillyweed was there. He had enough left to last for 2 hours, far more than would be necessary. He had decided to take a smaller portion when he dived in so that he could have some left just in case. His biggest worry was that there would be some unexpected rule or requirement that he had not planned for. Once they reached the lake shore, a boat was waiting to take them to a large viewing platform that had been erected in the middle of the lake. Harry had seen the tournament crew working on it over the past week and had taken it as further proof that interpretation of the clue from the golden egg was correct. He was actually quite happy with the platform because it meant that his starting point would be in the middle of the lake and not on the shoreline. That meant he could easily reach any point in the lake in less than 10 minutes, assuming he didn't have any major obstacles to overcome. As it was, Harry felt confident in his abilities to handle anything the lake had in it. As their boat reached the viewing platform, Harry saw the other champions had already arrived and were standing in a section that had been roped off to prevent anyone else from entering. Once again, Ludo Bagman was there and seemed to be in charge. Bagman spotted him walking towards the group and began waving him over. "Harry, wonderful you're finally here," Bagman said. Harry gave him a fake smile and took the chance to look at his competition. The first and most obvious thing he noticed was that Fleur Delacour looked upset and very nervous. Apparently she had noticed that whoever they took from her was gone, and was not at all happy about it. Cedric Diggory just looked confused, as if he had no idea what was going on. Harry guessed that he had not heard that Cho was missing. Crumb, as always, looked like he couldn't care less what was going on around him. Yes, sir, Harry answered. Are we ready to start yet? Almost. Now that you're all here, I can explain the rules. This morning something was taken from each of you, something important. Where is Gabrielle? Fleur demanded to know. If you have hurt her, I will ruin you. Bagman looked uncomfortable with her threats, but had no choice but to answer her. Well, since Ms. Delacour has given the surprise away, I suppose it won't hurt to let you all know that a person important to you has been placed at the bottom of the lake. You will have 1 hour to find them. And what happens after the hour is over? Harry asked, hoping that his fears would be put to rest. Let's not worry about that right now, shall we? I'm sure all 4 of you will do marvelously, Bagman answered. Meanwhile, Harry's anger was beginning to rise. Bagman's non-answer could have meant anything, including that their friends and loved ones were in mortal peril if they were not able to rescue them in the allotted time. The others took Bagman's response no better than he did, and he could tell that Fleur was seriously contemplating cursing the man. Your hour will start in 5 minutes. I'll leave you to prepare yourselves. Good luck, Bagman said as he made a hasty retreat. The 4 champions lined up at the edge of the platform and waited for the challenge to begin. Unlike last time, there was no talking. Each of them was fully focused on the challenge ahead. In the background, Harry could hear Bagman welcoming everyone to the second task and explaining the rules to them. He ignored it, still angry at Bagman. Perhaps he was just an announcer and not really in charge of the tournament, but Harry still considered him a part of it and therefore someone who deserved his scorn. The task will begin in 5, 4. Harry heard Bagman's voice say loudly, 3. He took a small portion of the gillyweed, enough for about 20 to 30 minutes, out of his pocket and put it in his mouth. 2. Harry forcefully swallowed the distasteful plant. As it traveled down his throat, he felt an odd burning sensation that let him know it was working. 1. He could already feel the changes in his body beginning. In a few moments his hands would grow webbing between his fingers, gills would sprout from his neck, his feet would elongate and turn into fins, and many other small changes would occur that would turn him into a perfect swimming machine. Go! Harry and the other champions all dove into the lake as Bagman's countdown ended. He slowed down and waited for the transformation to complete as he watched the others split up and head in different directions. Cedric and Fleur were both using the bubblehead charm, while Crumb had taken a completely different approach and transformed part of his body into a shark. It was clearly not an animagus transformation, but one done with a wand, and Harry wondered what negative side effects such a move might also have. A loss of intelligence was almost a given, although for a task as simple as find Hermione, it would probably be adequate. Once the others were out of sight, Harry cast a disillusionment charm on himself, hoping it would help him avoid any underwater threats and prevent his competition from following him. He then cast the tracking charm and was relieved to see the bright golden line once again spring forth from the tip of his wand and point down and eastward towards one of the deeper sections of the lake. He began swimming as fast as his new body would allow towards where the magic was pointing him. Cedric had chosen to search in this direction as well, although it was probably a lucky guess on his part. Harry caught up with and passed the other Hogwarts champion less than a minute later, despite the fact that Cedric had left the starting point almost 30 seconds before he had. Cedric's head shot up and looked around, but he could not see through Harry's disillusionment charm. Harry smiled as he swam past Cedric and thought about how glad he was to have the gillyweed. Cedric and Fleur had no chance of catching him as long as they used the bubble head charm, although Crumb might be able to with his partial transfiguration. Harry realized a moment too late that he was paying too much attention to following the golden line and not enough to his surroundings when he came over a small underwater hill and found himself face to face with an equally surprised giant squid. The squid's senses were much more adept at finding predators and prey it could not see, so it was able to quickly find Harry even through the disillusionment charm. The huge animal began to panic at the sudden perceived threat and thrash its arms about wildly. Harry dodged as fast as he could, but he was not able to completely escape the giant squid in such close quarters. One of its huge arms hit Harry in the side and managed to knock his wand out of his hand and send him flying through the water several feet. He hit the lake bed with a soft grunt and immediately started looking for his wand. Fortunately, the tracking spell was still working, and so he knew that it would be found at the nearer end of the golden line. Unfortunately, though, his wand was now directly under the giant squid. Knowing he had no choice, Harry swam as quickly as he could towards his dropped wand. The squid sensed him swimming under it and began to sink to the lake floor, trying to crush Harry under itself. As Harry reached his wand, he knew he could not swim fast enough to avoid the squid, so he spun around and yelled Reducto. The curse hit one of the squid's many arms and opened a large, bloody gash in it. The squid did not scream in pain, but instead quickly retracted its arms and began to slowly move away from Harry, who it now knew was a major threat. Harry began to swim away, eager to put some distance between himself and the squid, as the large animal seemed to think about whether or not to pursue him. To Harry's immense relief, the squid slowly began to retreat, allowing him to continue on with the second task. Harry's tracking charm had ended as soon as he cast another spell, a major flaw with the spell as far as he was concerned, so he recast the spell and restarted his journey towards Daphne. His violent encounter with the squid had taken less than 2 minutes, but he was still unhappy with the setback. After few uneventful minutes, Harry swam over the edge of an underwater valley and spotted his target. Daphne, along with the other 3 people taken from the other champions, was tied to the lake floor and surrounded by merpeople. Unsure whether or not they would try and attack him, Harry disabled his disillusionment charm and approached cautiously. As he got closer, the merpeople spotted him but made no movement to attack him or stop him, although he found that they were holding spears or tridents. Once he reached Daphne, he saw that she appeared to be unconscious. She did not seem to be breathing, and when he put his hand over her heart, he could not feel it beating. Knowing that he had reached her well under the hour he had been given, he assumed that she had been placed in some kind of magical stasis. Using a cutting charm, he removed the ropes tying Daphne and wrapped one arm around her in order to carry her. He began to swim towards Hermione, but a group of the merpeople jumped in his way and began threatening him with their weapons. Harry frowned and guessed that the champions would only be allowed to take one hostage. Harry knew that the other champions still had over 50 minutes to rescue the people that had been taken from them, so it was not imperative for him to take them yet. First, he needed to get Daphne to safety. Harry sank to the lake floor and picked up a rock as the merpeople watched on curiously. Celerio rock, he said softly as he cast the first part of the tracking charm on the rock, which he then dropped back where he found it. He was fairly certain he could find the spot again without it if he needed to, but having the charm there to help reassured him. He then pulled Daphne close towards him and began to swim towards the surface. Harry was relieved to see that the merpeople seemed happy to let him go. Harry swam up and out of the valley and began to head back towards the viewing platform. He had not gotten very far when he suddenly stopped and began looking around. He had been by this part of the lake before, but this time it seemed different somehow. He didn't have to look for very long before he found what had changed. About 24 Grindylows had hidden themselves behind plants, under rocks, in the mud on the lake floor, and in various other places in order to set up an ambush. They had clearly seen him approaching but had not yet made their move, choosing to wait until Harry was a little bit closer and it would be harder for him to escape. The creatures were vicious and quite dangerous when they hunted in packs, but they did have several weaknesses. One of them was their speed. Harry could easily outswim them when using gillyweed, however that would be much more difficult to do while carrying an unconscious person. He did, however, have one trick up his sleeve that they would not be expecting. In his preparations, Harry had wondered how Muggle underwater vessels moved. Most of them used propellers to force the water in one direction and push the ship in the other. Others used jets that did something similar. It seemed obvious to him that if he could find a spell that would do that, he could propel himself underwater much faster than he would be able to swim. At first he had considered conjuring or transfiguring something into a propeller, but realized actually holding and using it would be difficult. Finally, the perfect spell to use had come to him, and he was a little shocked by its simplicity. Aguamenti, Harry said, grasping his wand tightly and pointing it behind him. Immediately a strong jet of water began pouring out of his wand, but since it was already underwater, the force propelled Harry forwards. That, combined with his fin-like legs that were still kicking as strong as he could, enabled Harry to swim much faster than the Grindylows even though he was carrying Daphne. Seeing that their ambush had failed, the Grindylows began chasing after him, but it soon became clear they were too late. Harry was simply too fast for them. Eventually they returned to their hiding spots and angrily waited for the next opportunity to come around. It did not take long after that for Harry to reach the surface. As first his head, then Daphne's rose out of the water, the waiting fans began to clap and cheer loudly. Harry began swimming towards the viewing platform and felt the effects of the gillyweed beginning to wear off. If he had stayed underwater, the gillyweed would still be working fine. But the transformation rapidly begins to reverse once the person begins breathing air again. Harry reached the platform just as his body finished transforming back to its normal state. And at just over 13 minutes, our first champion to complete the task is Harry Potter. Ludo Bagman announced to the excitement of the crowd. Harry was still trying to get Daphne safely on the platform when her eyes opened and she started coughing. Once she was finally on the platform, he magically dried and warmed her and pulled her into a hug. She leaned heavily on him, still weak from the effects of the spell that had been used to keep her unconscious. "It's okay, Daphne. I've got you," Harry said, trying to comfort her. "You're safe now." Daphne nodded and laid her head on his shoulder. A member of the tournament crew approached them with a large towel which Harry gratefully took and covered them with. "What about the others?" "Hermione is down there," Daphne asked. "I know. They're still down there. There is still about 40 minutes left, so hopefully they will be able to make it too," Harry answered. "You're going back down there, aren't you?" "If I have to," Harry responded seriously. He didn't really want to, but he was not willing to innocent bystanders get hurt in this stupid tournament. "I need to go talk to Bagman. Will you be okay here for a minute?" Daphne nodded her head and reluctantly released her hold on him. Harry smiled and gave her a quick kiss before walking towards Bagman, who was still talking to the crowd, which was eagerly awaiting the next champion. "Mr. Bagman," Harry shouted, trying to get the man's attention. The announcer looked Harry's way with a surprised and confused look on his face for a moment, and then broke into a large smile. "Well done, Harry. I knew you could do it," Bagman said in congratulations. "Yeah, thanks. I need to know what is going to happen if the other champions aren't able to rescue their hostage before the hour is up." "But you already saved your friend, Harry," Bagman pointed out. "Why don't you just relax and watch the rest of the competition?" "Because one of my friends is still down there," Harry yelled angrily. "And if you won't answer me, I am going back down there and getting all of them." "Settle down," Bagman said with a frustrated sigh. "Nothing is going to happen to them, even if the other champions can't reach them in the hour." "Did you really think the Ministry of Magic would endanger children like that?" "Yes, actually, I did," Harry answered and walked away feeling relieved. In Harry's opinion, Ludo Bagman was a weak and stupid man, but he wasn't a liar. No one was going to be in life-threatening danger in this part of the tournament at least. Once he reached Daphne, he sat down beside her and pulled the towel back around them. "Everything okay?" she asked, guessing from his reaction that it was. "They'll be safe," Harry replied. Daphne nodded and put her arms back around him as they began to wait for the other champions to make it out of the lake. "Thank you for coming for me, Harry," Daphne said after a few minutes. "You weren't ever in any real danger, though," Harry responded, still feeling a little angry that the tournament officials had not made that point clear before the second task began. "True, but you didn't know that." Harry shrugged and thought she was giving him too much credit. "I won't let you get hurt," he said earnestly. Daphne smiled, knowing he meant it. "I know. That's one of the things I like about you." Harry grinned in response, happy to hear that she appreciated his concern for her safety. When he thought about it, he realized that he cared a lot for her and not just for her safety. "Daphne, will you be my girlfriend?" Harry asked uncertainly. He knew it probably wasn't the best time to ask, but he had been struck by the sudden urge to do it, and his courageous Gryffindor side wouldn't allow him to back down. Daphne looked surprised by his question, but her expression quickly changed to a happy one. "Yes, Harry, I will. I'm just surprised it took you this long to ask," she answered, playfully teasing him. Harry shrugged and kissed her in response before realizing they were still in a very public place. He blushed slightly and then put his arm around her as they watched the rest of the second task. At halfway through the hour, Fleur Delacour was brought back to the surface alone after being attacked by a group of Grindylows. Harry thought he could guess exactly where that had happened. The Beauxbatons champion was clearly upset and tried to get back in the lake to rescue her little sister. She only calmed down slightly when informed that Gabrielle would not be harmed and would be returned to her as soon as the task was over. By the end of the hour, neither of the other two champions had returned. The crowd was growing restless as it eagerly waited, and an announcement was made that the champions could still complete the tasks for fewer points if they were still able to rescue their hostage. 5 minutes after the hour had passed, Cedric Diggory finally made it back to the surface with Cho Chang held close to him. The crowd, mostly made up of Hogwarts students, was thrilled that their two champions had done the best. Victor Crumb was only moments behind Cedric, but when he reached the surface he seemed quite disappointed in his performance. Despite his anger at himself, Crumb was very careful with Hermione. He gently placed her on the platform and did not leave her side until she had woken up. Harry smiled at that as he realized that the large Bulgarian really did care for his friend. Harry hardly paid attention as Bagman announced the results. He knew the most important part. He had once again come in first and should now be the favorite to win the tournament, just like he had planned. A date for the third and final task was announced, but no clue was given as to what it would be. Harry held Daphne close to him and found that at the moment he did not care. He had months to worry about the future, and at the moment all he wanted to do was celebrate his victory with his friends and new girlfriend. Due to the surprisingly positive response to my suggestion after the last chapter that Harry's animagus form should be Man-Bear Pig, I have decided that the sequel to this story will be entitled Harry Potter and the Vice President and will feature Harry's attempt to escape from a very confused but obsessed American politician. I'm super serial here, people. Chapter 15. The outcome of the second task seemed to put everyone in Hogwarts in a much better mood. Harry, of course, knew that like most of the changes at his school, this one was most likely temporary as well, but that didn't mean he couldn't enjoy not being an outcast for a few days. Even so, Harry was beginning to get a much better idea of who truly cared about him and who was just doing whatever was popular at that particular point in time. The one person who Harry didn't understand was oddly enough one that until recently had been the easiest to understand: Draco Malfoy. He no longer went out of his way to antagonize Harry, preferring instead to avoid him and pretend he didn't exist. It was another situation Harry was happy to let continue. Rita Skeeter had continued to write about him, although her favorite topic was no longer calling him a Dark Lord but claiming that he was angry at Victor Crumb for stealing Hermione away from him. Apparently she had forgotten that Daphne was supposed to be his Dark Lady, even though she was the one who first suggested it. He was getting very tired of dealing with the troublesome reporter, but there was, for the moment anyway, little he could do about it. The wizarding world did not have laws against slander or libel. A man who had been insulted was expected to challenge his insulter to a duel and settle the conflict that way. However, Harry couldn't do that without looking like a bad guy, so instead he was waiting to see what information Daphne's father could come up with to use against Skeeter. Hermione and Daphne were both eager to restart the training they had temporarily stopped so that Harry could prepare for the second task. But he insisted that he be given time to relax. The stress of the year was finally starting to catch up with him, and he needed some way to get past it. It turned out that spending time alone with his new girlfriend was the best therapy he could ask for. They didn't use magic, and sometimes they barely even spoke to each other. But her reassuring presence was exactly what he needed. Daphne seemed to realize this and happily complied. On one such night, a few weeks after the second task, Harry and Daphne were sitting outside in the shade of a giant oak tree. The winter cold had finally broken, melting the snow that had covered the grounds and signaling that spring was rapidly approaching. Harry and Daphne were not the only ones taking advantage of the relatively warm weather by coming outside. In fact, it seemed like half of the school was somewhere on the grounds happy to finally be outside enjoying a pleasant day. Harry sat on the ground with his back propped against the trunk of the ancient tree while Daphne lay curled against him with her head resting comfortably on his lap. They were watching a group of third years play with a fanged frisbee which snarled and bit at whoever was closest to the amusement of everyone else. The frisbees were technically not allowed at Hogwarts, but Harry had already seen 2 professors pass by and say nothing about it, including Professor Sprout. He guessed they were as happy as the students to be out of the castle. Harry, Daphne said softly, trying to get his attention. It was the first either of them had spoken in almost 30 minutes, and it took Harry a moment to realize his girlfriend was trying to talk to him. Yeah, he replied, looking down at her. Daphne had turned so that she could get a better look at him. What do you think you'll do once we get out of here? She asked. Depends on what you mean by that. Do you mean once we get up from this tree? Or once we leave for the summer, or after we graduate? Either of the last two, I guess. This summer it will be back to the Dursleys, like always. Harry stopped and frowned a little. Daphne knew he did not like his relatives, but she didn't know exactly how horribly they had treated him. It wasn't that he was trying to hide it from her, just the topic always made him uncomfortable. Hopefully I won't have to stay long. Sirius said he was working on a place for me to stay over the summer. I used to spend part of the summer at the Burrow, that's what the Weasleys call their house. But I guess that probably won't happen this year. Ron still hasn't apologized. Huh? No. The sad part is that I know he has realized he was wrong to do what he did. He's just too stubborn to admit it. He was a good friend once, before all of this. Harry added sadly. Maybe he will come around, maybe not. Most people don't keep the same friends forever, you know. They grow apart and become different people. It's not anyone's fault really, it's just the way things happen. Harry nodded slightly in agreement. I know, but Ron was the first friend I ever made except for Hagrid. It's hard to just let that go. I asked what you were going to do because my father wanted me to invite you to spend part of the summer at our house. Daphne said, smiling at Harry's shocked reaction. Is that really a good idea? Harry asked uncertainly. What? Do you not want to see me over the summer? I see how it is. Probably have some muggle girl already lined up for a summer fling. Daphne responded, acting like she was hurt. No. Nothing like that. I'm just worried your parents won't like me. Believe it or not, you have already made a good impression, even on Astoria. Don't worry so much about it. Just be yourself and you will do fine, she advised. So is that a yes then? I will try my best. But sometimes what I do over the summer isn't really up to me. Daphne nodded and accepted his answer. What about the other part, what you want to do after Hogwarts? She asked curiously. I've never really thought about it honestly. I think I spend too much time just trying to survive to worry about the distant future all the time. Maybe I'll play professional Quidditch. Everyone seems to think that I'm good enough to make it, although after seeing Crumb play at the World Cup last summer I know I'm not anywhere close to as good as he is. The only other thing that interests me is becoming an Auror. Really? You want to spend the rest of your life fighting evil wizards? She asked, surprised by his answer. Well, you know, after you beat your first one you just develop a taste for it. Harry answered jokingly. Daphne swatted at his arm in response. Seriously though, I think I would be good at it. And it would be nice to help make the world a better place. Maybe, but you would be working for the ministry. Daphne reminded him. I hadn't thought about that. I'll just have to hope that by the time I graduate someone has replaced Fudge then. I can't imagine anyone worse. What about you? I'd be happy with a lot of things as long as I am not just sitting at home being a bored housewife. That's what is expected of most pure-blood females after all. I guess I will eventually have to take over the responsibilities as the head of the Greengrass family from my father, which mostly means guiding our investments and trying to improve our social and political standing, but hopefully that won't happen for a long time. There is one thing I've thought a lot about. What? My father always talks about how becoming an unspeakable was the best job he ever had. I've thought about following in his footsteps. Plus there is the mystery surrounding the unspeakables, which I have to admit I find quite attractive. Harry smiled and realized that during the conversation neither of them had brought up the fact that they both believed Voldemort was still alive and would eventually find a way to come back. They would both be involved in that war no matter what else they did, so perhaps their plans would never come true. A war was brewing and there was nothing they could do to stop it. Don't think about it, Harry, Daphne said after seeing the expression on his face change. You've got to have something to fight for. A happy future is a good place to start. I think my little vacation is over, Harry said sadly. It's been nice these past few weeks not worrying about the tournament or forcing myself to train all of the time, but there is too much at stake to keep slacking off. I'll be right there with you, and so will Hermione if you let her. She's still desperate to find a way to make herself useful. You need to be a good friend and help her find it, Daphne told him. Harry knew she was right. Hermione was a great friend and he owed her that much. Okay. From now on you both start training in the room of requirement with me. And I want to go back to my old training method, Harry added, knowing that Daphne would object. Judging by the frown on her face, she was about to. I understand, she finally said to Harry's amazement. But would you do something for me first? Tell Dumbledore about it before you do. I may not exactly trust the old man, but he does know more about magic than just about anyone else. I've never heard of anyone else being able to do what you do, and frankly I'm worried about you. You do care. Harry joked, trying to lighten the mood a little. Of course I do. I've put far too much time and effort into you to see you kill yourself with some crazy training routine, she said, smiling sweetly back at him. Fair enough. I will talk to Professor Dumbledore. Happy? Ecstatic? She answered and brought her head up to kiss him. I wonder where he's been lately anyhow. He hasn't been at meals all week. I'm not sure, but Professor Moody has been gone a lot too. Harry thought about it for a moment and wondered what they could be up to. Dumbledore had mentioned that he had important work to do and that Sirius was a part of it. But his godfather had not given him any hints about what he was spending his free time doing or even where he was currently living. Wondering if the headmaster was even in the castle at the moment, Harry pulled the Marauder's map out of his book bag, which was lying next to him. After speaking the code phrase to activate it and tapping the map with his wand, Harry began looking for the professor. He was not in his office or anywhere else on the grounds that Harry could see. Harry, look, Daphne said excitedly and pointed to a part of the map far from where he had been looking. Looking at the point she was drawing his attention to, he saw his name and hers together like he expected them to be. That, however, was not what she was pointing at. Not far from their names was one he did not expect. Rita Skeeter. Harry's head turned towards where he expected her to be but saw nothing. Slowly, hoping she would not see what he was doing, Harry reached for his wand. He tried not to stare at the spot where he knew she was until the moment he knew he was ready. Accio invisibility cloak, Harry said, pointing his wand towards where the map said Rita Skeeter was. But to his surprise, nothing happened. On the map, the dot marked Rita Skeeter was making a rapid retreat. He kept looking, but still saw nothing. Damn. She was here, she had to be. I thought that would work. Harry, I don't think she was using an invisibility cloak. No, she must not be. It wasn't a disillusionment charm either. We would have been able to see it when she moved. What then? Harry said, mostly thinking to himself. I'm not sure, but I think I know. Daphne said, quickly catching Harry's attention. I thought I saw something flying off where she was supposed to be. Something small, some type of bug maybe. Harry thought about it for a moment, trying to figure out what it meant. There's got to be a minimum size on animagus forms, right? Harry said eventually. Probably, but remember that Pettigrew is a rat. A rat is a lot smaller than a person, so it might be possible. But I know for a fact that Skeeter isn't registered as an animagus with the Ministry. That's illegal, Harry, and punishable with a big fine and possible time in Azkaban. Maybe more depending on if they've used their form to commit crimes. This is what we've been looking for, Daphne, Harry said with a mischievous grin on his face. We can take Skeeter down with this. That's one way to look at it. But I think she deserves worse than a fine and a few months in Azkaban for what she's done to us. I'll owl my father and let him know what we found. Don't worry, Harry, we'll come up with a good punishment. Her days of attacking us are over, Daphne said with a grin. Harry shrugged and agreed, knowing that his girlfriend had a much better imagination than he did when he came to this type of thing. And he wanted only the worst for Rita Skeeter. It took a few days, but Harry was eventually able to schedule a meeting with Dumbledore. They agreed to meet in his office after dinner. But when Harry gave the gargoyle the password and walked up the stairs, he found that the door to the office was closed. He listened closely to see if he could hear anything to indicate that Dumbledore was inside, but heard nothing. Harry decided to try and open the door to see if it was locked. But when he put his hand on the doorknob, he froze and looked in with a confused look on his face. The doorknob felt different in some indefinable way. It was not hot or cold, and it wasn't moving at all, but there was something about it that made his fingers tingle when they touched it. The feeling most reminded him of the time when he was much younger and had accidentally touched an electrical cord with some of the protective covering stripped off and had received a brief but painful shock. Unlike that sensation, though, this was not painful. Just different. Harry took his hand off the door and the feeling faded, but when he put his hand back on the door it returned. Still curious about what he was feeling, Harry put his hand on a different spot on the door and found that it felt the same. While he was thinking about what it could be, the sensation suddenly stopped and Harry heard the lock on the door click open. There were also voices inside talking. One was obviously Professor Dumbledore, and though the other sounded somewhat familiar, he could not place it. A few moments later, the door opened, revealing Professor Dumbledore. "Right on time, Harry. I apologize for the delay," the headmaster said. Harry took a step into the office and saw who Dumbledore had been talking to. It was the large, black Auror that had questioned him after the Dementor incident. Harry thought he had remembered being told that the man was Auror Shacklebolt at some point. "Thank you again, Albus. I will begin work on the issue we previously discussed at once." Professor Dumbledore nodded and the Auror turned to leave. As he walked past Harry, he paused and smiled at the young man. "Mr. Potter," he said as a greeting before continuing out the door, shutting it behind him. "I trust you remember Auror Shacklebolt, Harry?" Professor Dumbledore said while motioning for him to sit down. "Yes, sir." "Why was an Auror here?" Harry asked, wondering if perhaps they had heard news on Barty Crouch Jr. "Kingsley is an old friend of mine and was here to see me. Unfortunately, there is no further news either on the Dementors which you drove off or Barty Crouch Jr." Dumbledore replied. Harry looked up in surprise but then smiled. The headmaster seemed to know what everyone was thinking. "I see, sir. When I tried to open the door earlier, I noticed that it felt odd. Whatever was wrong with it went away right before you opened the door, though," Harry said, which drew a large smile from Dumbledore. "Indeed? I'd like to try something, Harry. I am going to cast a spell on this box, and I want you to tell me if it feels similar." Harry nodded as Dumbledore pulled out his wand and silently cast a spell on an ornate wooded box that was sitting on his desk. Harry reached out and laid his hand on the box and found that the sensation was very similar but different. "It's not the same, sir," Harry said as he frowned in frustration. "They're close, but it almost feels like this one is missing something." "Very well done, Harry," Dumbledore replied, briefly clapping his hands in congratulations. "What you sensed on the door and what you are now sensing on the box are in fact active spells. You were exactly correct in commenting that they are different because this box only has a locking charm on it, while earlier this entire room, including the door, had both locking and silencing charms. This is the first time I've felt something like that. Why? The ability only manifests itself once a wizard begins to grow comfortable with his magic. While all witches and wizards can do this, many never do," Professor Dumbledore explained, though Harry was still confused. "I'm not sure I understand. I don't think I've ever been uncomfortable with magic," Harry said, still thinking over what the headmaster had told him. "I believe you, but think back to when you first began your education. Were you not only aware of the magic in and around you while casting spells or seeing magic performed?" Dumbledore asked. "I guess so. I haven't really thought about it," Harry answered honestly. "The magic inside of you is always there, not only when you are using it. If you concentrate, you will likely even be able to feel it within you." Dumbledore responded. "From now on, I would like you to think about what your magic feels like both when you are casting spells and when you are not. You may also consider what the magic surrounding enchanted objects such as your broom feel like. With practice and experience, you will eventually be able to identify which spells have been used merely by the sensations they provoke." "Really? I'll try and do that," Harry said with an eager nod. "Now I assume that was not the reason you sought this meeting. How can I help you, Harry?" "I wanted to ask you about the training I've been doing. According to Daphne, the way I've been doing it isn't exactly normal." Dumbledore smiled, happy that Harry wanted to talk about this subject that he had been considering bringing up for some time. Dumbledore knew that there was something different about Harry and was very interested in finding out what it was. "I see," Dumbledore answered. "Please, Harry, explain what you have been doing to prepare for the tournament." "Mostly I have just been learning the spells that I would normally learn in my 5th, 6th, and 7th years. That has been good, but it isn't really what I wanted to talk to you about." Some of the times when I'm practicing I will keep casting spells as strong as I can until I can't do any more magic. That is not wise, Harry, Professor Dumbledore said, interrupting him. Doing so could potentially stunt your magical growth. Magical exhaustion can also be painful to recover from and can take up to a week. I know, at least that is what the books all said. But when I do it, I wake up the next morning feeling just fine. Dumbledore frowned, thinking about what Harry was saying. Are you sure you are actually reaching the point of magical exhaustion? Well, once I'm done it takes all of my strength to cast even simple spells like Lumos. Is that close enough? Harry asked. Indeed it is, Dumbledore answered. It did sound as if Harry was exhausting himself, but the rest of his story made no sense. Doing so should damage his body, not help strengthen it. How exactly do you feel after one of these training sessions? Tired and weak mostly. I usually fall asleep right after I'm done. Then the next morning I wake up feeling great with nothing wrong with me other than I'm really hungry. I wouldn't do it at all if it didn't help me get stronger faster than anything else I've ever done. Sir, I can do things now that I know I couldn't do at the beginning of the year. Like that Patronus I used. I'm still shocked that I was able to do that. I'm just not sure what to do. Please do not do this again until I have the chance to monitor you during such a training session. After that, I would like you to spend the night in the infirmary so Madame Pomfrey can ensure that you are not hurting yourself. We can discuss what is happening once we have more information. Is that acceptable? Yes, sir, Harry answered at once. It was exactly what he was hoping for. When can we do that? Dumbledore chuckled at his eagerness. Is this weekend early enough for you? The headmaster asked, still smiling. That would be great. Thanks again, Professor, Harry said, standing up from his chair. There was one more thing I wish to ask you, Harry. More to satisfy my own curiosity than anything else. Dumbledore said. Has young Mr. Malfoy's behavior concerning you changed since the Dementor attack? Harry was surprised that Professor Dumbledore knew about that. It has actually. He used to try and upset me whenever he could. Now he just ignores me. Why do you ask, sir? Harry, you must remember that Mr. Malfoy has you to thank for saving his life. In Pure Blood Society, when a person saves your life, you become indebted to them. Magically speaking, this does not mean anything. A life debt will not force a person to do anything they do not want to. However, it has long been a tradition for the wizard whose life has been saved to swear an oath pledging to help his rescuer in any way he can. To not do so is considered quite humiliating. So what do you think Malfoy did? Harry asked. I am unsure. Draco is quite sensitive when it comes to questions regarding his and his family's honor. However, his rivalry with you could prevent it. Perhaps you should ask him yourself. Dumbledore suggested. Thank you for coming tonight, Harry. It has been most enlightening. Thanks for helping me, Professor. Harry, that is precisely why I am here. Good night. Harry nodded and walked out the door, leaving Professor Dumbledore alone to consider the conversation. While relieved to learn that Harry had not been conducting any dark rituals, he was now at a loss to explain what was going on with the young man. Harry Potter was quite the enigma, and Dumbledore knew better than anyone else how important it was to solve that particular riddle. It could mean the future of the wizarding world. Harry, meanwhile, was hopeful that he could soon return to the type of training that he was convinced was necessary for him to become strong enough to survive the war he knew was coming. Despite his improvements, he knew he was still no match for the stronger, adult wizards that were loyal to Voldemort. Additionally, he had very little experience in actual duels. His training for the tournament was good, but not for preparing to fight other wizards. Yet he knew his entrance in the tournament was the catalyst for a lot of good changes that had happened since then. He also wondered what Dumbledore was up to. His frequent trips away from the castle and his secret meetings with Aurors must be connected in some way. He knew from his talks with Daphne that Dumbledore had been Voldemort's chief rival in the first war, so perhaps he was already preparing for the next one. Harry wondered if Dumbledore would try and prevent him from fighting when the war did come, but part of him doubted it. After all, his parents had joined the war effort right out of school along with Sirius, Remus, and the traitor Pettigrew. His feeling of impending danger was beginning to bother him again. He knew he still had some time to prepare, but that time was growing short. Voldemort had at least 2 loyal followers still helping him, and yet nobody knew what they were up to. It was frustrating for him not to be able to do anything after confronting him in 2 of the last 3 years. Harry knew that there would be another confrontation in the future. He just wondered how soon it would be. For those of you that were confused, I was joking in the last 2 notes when I suggested making Harry's animagus form Manbearpig. In fact, I still have no plans for Harry to have any animagus form at all. While certainly it would be a useful skill, I don't think it would fit in well with this story. Thanks for all the reviews and comments, especially those that say specifically what you like and dislike. Those help the most. People have asked if I plan on writing anything else. While I am not currently writing any other stories, I am working on ideas for a story mainly regarding Harry and Tonks. It will probably be much shorter than this one with a larger emphasis on action, and the main villain won't be Voldemort but Bellatrix. Still in the works, but coming, maybe. Chapter 16. The next day Harry began checking the Marauders map periodically to see if Rita Skeeter was back on the castle grounds. So far he had not noticed her, and he wondered whether she was staying away because she realized she had been caught or if she simply had other things she needed to do. Daphne had contacted her father to tell him what they had found, but so far, he had not heard what they were planning on doing with the information and decided to not interrupt their plotting. After all, her family had been attacked in a way far more vicious than he had, so it was only right that they were allowed to have their revenge. It wasn't until that Friday that Harry finally saw Rita Skeeter's name on the Marauders map. She was currently between the castle and Hagrid's hut, giving him the perfect excuse to let her overhear a conversation. Daphne, along with the rest of the 4th-year Slytherins, was still in class, but the Gryffindors had a free period. Since he could not enlist his girlfriend's help, he ran to find Hermione, who was sitting in the library studying. "Hermione, can you do me a favor and come with me to see Hagrid?" Harry asked once he found her. Hermione looked up from her book and looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Why do you need me to go with you?" she asked, seemingly eager to get back to her book. "Because Rita Skeeter is hanging around his hut, and this is the perfect opportunity to mess with her. I'll explain on the way, okay?" Harry begged. Hermione sighed in frustration and then began to put her things away. Harry had already let her know what they had discovered regarding Rita Skeeter's illegal animagus status, and so he used the time it took to walk outside to give her directions on what he wanted to do. As they exited the castle and began the long walk towards Hagrid's home, Harry rechecked the map to make sure Skeeter had noticed them. On the map, he could clearly see her dot quickly approaching his and Hermione's. "Good," Harry thought with a smile. "So, I got a letter from Sirius this week," Harry said, using the phrase that would tell Hermione to start the conversation they had planned out on the way. "Really? How is your godfather doing?" Hermione asked as they continued walking. No one else was around to overhear their conversation, so they could feel free to say exactly what they wanted to Rita Skeeter to hear. "He's doing well, all things considered. Still looking for that traitor, Peter Pettigrew," Harry replied, the distaste for the man evident in his tone. Hermione, meanwhile, just nodded at his answer. "It's funny how things worked out, isn't it?" she asked. "Funny? Are you mad?" "It's not funny that my godfather got thrown into Azkaban without even being given a trial for a crime he didn't commit, while the real traitor is given the Order of Merlin," Harry said angrily. "In their defense, Harry, everyone still thinks Peter Pettigrew is dead," Hermione commented in an apparent attempt to calm her friend. "Well, it's their fault. They didn't do a very good job investigating his supposed murder. But apparently all it takes to fake your own death is to cut off your finger and find someone to blame. One of these days, though, Sirius Black will have his justice. I'm sure that is what he wants, too. He just has to be careful with the Ministry still looking for him." "He's at least somewhere safe, isn't he?" Hermione asked. "For the moment, yes. He's hiding in Berlin for a while before heading to Amsterdam in a few weeks," Harry answered, knowing full well that Sirius had not visited and had no plans to visit either of those 2 cities. "He can't come back until we find that rat Pettigrew. It'd go a lot easier if the Ministry would admit they made a mistake." "Oh, Harry, you know that is never going to happen." "Probably not. But can you imagine how embarrassed they are going to be when the truth comes out?" Harry said, hoping that it would catch Skeeter's attention. He knew that she loved nothing more than a potential scandal, and he was offering her a good one. "I suppose it will be funny," Hermione said with a small grin. "Oh look, There's Hagrid. Come on, Harry." With that, she and Harry ran the rest of the way to Hagrid's home, where the friendly half-giant welcomed them in excitedly. Harry was glad to see his friend again, even if he had only gotten the idea because he was trying to trick Rita Skeeter. And there was nothing Hagrid liked more than to have friends over for a cup of tea and some rock cakes, even if his guests turned down his tough cuisine. Rita Skeeter, meanwhile, was just as excited as Hagrid, although for completely different reasons. She had seemingly stumbled on a major story. Not only did she learn that the only person to ever escape from Azkaban was Harry Potter's godfather, but that the boy seemed to truly believe he was innocent and Peter Pettigrew was not just alive but guilty of the crimes Black had been accused of. Surely there must be some way to verify the claims, but she knew she would be writing a story about it either way. After all, as long as the story sold copies of the Daily Prophet, who cared if she really checked her sources? And the fact that it would irritate the Ministry of Magic was a happy bonus as far as she was concerned. Yes, Skeeter thought as she flew off towards the edge of the wards. This is going to be an award winner. The next day Harry sat in the Great Hall finishing his dinner. He was eager to go meet Professor Dumbledore so the older man could observe his training and hopeful why tell him whether or not it was having any negative effects on him. Hermione and Daphne had both expressed interest in being there, but he preferred to have the meeting without the distraction they would provide. Daphne had been disappointed, but not enough so for her to not sit by him at dinner. I wonder what Dumbledore is going to have me do. Harry wondered aloud to no one in particular. If I knew, I would have told you the first time you said that 3 days ago. Daphne answered, softly laughing at him. You said he wants to see what you've been doing. He'll probably just let you do whatever you want. I still don't understand why he wants you to do this. Is it because of the Dementors? Neville asked. Harry frowned at the question. He had not made Neville a part of his training or been as open with him as he had been with Daphne and Hermione. Part of him wanted to keep his actions as secret as possible, but another part of him argued that Neville had been a good friend to him when he needed it the most and he owed the other boy the truth. Neville, it's because of the training I have been doing for the tournament. It's not exactly normal. Harry began, wondering how to explain what he had doing. I'll tell you more later, but basically it comes down to the fact that I don't react like other people do to very strenuous spellcasting. Okay, I guess I'll just have to wait to understand it, Neville said with a laugh. Harry sighed, grateful that his friend had taken his answer so well. Harry was wondering if he should invite Neville to practice with him along with Daphne and Hermione. Although he liked Neville, he was not convinced the other boy had the potential to be a powerful wizard even with a lot of work. His excellence at herbology seemed to be evened out by his ineptitude in potions and poor spell work. Harry decided that Neville deserved a chance to prove himself. Perhaps there was more to the boy than met the eye. I promise you, Neville, that if this goes like I am hoping, I will tell you everything, Harry said sincerely. Daphne looked at him curiously, wondering what exactly her boyfriend meant by that, but having a fairly good idea. It was then that they heard a familiar voice speaking behind them. Good evening, Harry. It's wonderful to see you again. Harry turned to look at who was speaking to him and was surprised but happy to see Professor Lupin. What are you doing here? The former professor just laughed at Harry's question. I'm not your professor anymore, Harry. It's just Remus, or I think you've earned the right to call me Moony like Padfoot does. Remus answered. The older man looked tired, something Harry attributed to the fact that the full moon was only a few days earlier. Despite this, he still looked happier than he had been for most of the previous year when he still believed all of his friends were either dead or traitors. I guess I could call you Moony, Harry answered, smiling. How have you been? I hadn't heard from you in a while. Doing good, Harry. You could say that I am doing some freelance work for Professor Dumbledore. That's actually part of the reason I am here tonight. I offered to help him monitor your practice tonight. If that would be okay with you, of course. That would be great, Harry said excitedly. Remus had been his favorite professor, and to be honest, he was a little bit disappointed not to have heard from him until now, especially with all that had happened at the end of last year. Actually, I have a feeling that he wants me to do more than just monitor. But we will have to wait and see what the old man has to say, Remus added with a small shake of his head at the thought of Dumbledore's little games. We can go whenever you're ready. Thanks, Moony, Harry said, obviously still feeling a little awkward using his old professor's nickname. After giving Daphne a quick kiss, he said goodbye to his friends and followed Remus out of the Great Hall. They were headed to a magically expanded classroom near the infirmary that Professor Dumbledore had prepared for their experiment. "So what exactly are you doing for Dumbledore?" Harry asked as they walked. Remus took a few moments to answer, clearly trying to think of a good way to phrase his response. "Professor Dumbledore wishes to improve relations between werewolves and wizards, and I am acting as sort of an ambassador. It's difficult though, especially since the Ministry of Magic considers us dark creatures. It's pathetic really. I'm the ambassador and I can't even keep a job in the wizarding world because of my condition. I wouldn't listen to me in their position," Remus said with a disappointed shrug. "Maybe he is going about this in the wrong way then. He's got a lot of political power. Maybe he should start changing the laws to make them more friendly towards werewolves and then start trying to improve ties," Harry suggested. As powerful as he is, not even Dumbledore could force through legislation like that. "The laws exist as they do because that is what most of the wizarding world wants, Harry. I know you don't care about a person's blood status or wealth or whether they are even considered fully human, but others do. Sadly, I don't think that is going to change in the near future." "Then it sounds like Dumbledore is wasting his time," Harry answered his former professor. Remus nodded in agreement with Harry's assessment of the situation, but unlike Harry, he knew how important his mission was. The werewolves would never oppose Voldemort if he returned, but if they were lucky he could convince them to remain neutral. It was the best they could hope for. Remus decided not to continue the discussion that could lead to Harry questioning why he was on that particular mission, and luckily for him, had a good excuse as they had reached their destination. When they walked through the doors, Harry was immediately impressed by the changes Professor Dumbledore had made to the once tiny classroom. It had been magically expanded to at least 3 times its original size, and the desks and chairs which once filled the room had been shoved against the wall. The floor itself had a mild cushioning charm on it which would make falls a little more bearable but not hinder a person's ability to run. A ring of stronger cushioning charms had been erected around the room a few feet away from the walls. Apparently Professor Dumbledore had prepared the room for a fight. "Ah, Harry. So glad you could make it," Professor Dumbledore said while motioning for him to come in. "I had thought that before you begin your normal routine you might enjoy a little challenge. Assuming you agree as well, Remus." Remus smirked as the old man explained. He had not known exactly what the headmaster was planning, but this was an interesting surprise. He had been told Harry was rapidly improving as he prepared for the tournament, but wondered how well the student would do against his former teacher. "Sure, Professor," Harry answered. He understood what Dumbledore was proposing before Dumbledore had to explain it. He was going to have to duel Moony. "What are the rules?" "Just try not to cast anything too dangerous, Harry," Remus answered with a smile, not believing that Harry could do him any real damage. No one had told him exactly how well Harry had done in his duel against Barty Crouch Jr., and so he was prepared to face a merely above-average 4th year, not an exceptional one. "I do have one request, though," Professor Dumbledore announced, drawing Harry's attention back to him. Dumbledore held what looked like a black leather belt with a variety of runes on it in his hand and presented it to Harry. "Wear this for tonight. It will monitor your health and strength, both physical and magical. Hopefully it will help us to determine if any harm is being done to you." Harry nodded and put the belt on, relieved to note that he felt no different with it on than he did with it off. "Are you ready, Moony?" Harry asked as he moved to the center of the room. He felt confident in his ability to put up a good fight, if not win outright. He had seen the obvious signs that his former professor was underestimating him and planned on taking advantage of that. Perhaps he would start out casting simple spells verbally and let the older man think he was going to win easily. Then he would spring the trap. Harry smiled. It was a good plan. "Of course, Harry. Just do your best," Remus answered. He failed to notice the grin this response prompted in his opponent, however. The two competitors faced each other and saluted in the traditional manner. They were standing approximately 20 feet away from each other, and the room was clear of all obstructions. There would be no hiding under tables in this duel. "Begin," Professor Dumbledore said loudly from his spot on the other side of the room where he could observe the duel. Remus stood still, waiting for Harry to cast the first spell so he could observe his technique. Harry's first spell was a moderately powerful Expelliarmus that had been almost shouted out, giving Remus plenty of time to step out of the way. Remus sent back a Stupefy which he cast verbally, just loud enough for Harry to hear. Harry dove out of the way of the spell dramatically before jumping to his feet and sending another disarming spell at his opponent which was easily shielded against. Meanwhile Dumbledore watched with a growing smile, suspecting he knew how this duel would end. Soon Remus had Harry on the run, casting a series of minor charms and hexes that Harry did not even try to shield against but instead tried to avoid. Not a single one of his spells had hit Harry yet, and he was forced to admit that his opponent had exceptional speed and reflexes. Deciding to end the duel, Remus started trying to force Harry into a corner. Harry saw what Remus was attempting and let him do it, knowing that his opponent was on the verge of being convinced that the duel was over. Finally Harry found himself in a position where he could no longer avoid his opponent's spell. He must either let it hit him or shield against it. Harry smiled and knew it was time to show Remus what he was really capable of. Protego, Harry thought, and an impressive blue shield formed in front of him, much to the surprise of his former professor. He then, using the spell linking technique that Professor Flitwick had told him about, began a chain of spells that he had been working on for the past week or so. It began with an augmenti aimed at Remus's feet, soaking his shoes and pants. The spell confused Remus, so he ignored it and tried to avoid the next spell that Harry had immediately cast, an impedimenta which was designed to trip him up. That did not hit him, and Remus was able to shield against the Incarcerus which followed it. By now Remus was beginning to realize he had been fooled, but there was little he could do to take back the advantage. Harry was now on the move as he cast, ready to dodge anything that was sent his way, but Remus had to keep his shield up to protect himself. The fact that Harry was now casting silently only made things more difficult. Remus, unfortunately for him, had his shield aimed too high to prevent Harry's next spell from hitting him. It was a freezing charm, and Remus groaned as he now saw the purpose of the water summoning charm that Harry had cast previously. His shoes and the bottom of his pants were now frozen solid, making movement very difficult. Harry's chain of spells ended with a cutting curse aimed at Remus' chest. Instead of moving, however, the older man said Avis and summoned a dozen birds to stand in the way of Harry's curse. When the spell hit, it destroyed 2 of the conjured birds while the rest flew around Remus as if trying to form a shield. Harry reacted quickly to the spell and cast a wide incendio, which lit all of the remaining birds on fire. He then banished the flaming and panicking creatures back at his opponent, who was forced to vanish them. Unfortunately for him, the distraction from the birds and the moment it took to get rid of them was all Harry needed to move across the room and fire a stunner from an angle that Remus was not expecting and was not able to block. When Remus next opened his eyes, he was laying flat on the ground staring up at Harry, who had a wide grin on his face. He groaned in frustration, realizing he had been beaten. His humbling at his former student's hands was completed when he heard Dumbledore clapping. "Very well done, Harry. I must say that your reaction to Remus's bird summoning charm was quite unexpected," Professor Dumbledore said as Harry helped Remus to his feet. "I agree, Harry," Remus added. "I was a fool not to see that you were tricking me into underestimating you. Perhaps next time you won't be so lucky. So do you want to go again?" Harry asked eagerly. "Not tonight. I think I've suffered all of the embarrassment I can for one night," Remus said with a small chuckle. "You should try dueling Sirius. He was always far better than me anyway. I am sure he has lots he could teach you." Harry smiled and nodded at the suggestion. He was planning on suggesting just that to his godfather if they were able to find a way around the restrictions on underage magic. "Might I offer a suggestion, Harry?" Dumbledore asked softly. "Perhaps you could practice conjuration for the rest of the night. It is one of the more draining branches of magic, especially when attempting permanent conjuration, and I think it might also allow me some insight into how far you have come in these past few months." "That would be fine with me, Professor," Harry answered. "What should I start with?" "The easiest items to conjure are inanimate objects, especially if they are constructed of a single material. Greater complexity requires greater strength. Tell me, have you attempted permanent conjuration before?" "No, sir. I've mostly been focusing on things that would help me in the tournament, and I just didn't see how that would help. I've read up on it some though," Harry answered, a little ashamed of himself for overlooking such an important branch of magic. No harm there, Harry, Professor Dumbledore assured him. This is magic at a level beyond even the newts. Temporary conjuration is sufficient for most circumstances, such as during your duel when Remus conjured the birds for use as a shield. A very effective tactic, I might add, considering that even the unforgivables would be stopped if they struck one of the birds. Also, many witches and wizards are not capable of permanent conjuration unless the object being conjured is very simple and very small. For our first test, I would recommend a small item made of a single material. Perhaps a metal spoon? Remember that some materials are harder to conjure than others, such as silver or bronze. And it is impossible to conjure gold without help from the Philosopher's Stone. Do you need any help with the procedure? I don't think so, sir, Harry answered. The incantation is Conjurus Eternus, and if you don't have a clear enough picture of what you are trying to conjure or enough energy to conjure it, the spell simply won't work. Nothing happens. Very good. Proceed whenever you are ready. Professor Dumbledore and Remus watched, each wondering what Harry would be capable of doing at this point in his development. Harry nodded and closed his eyes, trying to focus on the item he was attempting to conjure. In his mind, he pictured a spoon of the same design as the ones that were used at Hogwarts. He concentrated on its shape and the decorative pattern on the handle. He tried to keep in mind that he wanted it to be made of steel, which he knew would be easier than silver or bronze. Finally confident he had prepared himself, Harry opened his eyes and pointed his wand at the table where he wanted the conjured spoon to appear. Then he performed the simple wand movement and spoke Conjurus Eternus. Briefly, he felt a small strain as his body gathered the required energy to complete the spell. But that soon passed, and after a small flash of light, his conjured spoon appeared. The spoon was shaped just as it should be, right down to the intricate design on the handle he had worried about getting right. The steel it was made of was also perfectly formed with no blemish visible. There was only one slight problem. While the spoons used at Hogwarts were about 6 inches long, Harry's conjured spoon was closer to 2.5 feet long, making it look more like a small shovel than a spoon. My spoon is too big, Harry commented with a little bit of disappointment. Meanwhile, Professor Dumbledore and Remus were laughing at the mistake. Well done, Harry, Dumbledore said. Though next time you might want to spend a little more time focusing on how big you wish the object to be. Harry shrugged and agreed with the professor. He was determined to get it right, although this time he felt he was up to a little more of a challenge. Once again he concentrated on the spoon, this time remembering to note that he wanted it to be the same size as a normal spoon, and recast the spell. After another small tug on his magic and a flash of light, another spoon appeared in front of them. Unlike the previous one, this spoon was perfectly sized and made of bronze instead of steel. Harry rushed over to the spoon and picked it up so he could inspect it. When he was satisfied, he passed it to Professor Dumbledore, who did the same. Excellent, he finally commented. The use of bronze is quite impressive, Harry. I do believe you are ready to move to the next level, which is more complex inanimate objects. Something made from several different materials and perhaps a little bigger. Okay, Professor, Harry answered and started thinking of what to conjure next. After a moment, he finally decided on an object he thought Professor Dumbledore might appreciate and began preparing to cast the spell. Once he was ready, he spoke the incantation and was pleased to see the object he had been thinking about appear in front of him. Splendid, laughed Professor Dumbledore as he rushed over to inspect the item Harry had conjured. It was a perfect replica of the chair he sat in while in the Great Hall, although in this case the gold features had been replaced with bronze. Other than that, every aspect of the chair appeared to be the same. Dumbledore sat in the chair and commented quite comfortable as well, while Harry smiled at his accomplishment. He was breathing a little heavier now than he had before. The spell had taken quite a bit out of him. Remus came over to him and put a hand on his shoulder. When Harry turned his head towards his former professor, he saw the older man looking at him with concern. "I'm fine, Mooney. That was just harder than I expected," Harry answered. "That is no surprise," Dumbledore answered from his new chair, which he showed no intention of leaving. "There is a significant amount of bronze in this chair, which, as I noted earlier, was a very difficult material to conjure. In truth, Dumbledore was very impressed that Harry was able to do it at all. But, on the other hand, he was becoming accustomed to being surprised by the young man. When you are ready to continue, I suggest we move on to the next step in permanent conjuration, which is inanimate objects with small moving parts. Perhaps a watch or a clock. But I don't really know how one of those works, Harry said uncertainly. Very true, but the magic does. The reason this kind of conjuration is more difficult is that you will be using more magic to make up for your lack of knowledge on how the item actually works. Now, if you were a watchmaker, then this task would be quite simple because you already knew what the parts are and how they are arranged, resulting in less magic being needed to compensate. This is one of the most important rules of conjuration and one of the things that differentiates temporary and permanent conjuration, and also why permanently conjuring living beings is so difficult that very few have ever been able to do it. Few wizards have either the knowledge or the magical power required to do even what you are attempting, but I am confident you will be able to. I'll try my best, Harry replied, hoping he would be able to manage it. He thought for a moment and remembered the old grandfather clock that his Aunt Petunia liked to claim was a priceless family heirloom. It was kept not far from his cupboard under the stairs, and over the years he had grown to like its hourly chimes. He was never allowed to touch it unless he was cleaning it, but he had still spent many hours looking at it and wondering how it worked. Its details were easy for him to recall, and a few moments later he felt ready to cast the spell. Conjurus Eternus, Harry softly said. As he did, he could feel his already tired magic struggling with the spell. He knew that, after this, he was going to be close reaching his exhaustion point. The strain was so intense that it was almost painful, but in the back of his mind Harry knew that if he poured all of his strength into it, he would be able to finish it. With one final push of magical energy, Harry was rewarded with a bright flash signaling that his efforts had been successful. Standing in the center of the room where there was once nothing was a beautiful replica of the clock that was currently sitting in the Dursleys' living room. Harry smiled at his accomplishment and then promptly fell to his knees in exhaustion. "Harry!" Remus shouted as he rushed over to check on him. "Do you feel okay?" Harry weakly gave him a thumbs up in response, not really wanting to expend any more energy than that. "Let him rest for a moment," Professor Dumbledore advised. "I believe that will be all for tonight." Harry gave a small nod and shifted to sit down on the floor while Remus walked over to talk to Professor Dumbledore. "What were you thinking asking him to do that?" Remus said softly but forcefully, hoping Harry wouldn't overhear their conversation. "I am as surprised as you that he was able to do it. Perhaps he has a better understanding of how such devices are constructed than he indicated." Dumbledore replied with a small frown. "I have come to expect great things from Harry, and yet he is still able to surprise me. Trust me, Remus. I care for him just as you and Sirius do." Harry was looking away during their conversation but was still able to hear it. He wondered what it meant that he was able to do something a little more difficult than Dumbledore thought he could. Perhaps he was merely improving faster than he thought. He sighed and decided to think about later when he didn't feel like he was a moment away from falling asleep. "I think I'll head to the infirmary now if that's okay with you," Harry said as he tried to stifle a yawn. "A fine idea," Dumbledore replied. "I will come speak with you in the morning to discuss what we have learned." "I believe Remus would be willing to accompany you?" Remus nodded and walked over to Harry. With a little bit of effort, Harry was able to make it to his feet. "I'll get him there safely, Professor," Remus answered the headmaster. "In that case, I shall bid you good night, Harry. Could you stop by my office when you are finished?" "Remus? I have something I would like to discuss with you," Dumbledore asked. Remus nodded in response, and they all left the room. The trip to the infirmary was short, but still Harry was almost asleep as soon as he hit the hospital bed. "Night, Moony," Harry said quietly. "Good night, Harry," Remus answered with a smile on his face. "It really isn't fair that Sirius can't be here for this," the werewolf thought. "Perhaps that will change one day." After transfiguring Harry's clothes into something more appropriate for sleeping in, Remus left and headed towards Dumbledore's office, leaving Madame Pomfrey to begin checking on her new patient. "You guys have been giving me some really insightful reviews, and I hope you keep it up. I love to hear what you like and dislike about the story so far. Thanks again. Kudos to any of you that catch the Don Hertzfeldt reference. If not, don't worry about it. Or go watch Rejected, which I recommend anyway." Chapter 17. Harry awoke to the sounds of Madame Pomfrey going through her morning routine. He closed his eyes and pulled the sheets back over himself in the hopes that he could get a few minutes more sleep, but Madame Pomfrey must have noticed he was awake and took the opportunity to stand over his bed and begin casting a few diagnostic charms. "You can stop pretending, Mr. Potter. I know you are awake," the school nurse said. "10 more minutes," Harry requested, drawing a laugh out of Pomfrey. "I'll call for one of the house elves to bring you breakfast," she said, and walked away to continue preparing for the day. Harry opened his eyes and looked through a window on the other side of the room to see that the sun must have risen an hour or more before he woke up. Sighing, he decided it probably was time for him to get out of bed. He was preparing to do just that when Dobby appeared in front of him holding a huge serving platter that held at least a dozen plates. Each plate was stacked with what appeared to be every type of breakfast food Harry had ever seen offered at Hogwarts. "Dobby, what are you doing with all that food?" Harry asked as the little elf struggled to balance all of the plates he was carrying. To Harry's relief, he was able to set them down on a nearby table without dropping a single one. "I is bring it for you, Harry Potter, sir," Dobby said proudly. "Dobby heard you would be needing your breakfast brought to you, and I told the other elves that nobody but me would do it." Some of the kitchen elves didn't like that, but Dobby insisted. "You did great, Dobby, though I think you might have brought too much food. How about you stay and have breakfast with me?" Harry asked. Dobby immediately started crying and leapt at Harry to give him a hug. Harry was briefly surprised with the house elf's speed and behavior, but then again it was typical of Dobby. "Harry Potter is too kind. He is being the greatest wizard ever," Dobby said between sobs. Harry hugged the elf back and hoped he would settle down a bit. "So how about it? Going to stay and have breakfast with me?" Harry asked. Dobby immediately lowered his head as if ashamed of himself. "Dobby can't. I promised a kitchen elf I would do his work and mine so I could bring Harry Potter his breakfast." "Dobby is sorry. It's okay, Dobby. We can do it some other time, all right? You're my friend. Don't feel like you need an excuse to come talk to me," Harry said. Dobby nodded and gave Harry another big hug before popping off to get back to work. Harry smiled as he thought about his strangely devoted little friend and began looking over the plates, trying to decide what he wanted. Even though he was quite hungry, as was normal after one of his training sessions, he knew there was still no way he was ever going to be able to finish even half of what Dobby had brought. "Harry," a familiar female voice called from the doorway. Harry turned to see his friend Hermione walking in. He wasn't really surprised that Hermione had gotten here before Daphne because his girlfriend had told him she would come by at 8 o'clock to check on him, and she was almost always right on time. He had not seen a clock yet this morning, so he knew it must still be before 8. "You don't really plan on eating all of that, do you? I could probably be persuaded to share if you're hungry," Harry replied. Hermione smiled and grabbed a bowl of fruit off of the tray before walking over to Harry's bed and sitting in a nearby chair. "So what happened?" she asked eagerly. "I haven't heard anything from Professor Dumbledore this morning," Harry answered. "I guess he will be here sometime soon. Last night he had me duel Moony and then work on permanent conjuration." "Moony? You mean Professor Lupin, right?" Hermione asked as Harry nodded in response. "Did you really perform permanent conjuration? Most people can't do that at all." "Yeah, I did. It was pretty tiring, but I think that was mainly because of all the bronze I was conjuring," Harry responded. Upon hearing this, Hermione's eyes opened wide in shock and she gasped. "You're not joking, are you?" Hermione asked, still surprised by Harry's statement. "Harry, there are probably only a couple dozen wizards or witches alive that can conjure bronze or silver. Very little research has been done on permanent conjuration because the ability to master it is so rare. In fact, the last in-depth study was completed over 200 years ago. You might think this is silly, but I was really hoping I would be able to do it so that in a few years I could begin experimenting and write the definitive work on the subject. Nobody seems to have thought to use Muggle chemistry to investigate permanent conjuration." "Wow, Hermione, that seems like a pretty lofty goal," Harry said. "I know," Hermione said proudly. "I had hoped it would force the wizarding world to reconsider their opinions on Muggleborns as well. You know what this means, though, don't you, Harry?" "What?" he asked uncertainly. He could tell when his friend was up to something, and she definitely was now. I don't have to wait to start experimenting. Congratulations, Harry, you've just volunteered to be my research assistant. Hermione looked as excited as a little kid at Christmas time, and Harry knew he would have no choice but to offer her his assistance. She would never leave him alone if he didn't. Fine. Harry grumbled, I will help, but you are going to have to remember that we can't spend every hour of the day working on this. I know how obsessed you get. I do not get obsessed. Hermione said defensively, I just think that academics and research are more important than you do. Harry shrugged at her response, knowing full well that no one could ever change Hermione's study habits. He wondered how much time she would be wanting to spend on this new project and hoped that since she didn't think she would be able to start it for another few years, she wouldn't have too much thought out yet. Hermione began tapping her foot anxiously, a sign that Harry knew meant she was eager to get out of the infirmary and start working. Harry could not help but laugh at his friend's behavior, even when his laughter was met with her annoyed glare. Their silent argument was interrupted when Harry noticed Daphne walking into the room. Daphne, he called as she walked towards him. Harry jumped up from the hospital bed he had been sitting on to give his girlfriend a kiss before leading her back over to where he had been talking with Hermione. Are you okay? Daphne asked, the concern clearly evident in her voice. I'm fine, just waiting for Dumbledore. Harry answered, I do not believe you will have to wait for much longer. A voice called from the infirmary's entrance. The three teens turned to see Professor Dumbledore smiling back at them. I hope you had a pleasant stay, Harry. I believe you have been one of Madame Pomfrey's more frequent guests. No problems, Professor. Although I would like to get out of here as soon as possible. Harry answered, an understandable goal. Dumbledore said with a nod. I have some results from our observation last night, and to be honest, I have never seen anything like it. First off, let me ease any fears you may have had and assure you that there appears to be no lasting damage done to either your body or your magic from your brief episode of magical exhaustion. So I can keep training? Harry asked eagerly. There does not seem to be any reason for you not to, Dumbledore admitted. However, I would ask you to wear the monitoring belt the next few times so we can perhaps gain a better understanding of what is happening. You see, Harry, you are now approximately 1% stronger than you were at this time yesterday. A result I was not expecting. 1%. That doesn't sound like much, Harry said. You're wrong, Harry. Daphne interrupted. That shouldn't be possible. Ms. Greengrass is correct, Harry. Dumbledore confirmed. And there is reason to believe that you have been improving at a similar rate every time you have pushed yourself to the point of magical exhaustion. Think of it this way, Harry. If you were to the rate of your improvement is constant, that would mean you could double your magical power in just over 3 months. In a year, you could nearly quadruple it. However, I wish to further observe you to determine if the gains in strength you are receiving are in fact constant or if they are slowing down. You forgot to mention the third possibility, Professor. Hermione said softly. The increases could be accelerating. But why is this happening? Harry asked. I have wondered that myself for a long time now. Dumbledore answered. I have come to the conclusion that it is an unexpected result of what happened to you the night Voldemort tried to kill you. Previously I told you that I believed it was your mother's love that protected you from Voldemort's killing curse, and I still believe that. However, simply loving another is not enough to grant that kind of protection. Your mother was a very talented witch with a thirst for knowledge that would even rival Ms. Granger's. And it is my belief that she either found or created a ritual that would use her sacrifice to protect you. So you don't really know what she did. Harry said, No, sadly I do not. There is therefore no way to know what side effects this ritual may have had. Dumbledore responded. That is not the end of it, however. I suspect that Voldemort was attempting to use your death as a part of a very dark ritual. Which ritual? Daphne asked. The Greengrasses had an extensive library full information, including some on dark rituals, and even if she had not heard of the ritual, she thought there was a good chance she could find it there. Perhaps when you are older I will explain more fully, Dumbledore answered. His response did not please any of the people listening to him. What Voldemort was not expecting was for his killing curse to be reflected back at him. Although since you are the only known person to survive it, perhaps we should not be surprised at his mistake. There is also no way to know what the effects of surviving the killing curse are. Finally, you were used in one more ritual that night. What? Harry asked in surprise. Who did it? I did, Harry. Dumbledore replied. In order to ensure your safety, I created strong protections around your aunt's home using Lily's sacrifice as their base. It was a confusing time, and I admit I was not certain my plan would work. But the wards now surrounding your home are stronger than any I could have ever created on my own. However, I must tell you that it is possible my actions could have had unintended consequences. So what do you think did it? Hermione asked as she tried to piece together the puzzle. Could have been any one of them or all of them working together perhaps. What I can say is that it was a series of events that completely unique, and I do not expect anyone to ever be able to replicate. Dumbledore said, I must ask you to keep this information to yourselves. I would not want it to get back to Voldemort lest he try to recreate it. I had considered only telling Harry. However, I knew it would quickly be told to the two of you and thought I would save him the trouble of repeating it. What now, Professor? Harry asked. Dumbledore's explanation had left him confused and worried about what had been done to him and what it meant for the future. Continue as you were. It appears you have been given a gift, Harry. Take advantage of it. Dumbledore instructed. You have the potential to be a powerful force for good in our world. Try not to let that opportunity pass you by. Now I suppose you are eager to leave, and I will not take up any more of your time. Have a good day to all of you. With that, the headmaster left the room, leaving the three students alone. Each of them was thinking about what they had learned. None of them were very happy with how little actual information they had been given. Hermione saw it as a puzzle to be solved and knew that she was missing a lot of the pieces. Daphne wondered about the ritual that Professor Dumbledore had refused to name. The number of rituals that required a human sacrifice had to be small, didn't it? Harry, meanwhile, was trying to come to terms with the news Dumbledore had given him regarding his own special brand of training. It meant he could rapidly improve. It meant that perhaps one day he would be able to match Voldemort's power. It meant that he could protect his friends and loved ones. Most of all, it meant that he might actually survive the upcoming war. Harry had never really feared for his life, but still he knew that it was constantly at risk and that trend showed no signs of ending. Now that he knew his training wasn't hurting him, he swore to himself that he would push himself as far as he could go. Harry, I'm gonna go. We'll talk later about our project, okay? Hermione said as she stood up. Dumbledore's talk had not dulled her desire to head to the library and work on her own ideas. Harry nodded and waved goodbye, leaving Harry and Daphne alone in the room. Let's take a walk, Harry suggested. I'm sick of this room. Daphne grinned and took his hand as they walked out the door. Harry led them outside, away from anyone who could be trying to listen to the conversation. A quick check of the Marauders map confirmed that Rita Skeeter wasn't in the area either. Well, what do you think? Harry finally asked. Daphne paused to consider her response. No one can know about this, Harry, his girlfriend answered. Don't tell anyone else unless it is a life or death situation. Not even your godfather. Don't you think that is just a bit paranoid? Harry asked. No. Think of what could happen if someone found out. At best, you would spend the rest of your life having tests run on you to find out why you're different. Daphne replied. And this means that one day you could be one of the most powerful wizards alive. Meaning that if anybody wants you dead, they should come after you as soon as possible. This is just too important to tell anyone else. I see your point, but I still think I should tell Sirius. He can help me with this, I know he can. Just wait until you see him, okay? The male isn't always trustworthy, she said. Harry knew she was right on this, but hiding the information from those closest to him still went against his natural instincts. I don't trust Dumbledore either. He's hiding something. He always is, Harry answered. Lots of strange people are constantly coming in and out of the castle to see him, and he wouldn't tell me what Voldemort was trying to do the night he murdered my parents. Maybe he shouldn't be expected to spill all of his secrets to a student, but there are things that do affect me that he isn't telling me. According to my father, that's just the way Dumbledore is. He doesn't seem to think anyone but himself needs to know all of what is going on. That's one of the reasons so many people refused to side with him in the last war. Something's happening, Harry. Something big, and we're not being let in on any of it. I get that feeling too, Harry admitted. But what can we do about it? For the moment, nothing. So we trust Dumbledore to do what's best until we are in a better position and actually know what is happening. For the most part you're right. Daphne agreed with a sigh. How about a less frustrating subject? Next week is a Hogsmeade weekend and you owe me one free of Dementors and Draco Malfoy. That's true, Harry said with a laugh. I'm sure we can be attacked by something far more entertaining this time. How about a mountain troll? You've already done that, Daphne answered, shaking her head. You need something new and different. How do you feel about manticores? No thanks. We could always just skip Hogsmeade and wander around in the Forbidden Forest. I am sure that there are all kinds of dangerous things there that we haven't ever thought of, Harry said, jokingly. Daphne laughed at his suggestion and soon Harry was laughing too. They spent the rest of the afternoon together in similar fashion, each enjoying the company of the other and trying to ignore the suspicion that soon things would be changing in ways they could not imagine. The fact that they spent the day away from the rest of the student body also ensured that it was not until later that night that they heard about the special edition of the Daily Prophet that was beginning to stir up a lot of controversy. Miscarriage of Justice. Sirius Black Innocent. Peter Pettigrew Alive. By Rita Skeeter. The Ministry of Magic has been lying to all of us for almost 14 years. Some of you may have a hard time believing that, but the evidence is overwhelming. Following a tip from a source who wishes to remain anonymous, I began investigating the circumstances surrounding the death of the James and Lily Potter and the subsequent imprisonment of Sirius Black. At the time, very little attention was paid to the matter as the wizarding world was caught up in the celebration of the defeat of you-know-who. Sadly, while we were not watching, a great mistake was made. At the time it was said that Sirius Black had become a Death Eater and betrayed his friends to the Dark Lord. Black, however, was examined upon his arrest and found to not have taken the Dark Mark. Despite this, he was thrown into Azkaban without being given a trial and was held there until 2 years ago when he managed to become the first person to ever escape from the famous prison. Sirius Black was never given the chance to defend himself or plead his case, a fact that should shame the Ministry. Still, that evidence is not enough to prove Mr. Black's innocence. During my investigation, an unexpected source came forward to offer information that has never been heard before, which could rock the Ministry to its foundations. Our source was Auror back in the fall of 1981 and was a part of the team that brought Sirius Black in. He was assigned as Mr. Black's guard upon their arrival to the Ministry of Magic and stayed with him until he was left at Azkaban. It was then that he witnessed an event the Ministry has denied ever happened: the questioning of Sirius Black under the influence of Veritaserum. Present during this questioning were Sirius Black, his guard, and 2 others. One was, at the time, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Bartemius Crouch Sr. The other was a junior minister from the Department of Magical Catastrophes who had been one of the first people on the scene when Black was arrested. He was also a strong supporter of former Minister of Magic Millicent Bagnold and willing to do anything to protect her. That man's name was Cornelius Fudge. After verifying that the Veritaserum was working, Crouch began the interrogation. His first question was to ask if Sirius Black was a Death Eater. Black answered no, to the surprise of all present. He was then asked if he had betrayed Lily and James Potter. Again he answered no. Then Crouch asked if he had caused the explosion which resulted in the deaths of a dozen Muggles. His answer was no, Pettigrew did it. Stunned, Crouch stated that Peter Pettigrew was dead. Black responded to that by saying no, Peter cut off his finger and escaped so that everyone would think he was dead. What you must remember is that at this time it was already being reported that Sirius Black was a traitor and Peter Pettigrew was a hero. Minister Bagnold was being praised for the brilliant performance of her Aurors and her handling of the crisis. Black's admission would ruin all of that and do serious political harm to Bagnold, a fact which both Fudge and Crouch knew. Their jobs and political futures both depended on keeping Bagnold in office, and so in a little room in the Ministry of Magic 2 men conspired to send an innocent man to Azkaban. They agreed that Black could never have a trial and that Minister Bagnold should not be informed of what they had learned. Black was then obliviated by Crouch, so that he would not have any memory of the interrogation. Fudge attempted to do the same to Black's guard. However, the future minister must not have been as good with memory charms as Crouch, because his left the guard slightly confused but with his memories intact. Afterwards the guard, worried about his own future and the safety of his family, decided not to come forward with his tale. It is only now, after having left the Aurors, that he felt safe enough to tell the truth. I have personally witnessed the interrogation through the use of a pensieve and have further received a wizard's oath that the story is true. I have no doubts that it is. My source is willing to be questioned by the Wiesengemot to confirm his claims. Now is the time for action. Minister Fudge has declared that Sirius Black is to be immediately given the Dementor's kiss upon capture. That decree must be withdrawn, and then a full investigation concerning Minister Fudge's actions must be initiated. The good witches and wizards of Britain deserve better from their leaders, and Sirius Black deserves better from his government. He deserves to be reunited with his godson, Harry Potter. For more on Sirius Black, see page 6. For more on Minister Fudge, see page 10. Later that evening, Harry sat in the room of requirement and read the article with a huge grin on his face. When he had impulsively decided to use Rita Skeeter to try and help Sirius, he had never hoped that it would turn out this well. And as a bonus, he might even get to bring down Fudge without his name being associated with it. He had gotten extremely lucky, and he knew it. "This is fantastic, Harry," Hermione said from where she was seated and also reading the paper. Daphne, meanwhile, was snuggled up next to him so that they could both use the same paper. He felt her hug him a little tighter in agreement with Hermione's statement. "What do you think will happen now?" Harry asked. He had a few guessed but was always eager to hear opinions from his friend and girlfriend. Although they came from very different backgrounds, they were both very intelligent and wanted to help him, a fact he knew he could depend on if he needed to. "If this is true, then Fudge will be out of office by the start of summer," Daphne answered. "It might even be worth delaying our revenge on Skeeter if she is going to keep focusing on this story, which she will since it's good for her ego." "What do you have planned for Skeeter anyway?" Hermione asked. Harry looked over at Daphne and wondered if she would answer. Even he didn't know what she had been thinking of doing. Nothing too bad, she might even come out of it alive and in one piece. "Maybe," Daphne said with an evil grin. "It doesn't matter if we delay a bit. Father still isn't finished with the potion he's been brewing for her." "Don't ask Hermione, you really don't want to know." Hermione looked a little disappointed but wisely decided not to push for more information. "Fudge is obviously going to fight this," Harry said, "but will the Daily Prophet stick by their reporter even if it means going against the minister?" "Yes," Daphne answered with a nod. "This is the best thing that could have happened for them. Their sales are going to see a huge increase because of the controversy, and that is what they are the most concerned with. They act like the ministry's spokesperson when it is a good business decision. It isn't anymore. Wherever he is, Sirius needs to be careful." Hermione added, "As long as he is in power, Fudge is dangerous and still wants him to get the Dementor's kiss. Especially since he will be blaming all of his troubles on Sirius now." Harry thought about it and decided she was probably right. He just hoped that Sirius realized that as well. "How do you two feel about inviting Neville to join our practices?" Harry asked after a few moments of silence. "Longbottom?" Daphne asked skeptically. "I don't know, Harry. I'm still not convinced he can be much help. He still deserves the right to learn how to defend himself," Harry responded. Daphne sighed, knowing that Harry had already made up his mind on the subject. "Fine, bring him along," Daphne finally said. Harry smiled and kissed her in thanks. "But if he can't keep up, he's your responsibility." "That's okay with me," Harry said, happy that Daphne wasn't going to fight him on this. "I'll need you help too, Hermione. We'll need to figure out what Neville is good at beside herbology and help him from there." "I don't know why you think I could help with that, Harry," Hermione said sadly. "I still can't find anything I'm good at least Neville has herbology." "Don't say that, Hermione. You have a lot of potential. I can sense it in you," Harry replied, hoping he could make his friend see reason. "You're good in everything to start with. It doesn't matter that you aren't a prodigy in all branches of magic. We've already figured out you are better with healing charms than me and Daphne. That's a good place to start, isn't it?" "I suppose so," Hermione said, still clearly disappointed with herself. Harry and Daphne continued talking for a while, but Hermione barely listened. Soon after, the couple said their goodbyes and left Hermione alone in the room of requirement. She felt weak and worried that when Neville came, even he would surpass her. Her whole life she had always tried to be her best, and that trait had lived on after discovering she was a witch. She had dedicated herself to learning all there was to know about magic, but now she was coming to the realization that it wasn't enough. In many ways she felt that she was still not good enough and she had no idea how to fix it. Their practicing would help, but she did not believe she would ever be as powerful as Daphne. And knowing what she did now, she knew there was no hope of ever catching Harry. The only answer she could think of to her problem lay in a few of the rituals that she had heard references to, but they were very dark and had awful consequences. "I am not willing to go down that path," she said out loud, even though she was alone. But inside, a quieter voice was asking, "Am I?" Shaking her head in hopes to make the question go away, Hermione realized that even if she did want to look into rituals that could help her, there was no way for her to learn about them. The books that described them were too dark to even be found in the restricted section of the library. "It was a silly idea," she said with a nervous laugh. "You can't just wish for information like that." Her fake laughs were stopped when a table appeared in front of her with a large book lying on it. The book was bound in a black material that resembled leather, but with enough differences she knew it was something else. The book was obviously old and fragile, so when Hermione touched it she was careful not to harm it. When she opened the cover she saw that it was written in English but in a very old dialect that was difficult for her to understand. She wondered what it was when the answer suddenly came to her. "I asked for this book, didn't I? And the room of requirement provided it." Hermione gasped. Inside this book, she knew, was information on rituals, most of which would be very dark in nature. "No!" she yelled and walked towards the door, trying to forget what she had found. But as she reached for the doorknob she stopped and turned to look back at the book. Surely it wouldn't hurt to just read the book, she thought uncertainly. Minutes passed as she stood, unmoving, and tried to decide what to do. Finally, she took her hand off the door and walked back to the table. Carefully, she picked up the book and took it back to her chair and began to read. "I'm curious what you guys think about how the Hermione situation is developing. I said previously that I thought Hermione would do almost anything for Harry, but just how far is she really willing to go? Please review and let me know if you like where I am taking this. Thanks." Chapter 18. In the days that followed, the most popular topic for conversation in the wizarding world was Rita Skeeter's article and the accusations it contained. Minister Fudge immediately called a press conference to deny everything, but the suspicions remained. It did not help his cause that the Daily Prophet, which had seen its sales soar after Skeeter's initial article, refused to back down from their position. Rumors circulated concerning the identity of the unnamed Auror who had agreed to testify against Minister Fudge. But all the paper would say of him was that he was currently living at a safe house under powerful wards for his own protection. Fudge's political enemies saw his weakened position and took advantage of it by calling for the minister to resign. Fudge, of course, refused and insisted that he was innocent. When it was clear that Minister Fudge was not going to leave his post willingly, his rivals then began demanding that he be brought before the Wizengamot and forced to answer their questions. Fudge tried to fight this request as well, but it soon became clear he would eventually have to face the Wizengamot. The only tactic he had left at that point was to stall by saying that he needed time to prepare his defense. Reluctantly, his enemies agreed to give him some time and negotiations began to determine when the hearing would be held. After a few days, Fudge and his aides suggested that June 24th would be the earliest they could be ready. They hoped that no one would realize that June 24th was also the day that the third task of the Triwizard Tournament was to be held, an event that would surely draw attention away from the hearing. Unfortunately for Fudge, his rivals realized what he was trying to do and decided that the best day for them would be June 25. Fudge had little choice but to bitterly accept this date, and so the date was agreed upon. The general mood of the public was that it would be Fudge's last day in office. With that in mind, several people began to campaign to be the next Minister of Magic. Current head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement Amelia Bones gained a lot of support when she went against Minister Fudge's demands and struck down the decree that Sirius Black should immediately receive the Dementor's kiss upon capture. Minister Fudge's furious reaction to her disobedience did not help him win any supporters. A plethora of other names were also suggested, although with a few months left none had really become a favorite to win the position if it did become available. Harry, meanwhile, could not have been happier with how things had developed. Not only did it mean that Sirius could finally receive justice, but it gave the Daily Prophet something else to spend its time on, and there was a good chance that Minister Fudge, whom he did not like, would soon be replaced. He could not help but laugh when he realized that none of it would be possible if he had not tricked Rita Skeeter into doing what he wanted her to do. That wasn't very Gryffindor of me, was it? He thought with a grin. Days later, Hermione sat alone in the room of requirement reading the book she had found. Due to its age and condition, she did not dare move it in fears that it would be destroyed. She had the strong feeling that this book had been the result of a lifetime of work by its author and was truly one of a kind. She had never heard of it before, and upon further searching could find no references to it anywhere else. Hermione wondered how long it had been sitting in the room of requirement, apparently forgotten to all, and who had been the last to read it. Perhaps it had been here since the 4 founders built the castle. She did not know. Slowly she had become more accustomed to reading the ancient text and could now understand what was being said in almost all instances. What she found was that, unlike the Ministry of Magic, the author did not consider all rituals dark or evil in nature. What they had in common was some benefit being provided as a result of a sacrifice. Sacrifice, she realized, was the one thing that all rituals had in common. That did not mean, however, that an animal or person had to die for all of the sacrifices, although that was the case in many of them. Sometimes the sacrifice required was a prized possession or even a body part. She had been excited to find a ritual that would increase a witch's intelligence until she found that it would require sacrificing her virginity to a goblin under a full moon. She quickly decided that she was not interested in that one. Hermione found it all quite fascinating and found herself questioning the Ministry's stance that all rituals were dark. Not all of them included harming others or would affect a person's morals or sanity, so why lump them all together? The book ended with notes on a ritual that she surprisingly recognized. The Ritual of Heron. However, in modern times, it had become known as the Riddle of Heron. It was famous because no one knew what it was or how to do it, and yet every century or so a new wizard would claim to have figured it out, only to be disappointed when his ideas didn't work. Over 2,000 years ago, the ritual's creator had left a series of cryptic notes that had long since fascinated those who read them. The intriguing part of this book was that the author insisted to that he had found notes on the ritual from the creator that others had overlooked. Using this, he pieced together much more of the instructions than anyone else ever had, assuming his notes were real, of course. The author, however, had eventually reached a point from which he could go no further. Hermione had always loved both riddles and challenge and began closely studying the author's work on the subject. She found herself agreeing with his conclusions on the hints left by the creator. The ritual would need 9 different materials and 9 different runes, not the 7 or 8 of each that modern wizards thought necessary. The book's author was convinced he had determined which 9 runes would be needed, but he could not figure out which 9 materials were necessary. Hermione was very interested to find that the hints tied in with her research on permanent conjuration when she read that one of the materials could not be conjured and the 8 others could only be done so with great difficulty. The author believed that 4 of the 9 materials were gold, silver, bronze, and copper, while he suspected that one of the others was a liquid of some kind. Hermione suspected she could narrow down the search for the 5 missing materials through her research, although she had no plans on actually going through with the ritual. It was much too dangerous. After all, no one knew what it did or what sacrifice it would require. Besides, she told herself, she was only working on it to satisfy her curiosity. There was no way she was going to attempt any of the rituals, even the ones she didn't consider dark. A ritual that was done incorrectly could have horrible consequences, and so it was far too risky. This is nothing more than an intellectual exercise. She reassured herself as she reached for a roll of parchment to begin her own notes. Nothing more. Harry was in Transfiguration's class and had just finished turning a mouse into a kitten when a younger student came into the room carrying a note which he gave to Professor McGonagall. After thanking him and sending him on his way, McGonagall read the note. "Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall said when she was done. "After class your presence is required at the Quidditch fields." Harry nodded and looked back at his work, but his concentration had been broken. He wondered what it could be about, although he suspected it had something to do with the Triwizard Tournament. Interrupting his day to break some kind of news to him seemed to be exactly their style. The rest of the class passed slowly, but eventually it came to an end. When it did, he told his friends goodbye with promise to tell them what was going on and headed out to the Quidditch field. On the way, Harry remembered what he had seen the last time he had been to the fields. They were completely torn up. At the time, he didn't think it had anything to do with the Triwizard Tournament, but now he was beginning to suspect it did. He had not been back since that day. The sight of the ruined fields was just too depressing for him. Now, however, a magical barrier had been constructed above the fields that prevented him from seeing what they now looked like. Once outside, Harry saw a group of people standing around talking. The group included all of the other Triwizard champions, their headmasters, except Karkaroff of course, and Ludo Bagman. Victor Krum was even there, a surprising fact considering he had returned to Durmstrang after Igor Karkaroff's disappearance. Harry was the last to arrive, and apparently the others had been waiting on him. "Harry, great to see you again," Bagman said once he saw Harry approaching. Harry did not particularly feel like being nice to the annoying man and said nothing, though Bagman did not seem to notice anything out of the ordinary with Harry's response. "Looks like we're all here then, doesn't it? Get on with it, Bagman," Madame Maxine said in her heavy French accent. Harry couldn't help but chuckle at her attitude towards Bagman. "Very well," Bagman replied with a small frown. "There will be no clues for the third task, instead I will show you." Bagman motioned to one of his assistants, who banished the magical barrier with a wave of his wand. As it fell, Harry saw that huge bushes had been planted on the Quidditch fields. They were at least 20 feet tall and so thick that it would be impossible to walk through them. It appeared that the bushes had been used to create an enormous wall, although there was a small gap where you could get past it. "You are looking at the entrance to a great maze," Bagman informed them. "Inside you will face a number of challenges, including moving walls, beasts of all kinds, puzzles that must be solved. It will take a combination of intelligence and strength to make it through the maze to the end. Your goal will be the Triwizard Cup, and the winner will be the first one to grab it." None of the champions spoke following Bagman's statement, though they all looked deep in thought. Harry doubted he could get close enough to the Triwizard Cup to cast the tracking spell, and the fact that walls would move made any map he might make irrelevant. It seemed like he was going to have to rely on his own strength rather than elaborate preparations to win the tournament, a fact that might have made him nervous earlier in the year, but he was quite satisfied with now. "When you enter, the maze will depend on how you have done in the tournament so far," Bagman continued, "meaning that you, Mr. Potter, will enter first." Bagman smiled at him as Harry nodded. Bagman seemed to have some unexplainable interest in him and how he did in the tournament, but Harry didn't think he had any malicious intent. "Well then, I will see you all on June 24th. Good luck to you." Bagman walked away from the champions and began talking to Dumbledore, who was slightly more polite than Madame Maxine. "Harry, Veer is Hermione?" Krum asked. Harry was quite impressed that Krum had learned to correctly pronounce his friend's name. "I would like to see her before I leave. She was going to lunch, so she should be in the Great Hall," Harry told him. "Thank you," he replied and quickly walked away. Harry smiled at Krum's eagerness to see Hermione, although he wondered if Hermione was as eager to see Krum as he was to see her. He thought she liked the Bulgarian, but perhaps not as much as he liked her. The fact that he lived in another country probably didn't help. His thoughts on Hermione's love life were interrupted when his fellow Hogwarts champion came up to talk to him. "Hey there, Harry," Cedric said. "What do you think about the maze? Sounds interesting," Harry answered as they began their walk back to Hogwarts. "I'm glad that the winner won't be picked by a bunch of judges scoring our performance, though. That is probably for the best," Cedric agreed. "You know, you're lucky you aren't a 7th year. Trying to study for my newts, and this is killing me. I haven't even taken the OWLs yet. Don't try and make me worry about the newts too," Harry said with a laugh. "So what are you going to do to get ready for the last task?" "I can't think of anything that would really help," Cedric answered honestly. "But I might have a great idea on how to beat the maze, and am just saying that to throw you off." "Sure you do," Harry replied skeptically. "I feel the same way." Cedric laughed as they reached the main entrance to the castle. "Good luck," Harry Cedric said as a goodbye, and then walked off towards the part of the castle where Harry knew the Hufflepuff dorms were. Harry waved and began walking in the other direction. Suddenly the idea that he only had one more thing to do in the tournament before it was over struck him, and Harry found himself quite happy with that. He was having fun in it so far, and it had been good for him, but he still hated how he was forced into it. Harry wondered if he would miss the tournament when it was over, but he doubted he would. Even if he won the tournament, he knew winner of the Triwizard Tournament would never be what people remembered him for. He still had to wait almost 2 months for the next task, he realized, so even though there was only one more, it'd be a while before it was finished. I better start getting ready for it, I guess. Harry thought as his mind drifted towards what he had planned for later in the day. If it went as he planned, he would have 3 people instead of 2 training with him. Now he just had to find Neville. Wow, Harry, what is this place? Neville asked as Harry led him into the room of requirement later that day. It was currently set up to have one half resemble the Gryffindor common room and the other half to be a large training area. Hermione and Daphne were in the training area casting spells at a moving target when the 2 boys walked in. They both stopped what they were doing and waved as Harry led Neville over to the common room to explain what was going on. Neville, I'd like you to start training with us, Harry said. We think this is going to be important soon. Why? Neville asked curiously. He had noticed that Harry had been doing much better in school this year, although he just assumed it was because he was studying so hard for the Triwizard Tournament. The idea that it was for something else and that he would be a part of it had never crossed his mind. Sit down and I'll explain. It's a bit of a long story, Harry replied as he motioned for Neville to take a seat. For the next hour, Harry told Neville everything that he thought the other boy needed to know. Harry began with retelling his adventures of the previous years. Neville knew most of what had happened and could guess at much of what he didn't know, but it was still nice to hear the story from the source. Harry then began to explain the events of this year and their suspicions that Voldemort would one day return and restart the war that everyone thought had ended so long ago. Blimey, Harry, you really think that's going to happen? Neville asked.
Yeah, I do.
I wish I could say no, but Voldemort's never going to stop trying to get his body back. Harry answered. I suppose not. I don't think I'll be much help to you, though. You 3 have been doing this for months. Plus, I'm not that good to begin with. Neville said sadly. Quit putting yourself down, Neville, Harry commanded. We're all going to help you, and I'm sure you will be catching up to us in no time. You're my friend, Neville, and I want to make sure that if something bad does happen, you can defend yourself. Neville looked up at Harry in surprise. Harry not only considered him a friend, but had confidence that he could learn and get stronger. He couldn't remember anyone ever thinking he would be a good wizard. Not even his grandmother, with her constant comparisons to his father.
Ok, Harry.
I'll do my best, Neville said sincerely. Harry grinned and jumped up from his seat to head over to the training area as Neville rushed to follow. Daphne and Hermione had already stopped practicing and were talking when the other 2 approached them. Neville's in, Harry announced excitedly. Hermione smiled while Daphne rolled her eyes at Harry's enthusiasm. The group spent most of the rest of the night trying to help Neville learn the things they had already mastered. He was eager to learn, but his magical abilities seemed very uneven to the others. Even when attempting to cast the same spell multiple times, occasionally the spell would not work at all. Upon closer inspection, Harry noticed that there was nothing wrong with his incantations or wand movements, so it must be something else holding him back, although he had no idea what that was. Hermione and Daphne seemed to notice the same thing Harry did, but neither of them could offer an explanation. Neville soon grew tired from the constant spell casting and decided to go to bed. I'll be back next time. Promise, Neville said as he walked out the door to head towards the Gryffindor dorms. Hermione and Daphne were also ready to stop, but Harry knew he had to keep pushing himself to reach the point of magical exhaustion. He was about to start casting some of the more draining spells he knew when Hermione stopped him. Harry, how would you like to try some more conjuration tonight? She asked. You did agree to be my assistant after all. Sounds fun. Harry answered with a laugh. What do you want me to do? You're still wearing that belt that Dumbledore gave you, right? She asked. When Harry nodded in affirmative, she smiled and continued. Excellent. I researched what it was and what it can do and figured out I can use it to determine how much effort it takes for you to cast a spell. With that, I can find which things are harder to conjure than others. Are you following me? I guess so, Harry answered uncertainly. He looked towards Daphne for reassurance, but she just shrugged, indicating she wasn't sure what Hermione wanted the information for either. Great, Hermione said. We'll start with things you are sure to recognize. Harry quickly realized that Hermione had come prepared. She started off having him conjure things she knew would be difficult for him, such as silver, bronze, and copper. The next few things she suggested were vastly less difficult for him and included a sheet of tin foil, a lump of coal, salt, sand, iron, and steel. After each item had been conjured, Hermione would take measurements to determine how much power had been necessary and write the results on a roll of parchment that was growing longer and longer. Very interesting, Hermione said as she wrote down another measurement. How about mercury next? It's that liquid they put in thermometers in case you weren't sure. All right, Harry answered and looked back at the table he had been conjuring things on. A bowl had magically appeared, thanks to the room of requirement, and Harry pointed his wand at it while he prepared to cast the spell. When he spoke the incantation, he was surprised to find that this conjuration was much more difficult than the others had been, although not as hard as some others such as copper and silver. Strange. That was pretty hard to do, was it? Hermione asked excitedly. The thought of learning something new had taken hold of her and refused to let go. For a moment she looked confused at the results, but then an idea seemed to strike her. Harry, can you try platinum next? If you need an example, I am wearing my grandmother's necklace and it has a platinum charm on it. Harry nodded and studied the necklace for a moment before casting the spell again to similar results. That was about as hard as the mercury. I wonder why, Harry said. Hermione, meanwhile, was practically jumping up and down in excitement as she started pulling books from her bag. Eventually she brought out a Muggle textbook titled Chemistry, and flipped it open to the very back where a large table was found marked Periodic Table of the Elements. This is it, Harry. I was right, chemistry is the key. It always has been. Hermione said. What are you talking about? Harry asked as he looked over to Daphne, who looked equally confused. She knew all about magic, but the Muggle sciences were a mystery to her. Wizards have always known that some things are harder to conjure than others, but they never knew why. Tell me, did you think it was harder to conjure bronze or copper? Hermione asked. It was about the same, I guess. Harry answered. Exactly. And that's because bronze is mostly made of copper but with some tin added to it, and you had no trouble conjuring tin. Look at the table, Harry. All of the materials that are hard for you to conjure have been in this little group right here, she said as she pointed to the table in the back of her book. Harry looked, and sure enough, copper, silver, and gold were all in the same column. Platinum, gold, and mercury were also in the same row. Still, he didn't understand why Hermione was so excited. Okay, so what's the big deal? Harry asked. Harry, this is a major breakthrough, Hermione insisted, and it was, but her excitement was not just because of that. It was also because, if her suspicions were correct, she had solved a piece of the riddle of Heron that her book's author never did. The materials needed for the ritual were actually elements, and she had already positively identified 5 out of the 9. If her guess was correct, the other 4 would be the elements on either side of silver and copper on the periodic table, a fact which explained why no wizard had been able to perform the ritual. After all, how many wizards had even heard of cadmium? Hermione felt the urge to tell Harry why she was excited. To tell him about the book she had found and everything she had been doing. She got as far as opening her mouth to start before she suddenly stopped. She worried that Harry would be disappointed in her, even though she did not think she had done anything wrong. For a moment she said nothing, but eventually decided that she would tell Harry everything. Just not until after she had solved the rest of the riddle. Then she could give him the book and let him decide what he thought of it. So are you going to tell me why it is such a major breakthrough? Harry asked, pulling Hermione out of her thoughts. Oh, of course, Hermione said. More research is needed, but we could learn why some things are harder to conjure than others. We could learn how the Philosopher's Stone works. We might even be able to make one on our own. It makes you wonder if Flamel used similar research when he first created the Philosopher's Stone. Okay, slow down, Hermione. Harry interrupted with a laugh. Hermione had been rambling, like she often does when she gets excited. It's probably enough that you understand it. Let's say this is as big of a breakthrough as you think it is. Daphne said with a concerned expression on her face. If so, you must never publish your work. What? Hermione said in surprise. Think of what would happen if anyone could create their own Philosopher's Stone. Daphne answered. It would be chaos. The economy would collapse because of all of the new gold, not to mention all the problems that would be caused with no one ever dying. Besides, there are definitely some people that should never get their hands on one. Harry and Hermione both knew exactly who she was talking about. I never thought about it like that, Hermione admitted. Perhaps I'm not the first one to do this type of experiment, but they stopped for the same reasons. I guess I should just forget it. You misunderstand me, Hermione. Keep doing your research if you think it will help us. Just don't let it get out to anyone else, Daphne said. Harry began laughing at how wonderfully Slytherin the idea was, which didn't mean he did not like it. Hermione seemed to consider the suggestion and then nod in agreement with it. You do know that it is doubtful I will ever be able to make a Philosopher's Stone, right? Hermione asked, worried that expectations were getting too high. Perhaps not, Daphne answered, but we should try for any advantage we can. If you do find something, it will probably be something no one else has. We can keep working on it tomorrow. Okay? Harry suggested. I would like to finish up here pretty soon. Hermione nodded and began to gather her things up. She knew she would probably spend the next few hours going over what she had learned, but she did not mind the effort. Daphne had decided to stay and wait for Harry, so Hermione left the couple alone. As she left, her mind returned to the book that had taken up so much of her time since she had found it. The author had included his thoughts on the nature of magic, and it had begun to make her think about what it meant to say that magic was light or dark. While she knew what the Ministry of Magic thought the dark arts were, she also knew they had not bothered to explain their reasoning. Her books mostly just repeated what the Ministry said and were therefore useless. Perhaps I should talk to Daphne about it, Hermione thought. If anyone she knew might be able to answer her questions, it would be her. Hermione would consider bringing it up, but for now was content to keep thinking about it on her own. She knew some magic could warp a person's mind and personality and had no intention of ever attempting that. But surely there was other magic out there for her to learn that would not do that and was also not exactly Ministry approved. It might give her an advantage in a dangerous situation, and she knew that being friends with Harry made her very likely to be in such situations. Anything to protect myself and my friends, she thought as she began to study. Definitely some mixed reactions on Hermione's interest in potentially dark rituals. I could be persuaded to take this either way at this point, although I am leaning one way right now. Either path she could take has potential for some good story points. I will say this though, in a lot of ways I agree with those of you who have compared Hermione's relationship with Harry to Bellatrix's with Voldemort. I do not plan on making Hermione the villain of this story, however, so if that is your worry, you can rest assured. Now on to something a little different. Math haters beware. Okay, let's clear some things up regarding last chapter's revelations on Harry's increasing power. All we know for certain at this point is that Harry started the year already slightly above average as far as his age group is concerned, evidenced by his ability to successfully cast the Patronus charm as a third-year student among other things. Since then, his magical strength has increased dramatically enough for him and his teachers to notice, and that according to Dumbledore, his power increased by approximately 1% following his magical exhaustion. The way I see it, this is simply not enough information to accurately determine the true rate at which he is improving. Let's forget about the 1% part and express this a different way. Assume that the first measurement Dumbledore took found Harry's power level to be 1000. Afterwards, it had increased to 1010, a 1% increase. While it is completely true that this could be explained by FV equals PV, 10.01, and it could also be result of FV equals PV 10N, where FV is the future value, PV is the present value, and N is the number workouts Harry has gone through. Now, when I was writing this part, one thought it made sense for Harry to have gone through approximately 20 of these practice sessions at this point. So that would mean if Harry was always gaining 1, his starting magical power would have been about 820. If the growth was linear, then the initial value would have been 800. Both seem reasonable. But then again, we only really have that one measurement to go by, so it is possible that the growth is completely random. Who can say at this point? Well, I guess I could since I'm the author. Let me just say that I did recognize that with compound growth Harry could get ridiculously powerful in a fairly short amount of time, and that's no fun. I would prefer to hit a balance somewhere between helpless, as he was in the books, and godlike. As always, let me know what you think, and thanks for reading. Chapter 19. I'm not getting anywhere, Hermione said with a frustrated sigh as she threw her quill down on the desk in front of her. Over a week had passed since she had identified the 9 elements needed for the ritual, with Harry's help of course. She had kept the items Harry had conjured for further study, so she now had all that was needed to perform the ritual except a sample of gold. She thought that she could probably just use a galleon if she needed to study the gold, but worried that it might have protective charms placed on it that could disrupt her analysis. The only piece of gold in her possession was a thin bracelet given to her by her mother after she had gotten top marks in first year. It was one of Hermione's most treasured possessions. The problem Hermione now faced was much more complicated than she had assumed it would be. Each element had a rune that corresponded with it, and the book she had found informed her that using the wrong rune or element would end in disaster for the person attempting it. With 9 runes and 9 elements, it meant that there were literally hundreds of thousands of different ways they could be arranged. Those 2 facts meant trial and error was definitely not the right way to figure out the answer to this puzzle. She truly believed she had access to all of the information she needed, but it would still take a lot of work to finish it. And what for? She sometimes wondered. She still had no idea what the ritual was for or at what price the benefits would come, and she was not foolish enough to think that there would be no consequences from the ritual. All rituals involved some element of sacrifice, usually connected whatever benefit the ritual provided. For instance, one of the rituals listed in her book would make a wizard immune to the effects of fire and heat but much more vulnerable to cold. Another ritual enabled its user to breathe underwater, but only after sacrificing the ability to breathe air. The author of her book had speculated what the ritual was used for, but it was quite clear he had no idea either. The one thing he was sure of, although Hermione was not convinced, was that it would give its user access to a kind of magic no one else had. That statement was vague enough to mean anything though. She pondered those things for a little while longer before closing the book and deciding to end her research for the day. She was spending a lot of time on this project and worried that her friends would start to wonder what she was doing with her time. Her friends, however, were not at all surprised by her behavior. It was actually quite typical for their bushy-haired friends to disappear for hours at a time when she was trying to learn something new. And so, despite Hermione's worries, they had no idea anything strange was going on. Harry, meanwhile, had his own puzzle to solve. He had found that Neville was very insecure about his abilities as a wizard, and as a result did not learn well in classroom settings where other people were watching and judging him. His atrocious performance in potions was mainly due to Professor Snape's hostile attitude towards him. Once he was removed from the classroom and learning from a tutor in one-on-one sessions, he began to rapidly improve. Many people in the school had assumed that Neville was an idiot due to his poor grades, but Harry was discovering that was far from true. Neville was actually a quite intelligent young man who desperately wanted to improve himself but had always been too shy and uncertain of himself to ask for help. During the course of the year, Harry's friendship had broken through those boundaries and was starting to have a positive effect on him. Underneath it all, Neville was honest, hard-working, and a loyal friend. It made Harry wonder why the Sorting Hat had chosen to put him into Gryffindor and not Hufflepuff, where he might have fit in better. But then again, perhaps Neville's brave side was just waiting for a chance to show itself. As Neville improved, his magical problems became more obvious. He was shockingly inconsistent in casting spells for reasons that Harry was unable to identify. Neville could cast the same spell 10 times with perfect wand movements and incantations, and only get the spell to work 6 or 7 of those times. After one such unexplained failure, Harry motioned for Neville to stop casting and then began pacing back and forth in front of his confused friend. "This doesn't make sense, Neville. You're not doing anything wrong that I can see, so it's got to be something else," Harry explained as he paced. "The only time I've seen anything like it was in second year when Ron was trying to use a broken wand." "Wait a minute, your wand isn't broken, is it?" "I don't think so, Harry," Neville answered, but began inspecting it anyway. Neither of them could find any cracks or blemished on the wand, however. "No, I guess that would have been too simple," Harry said with a disappointed frown. "Harry, Do you think it matters that I'm using my dad's wand? Neville asked uncertainly. Gran always said he was a powerful wizard and his wand had to be just as powerful, so that can't be it, right? Harry's jaw dropped open in shock. He had never even thought to ask Neville if he was using a wand that had chosen him. He just assumed Neville had. The Weasleys reused wands because they could not afford to buy new ones for all of their children, and he knew the Longbottoms would not have that problem. Of course it matters, Neville, Harry replied. You can't just use any wand you want to, the wand has to pick you. What are you talking about? Neville, who had never been to Ollivanders and thus never heard his speech about wands picking wizards, asked. Neville, if I were to use the wand you are using, I could probably not do too much better than you are doing. That wand is not a good match for you, even though it was your dad's. Your grandmother really should have known better than to insist you use that wand. It's been holding you back all this time. So I need a new wand? Not just any wand, Harry said. You need a wand that is suited just for you. Ollivanders has thousands of wands. I'm sure you will be able to find one there that will react to you better than the one you have now. But Gran said my dad's wand was powerful. I'm sure it was. But only when he was using it. Harry explained. Somewhere out there is a wand that will be as special to you as mine is to me. Why is yours so special? Neville asked. Harry hesitated for a moment, uncertain if he wanted to tell Neville how his wand was connected to Voldemort's. Truthfully, the connection worried him. And it didn't help that his dreams were now filled of strange visions of the Dark Lord that made no sense to him. But Neville was an ally, and he deserved to know what was going on. When I got my wand, Ollivander told me that the phoenix who provided the feather for its core only gave one other feather. Harry said, and that wand belongs to Voldemort. It was Neville's turn to be shocked. But before he could ask any questions, Harry continued speaking. I don't know what it means. Maybe nothing, but I don't think so. I think I have more in common with Voldemort than I'd like. But I won't turn out like he did. I never thought you would, Harry. Neville reassured him. It's just a surprise, I guess. I know what you mean, Harry answered with a little laugh. Sometimes I just get this weird feeling. Like there is something I can't see pulling me and Voldemort together. I wish it weren't true, but it is. That's why I'm doing all this, Neville. Voldemort isn't done trying to kill me, and I need to be ready for the next time. Neville nodded in agreement, secretly thankful that it wasn't him Voldemort was after. He had no idea how close he had come to being the target of the Dark Lord's wrath. Don't worry, Harry. I'll be there to help, Neville assured him. But it would be nice if I could get a new wand first. How do you do that anyway? Well, Ron was able to get one after he broke his. I am not breaking my dad's wand, Harry, Neville said. No way. I don't think you'll have to. Just go to Ollivanders in Diagon Alley the next time you get the chance. I've heard that you're not allowed to have two wands, but since you never got a wand to begin with, I don't think it will matter. After all, that is your dad's wand and he's still alive. Harry winced as soon as he said it, hoping he had not offended his friend. But Neville just nodded and did not seem to blame Harry for bringing up the sensitive subject of his parents. That won't be until summer, Neville said, and then I'll have to convince my gran to let me get a new one. She won't like it. If you don't think she'll let you, then don't tell her, Harry recommended. I'll give you the money to buy a new wand if you need it. Harry, you don't have to do that. Maybe not, but I've got the money to spare and I'd like my friend to be able to protect himself. Harry answered. I'll give you the galleons when we get back to the dorms, no arguing. Consider it a birthday present. But my birthday isn't until July. An early birthday present then, Harry said with a grin which grew into a smile when Neville nodded in agreement. So what do we do now? Neville asked. I'm not going to get much better until I get a new wand after all. How about we start working on potions? Harry suggested. I haven't spent much time studying that this year, so we'll be learning most of the material for the first time together. Plus, you don't need a wand to do it. Besides, don't you want to see the look on Snape's face when you get an O on your exams? That would be pretty funny. Neville agreed with a laugh. All right, we'll do potions. Harry smiled and congratulated himself for coming up with a good solution to their problem. He couldn't wait for the day when Snape's two least favorite students did better than his beloved Slytherins in his class. Harry was definitely going to enjoy that victory. Nearly a week later, Harry and Daphne were making their way to the Ollery so that Harry could mail off a response to Sirius's last letter. Harry's godfather had the good sense to stay hidden even though the decree that said he should be given the Dementor's kiss upon capture had been lifted. Fudge was still the Minister of Magic, and even though it appeared he was on his way out, there was no telling what kind of damage he could do on his way down. Although Sirius's letters never said exactly where he was, Harry got the impression that he had found a safe house to stay in and was probably getting help from someone, probably Remus. Harry just hoped his godfather was happy and recovering from his stay in Azkaban. Fudge's hearing is scheduled for June 25th, and if that happens, we'll have a new minister by the first week of July. Daphne said confidently. They, like many other wizards and witches in Great Britain, had been discussing the downfall of Minister Fudge. It was the most exciting political scandal in decades. Good. Surely his replacement will be an improvement, no matter who it is. Harry responded. We can only hope. Sadly, there are worse politicians out there. Fudge, for the most part, was just an idiot and not actively evil. Tell Sirius that. Harry answered, to which Daphne shrugged. Well, I did say, for the most part. He definitely could be evil when he wanted to be. Daphne said, you could always let it slip who you want to see replace Fudge when Skeeter happens to be listening. Take advantage of the fame that comes with being the boy who lived. Would it help? I thought everyone hated me and thought I was going to be the next Dark Lord. No, that was last week. They like you this week. Daphne answered with a grin. Oh goody. Harry said sarcastically. I don't even know who I would support anyway. Any suggestions? I'll think about it. Daphne answered. I'm leaning towards Rufus Scrimgeour or Amelia Bones though, mostly because they both come from the law enforcement side and would probably increase funding for the Oars. Bones seems pretty honest, but I'm not so sure about Scrimgeour. Bones. Is she related to Susan Bones from Hufflepuff? Harry asked. It's her aunt, I think. Daphne answered. Oh well, she seems nice enough. Harry responded. Harry, you can't base your decision on that. Daphne laughed. We're gonna have to teach you this whole politics thing, aren't we? I'd rather not be involved in it. You don't have a choice, you already are. You are going to have to face the fact that people care what you think. That gives you influence, and influence is power. Use it to your advantage. Daphne advised. Harry shrugged, knowing he had been caught in another how to act like a Slytherin lesson from his girlfriend. He didn't mind though, in fact it was probably good for him. By this time they had reached the Ollery, and upon Harry's entrance Hedwig flew down to meet her owner. Hello, girl. Harry said as he stroked the owl's feathers. Take this to Sirius. Okay? Thank you, Hedwig. The owl hooted softly at him before flying off carrying Harry's letter. Neither Harry nor Daphne had noticed that they were not alone in the Ollery until after Hedwig was gone. So, helping an escaped convict, are you? Draco Malfoy called from the entrance to the Ollery. Harry turned to look at him and frowned. Draco must have gotten there right after he and Daphne did and heard at least part of their conversation. He's not a convict, Malfoy, Harry answered. To be a convict you need to actually be given a trial first. Draco shrugged as if this didn't matter. Whatever. It's still a crime to be helping him. Perhaps I should turn you into the Oars, he suggested. Harry frowned angrily but was surprised when Daphne started laughing. Draco, haven't you been paying attention? She asked. No one would care even if you did tell them. Sirius Black is innocent, and Minister Fudge will soon be forced out because of it. Harry would probably get a medal for helping the poor, innocent man. Draco scowled at her statement, but suspected she was right. What's with you this year, Malfoy? Harry asked. You haven't been going out of your way to make my life miserable. Maybe I have better things to do. Didn't that ever cross your little mind, Potter? Draco said angrily, although he was beginning to look uncomfortable. Perhaps, but I don't think that's it. Harry responded. Strange how everything changed after I saved your life. Isn't it? Dumbledore told me what pure-blood tradition requires in a situation like that. You're a good pure-blood, aren't you, Draco? By this point Draco's face had turned red. Although Harry could not tell if it was because of embarrassment or anger. Harry was surprised when Daphne put her hand on his arm and gave him a small shake of her head. Of course he is, Harry, Daphne said. What did your father say when he found out you had sworn an oath to support Harry? Draco flinched a little when she asked that, and Daphne assumed that Lucius Malfoy's reaction had not been a happy one. She was absolutely correct. Draco had sworn the traditional oath as his education on pure-blooded culture had demanded of him, but his father was furious when he found that out. Lucius did not suggest that Draco should not have sworn the oath because his beliefs would have demanded he do the same thing in such a situation. He instead told his son that he should have died instead of accepting help from Harry Potter. Draco suspected that when he went home for the summer, he would be receiving some of his father's special brand of punishment in the form of the Cruciatus Curse. I did what I had to, Draco replied, not really answering the question. This changes nothing, Potter. I still despise you, and one day I will be free of this silly oath. One of us would have to be dead for that to happen. Harry answered, Believe it or not, I don't hate you, Malfoy. If I did, I would have let you die. We don't have to be enemies, we only will be if you force that to happen. We can't change what we are. Draco answered, I am a Malfoy, you are a Potter. That is all that needs be said. With that he turned and walked out of the Ollery, leaving Harry and Daphne alone once again. Harry frowned and wondered if Malfoy really did believe that his fate in life had already been determined. Harry certainly didn't. What do you think will happen to him? Harry asked a few moments later. I don't know, Harry, Daphne answered. He's still trying to be his father. There's no hope for him unless that changes. Harry nodded in silent agreement with her. He no longer felt angry towards his former rival, he just felt pity. He wondered what would have happened to the boy if he had grown up away from the influence of Lucius Malfoy. Perhaps he could have even been likable. Harry took Daphne's hand as they walked out of the Ollery, but his brief conversation with Malfoy stayed on his mind for the rest of the day. In the end, he simply found himself hoping that the Slytherin would not follow his father's footsteps and force them to become enemies. He would prefer not to have to kill him. Finally, after many weeks of studying, Hermione had a breakthrough. She had known that the creator of this ritual was a Greek wizard who had lived over 2,000 years ago, and so many of the clues he left behind might only be recognizable to those familiar with his culture. So she began reading everything she could on the ancient Greek wizards and the society they had built. Her efforts paid off when she found a clue she had not even noticed before that identified which element corresponded to one of the runes. After that, 4 of the others were easy to determine, although the last 4 were still a bit of a mystery to her. Despite that, she felt closer to solving the riddle of Heron than she ever had before, and now thought it could be finished in a few weeks if she was lucky. Happy with her progress, Hermione decided to take a break for the rest of the night. She was in the room of requirement and knew Harry and Neville would be coming in soon to practice potions. Anyway, as she carefully closed the book, she noticed that the page just inside the front cover had become unstuck. Destroying a book was unforgivable as far as she was concerned, and immediately began trying to repair it. It was then that she noticed what she had assumed was one page was in fact 2 pages stuck together. Very carefully, she began to pull the 2 pages apart. She was quite excited because she hoped the first page would have the name of the author and when the book was written. She moved slowly so that none of the pages would be torn, and after several minutes she was able to pull the pages apart far enough to notice a design on one of them. As she continued pulling, more of the page was uncovered, and she realized that the design looked very familiar. The drawing on the first page was very similar to the crest used for Slytherin House, although this one did not contain any mention of Hogwarts. For a moment she thought that perhaps it was just an older version of the Slytherin symbol, but then remembered a fact from Hogwarts A History, that it had not been changed since the school's opening. No, she realized this wasn't a school crest. It was a family crest, meaning that the book she had been obsessed with was written by someone from Salazar Slytherin's family. Considering the age of the book, it could have even been written by Salazar Slytherin himself. Hermione closed the book, unsure of what to do now. Did it even matter that the book was written by a Slytherin? She wasn't sure, although it certainly would explain the author's extensive knowledge on dark rituals. Hermione closed the book and went back to her chair to sit down and think about this new fact. As soon as she sat down, though, she heard the noise of the door being opened and 2 voices that she recognized as Harry and Neville talking. She briefly thought that perhaps she should hide the book, but realized there was no time to do that. "Hey Hermione, what are you doing here?" Harry asked when he noticed her. Did you want to help us out with our potions? Sure, Harry. Hermione answered. Actually, there was something I needed to talk to you about. What is it? Is everything okay? Harry asked. You see, I found this book, Hermione said, and turned to point at the book on rituals she had been using. To her surprise, though, the book had disappeared along with the stand it had been laying on. She realized the room must have hidden it when she thought about hiding it as Harry and Neville came in. Hermione looked back at her friends, who were now waiting for her to finish. It's probably nothing, Hermione finally said. Just forget I said anything. Are you sure you're okay? Harry asked, the concern for his friend evident in his voice. Sure, Harry. I've just had a lot on my mind lately, Hermione answered. It was just a book after all, wasn't it? And the book wasn't talking to her or trying to get her to do anything, so it wasn't evil in of itself. Besides, the ritual, even if she did try it, wasn't the work of Slytherin. He was just trying to figure it out, and he clearly didn't even know as much about it as she did. No, there was no reason to worry, and if she told Harry that is surely all he would do, it wouldn't even matter if she couldn't figure out the last 4 runes.
Okay.
So how about helping us with potions? Harry asked, unaware of his friend's train of thought. Sounds fun, Harry. Hermione replied as they began working. And so the weeks passed and the end of the school year drew nearer, and with it the 3rd task of the Triwizard Tournament. At Hogwarts, the students soon became too worried about their OWLs, newts, and regular end-of-year exams to spend much time gossiping about either the tournament or its participants. That did not mean the majority of them suddenly decided to forget all of the negative rumors that had been started regarding Harry, just that they were mainly ignored in favor of other topics. For most of them, it had been a typical year, despite the excitement of the Triwizard Tournament. The rest of the British wizarding world was still obsessed with the political drama surrounding Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge. As the days went by, it became clearer and clearer that he would not survive the hearing unless he had some huge surprise waiting, which he did not. Rita Skeeter had not let up in her attacks on Fudge, and Harry and Daphne were happy to let her continue to do so as long as she was still useful to them. There had still been no sign of either Peter Pettigrew or Barty Crouch Jr., despite all of Dumbledore and the Ministry's efforts. Whatever they were up to, they were being quiet about it. That fact worried Harry and Dumbledore more than if they had been making visible and obvious moves. Harry, Daphne, Hermione, and Neville all continued training themselves whenever they had time to. For Harry, this meant he was able to complete about 3 of his special training sessions every week. By the end of the year, it was obvious to all of them that Harry had vastly improved over where he was at when the school year began. The most surprising development, however, belonged to Neville. Once away from Professor Snape's influence, he had developed a true love and talent for potions. His interest in the subject had drastically increased after Hermione pointed out that most potions' ingredients were plants, and Neville was truly a prodigy when it came to herbology. Realizing how closely linked the 2 subjects were, Neville immediately dedicated himself to learning the properties of his beloved plants and how they could be used in various potions. Snape still harassed him during class, but he had fewer and fewer legitimate reasons to do so. By the end of the year, the 4 of them had developed close friendships with each other. Even Hermione and Daphne, who had both initially been wary of the other girl, had grown to respect and like each other. Harry thought that despite all that had gone wrong in the year, he had still enjoyed it much more than any of the previous ones, a fact he would not have expected to be true at the beginning of the year. Now, Harry thought, I only have to get through one more task and the year will be over. He had no idea how difficult that would be. It was a week before the end of the year and Hermione was once again in the room of requirement trying to solve the riddle of Heron. A month before, she had identified another connection between a rune and an element, leaving only 3 more to find. She had narrowed it down far enough that if she found one more, she would easily be able to determine the other 2. The work had been complicated and exhausting, causing her to study subjects she had not even considered before. She had enjoyed the experience, however, and was glad she had gone through with it, even if she had no idea what to do with the information. She had struggled with the decision but decided that the risks were not worth going through with the ritual. In fact, she was a little ashamed of herself for even considering it. Hermione knew she could find other ways to improve. Besides, it was not important to rush things. Yes, Hermione suddenly yelled, surprising even herself with how loud it came out. She had figured out another piece of the puzzle, but it was the key piece. At last she had identified in what configuration all 9 elements and runes should be used. Hermione's face broke out into a huge smile at what she considered the greatest accomplishment of her life so far. Of course she could not prove it was right since she wasn't willing to go through with the ritual, but she was certain it was correct. Perhaps I should tell Harry. Hermione considered there was no reason not to, was there? Of course Harry did have a lot on his mind. With the final task only days away, she would wait, Hermione decided. After the year was over and everything had calmed down, she would tell him everything. She only hoped he wouldn't be too mad at her for not telling him earlier. Next chapter we start the 3rd task. I hope this didn't feel too rushed moving on from the 2nd task, but there was little I wanted to do with that time period and decided not to just fill it with pointless rambling. I do promise you things will be different. I just hope you like what I have planned. As always, let me know what you think, and thanks for reading. Chapter 20. At last, the day of the 3rd and final task of the Triwizard Tournament had arrived. Harry tried his best not to let the excitement that had built up affect him. But as the date drew nearer, the anticipation had grown to a fever pitch in the castle, and it was impossible to ignore. He told himself that he should be proud to have done so well in the tournament as it was, but he knew that if he did not win the tournament he would be very disappointed. Harry had never worked so hard for anything in his entire life, and at last he would have the chance to prove himself in front of everyone. With about an hour left before the task was to start, Harry, Daphne, Hermione, and Neville went to the spot where the Quidditch pitch once stood, but was not a massive maze that Harry would have to navigate. The hedges that served as the maze's walls had grown since Harry last saw it, and he knew that there would be no easy way to go through or over them. The stands were already at least half full, and they were spending their time talking, laughing, and singing to a band that was playing festive music. All things considered, Harry thought it was a great setting for the 3rd task. Wow. How many people do you think are going to be here? Neville asked as he looked around. I don't know. Thousands. Harry answered as he led them to the front where they could sit down. None of the other champions had arrived yet, but Ludo Bagman was there talking to one of his assistants. Harry noticed that when Bagman saw him his face took on a very confused expression. But it quickly went away and was forgotten as Harry returned to the conversation his friends were having. I should have looked harder, Harry. I know I could have found a way through the maze, Hermione was saying as she looked at the massive obstacle in front of her. Harry laughed in response to her concern though. Stop worrying about it, Hermione. I am as ready as I can be, he assured her. Still, you should be careful. Daphne reminded him. There is really no telling what they have in there. People have died in this tournament, do not underestimate it. Harry nodded in agreement. He had gone through this on his own just hours earlier. Winning the tournament was not something worth dying for, but he would fight for it nonetheless. He had long since vowed to win the tournament, an action that had resulted in a number of positive changes in his life, so there was no way he would let this chance slip by him. So what does Krum think, Hermione? Harry asked. That he would rather be playing Quidditch. Hermione answered. Karkaroff was really the one pushing him to enter the tournament, and now that he's gone, Victor just seems bored with it. He'll do his best, but his real goal is to not get hurt and endanger his Quidditch career. That's probably the smart thing to do, Harry commented. Cedric and Fleur won't be holding back though, at least judging from what I have seen so far. They're all good competitors, but I would guess that Cedric is going to be the toughest opponent. And he'll be the second one in the maze right after you, Neville added. Due to their performances in the first 2 tasks, Harry would enter the maze first, followed a few minutes later by Cedric, then Krum, and finally Fleur. It gave Harry a slight advantage, but by no means guaranteed his victory. The group continued chatting until a few minutes later when Hermione saw Victor Krum arrive. She then wished Harry good luck and gave him a hug before walking off to talk to the Bulgarian champion. She's gonna break up with him. Not right now, of course, but soon, Daphne commented as she watched Hermione and Krum talk on the other side of the stands. What? Harry said in surprise. I thought Hermione liked Krum. She does, just not enough. Did you know he asked her to come back to Bulgaria with him? Daphne asked. He even offered to help her transfer to Durmstrang. No, she didn't tell me, Harry answered. Even Krum could see that things are getting dangerous in England these days. He thought she'd be safer there with him, and he's probably right. But Hermione told him that she couldn't leave, no matter how dangerous things got. Apparently they argued about it, but she wouldn't change her mind. When did this happen? Harry asked, wondering why Hermione had told Daphne and not him. His friend had seemed a little distant over the past few weeks. Over the past few days for the most part. She wanted to tell you about it, but thought you didn't need to worry about her love life with the third task coming up. Daphne said. Harry frowned, wishing that Hermione had talked to him anyway. At the very least he could have told her that he supported her decision. It wasn't surprising that Crumb wanted nothing to do with the problems in England though. It was after all not his home. Still, Crumb seemed like a good guy and it would have been nice to have him as an ally. I'll talk to her after this is all over with. I suppose I haven't spent much time with her lately either. I've just been busy, Harry said with a shrug. It was true. He felt like his days had been overwhelmed with schoolwork, practice for the tournament, studying potions with Neville, and spending any free time with Daphne that his friendship with Hermione had been neglected. He vowed to fix that once the tournament was finally over and behind him. Hey Harry, ready to lose? A friendly voice asked from behind him, causing Harry to turn around and look for its source. He saw a smiling Cedric Diggory walking towards him holding hands with Cho Chang. Cho, it's great to see you again, Harry answered, smiling. Although I do wonder why you still waste your time with this Burke. Oh, he's good for the occasional laugh. Cho answered, trying not to giggle while making fun of her boyfriend. Probably the same reason Daphne keeps you around. Exactly. Daphne answered before Harry could say anything. Harry, do you see what you've done? Cedric replied. You've turned them both against us. Next thing you know they'll be picking on Neville too. Leave me out of this. Neville wisely commented, resulting in laughs from everyone else. You ready for this, Harry? Cedric asked seriously. I think so, Harry answered with a nod. What about you? As ready as I'll ever be. I just wanted to say that you've really impressed me, Harry, Cedric said. When your name came out of the Goblet of Fire I thought you would be lucky to survive the tournament, but here we are nearly at the end and you're beating all of us. Whatever happens, you should be proud of yourself. Thanks, Cedric. That means a lot to me, Harry replied sincerely. I really shouldn't be in this tournament to begin with, and you would be winning right now if I wasn't. That's not your fault, Harry, Cedric answered. He knew better than to think that Harry had put his name in the Goblet of Fire and had never really believed it. Still, I hope you're ready to get your ass kicked by me today. I look forward to seeing you try, Harry said with a laugh. A moment later a loud voice was heard calling for the champions to assemble at the entrance of the maze for final instructions. Harry looked around and noticed that in the time they had been talking the stands had completely filled up with eager spectators. Sounds like it's time to go. Before he could leave or say anything else Daphne wrapped him up in a tight hug and softly said be careful. Good luck. To him. Harry nodded and hugged her back before letting go of the embrace and turning towards the maze. He glanced sideways to see Cho had Cedric in a similar hug, except she appeared to be crying as Cedric assured her he would be all right. Nodding, she finally let go and the two Hogwarts champions approached the third and final task of the Triwizard Tournament side by side. Ludo Bagman was at the entrance to maze motioning them over, and when all four champions were there he began to go over what was expected. Very good, you're all here. Congratulations on making it this far, Bagman said. But this will be the most dangerous task yet. If at any time you can no longer continue in the maze, all you must do is fire sparks into the air and someone will come get you. The first person to grab the Triwizard Cup will be declared the winner. Now, are there any questions? Bagman looked from person to person, giving them the chance to say something, but none of the champions seemed to have anything they needed to ask. When his eyes landed on Harry, Bagman's mouth opened as if he had something to say, but quickly closed his mouth and once again got a confused expression on his face which he tried to shake off so that he could continue. Well then, you'll be up first, Harry. The cannon firing will be your signal to proceed. Good luck to all of you, Bagman said as he walked off. Harry took his place at the entrance to the maze and tried to calm himself before he began. In the background Bagman was speaking to the audience and informing them all of the rules for the third task, although Harry wasn't really paying attention. Suddenly the crowd began to quiet down as they all waited for the cannon to fire. Harry pulled out his wand and wrapped his fingers tightly around it as the excitement in the crowd began to rise. Moments that felt like hours passed as Harry eagerly waited to begin. Boom! Finally, the cannon fired and Harry happily ran into the maze. Seconds later he ran into a wall and was forced to make his first decision of the day. Whether to turn left or right. Neither option appeared any more attractive than the other, so Harry picked one at random and turned left, heading deeper into the maze. He had walked about 20 paces in that direction when he met his first obstacle of the day, although this one made him laugh instead of shiver in fear. A group of about a dozen Cornish pixies was flying straight towards him, and they appeared to be quite angry. This was something that even an average wizard should have no problem with, although he did remember it being too much for Gilderoy Lockhart to handle in second year. Stupefy! Harry called out, altering the wand movement slightly so that the stunner was a bit weaker but covered a larger area. As the bright red light hit the pixies, they immediately dropped to the ground unconscious. Harry looked at the tiny blue creatures with and laughed, wondering what else he would find in the maze. His thoughts were interrupted by a loud roar that came from somewhere deeper into the maze. The roar was easily as loud as a dragon's, although it sounded different and must have come from something else. It seemed that the more dangerous obstacles would be found farther into the maze. The sound of the cannon firing forced Harry to start moving again. He knew that it was the signal for Cedric to enter the maze, and he wasn't that far ahead of the other Hogwarts champion. He looked back to see if it was possible to see Cedric from this point in the maze, but at that moment the huge bushes making up the wall of the maze grew together and blocked his view and his way back. The new wall looked just like all the others, meaning it would be impossible for him to tell if the maze had changed unless he remembered what it looked like previously. His thought that attempting to map out the maze would be useless proved to be absolutely correct. Harry turned and continued in the direction he had been heading. Soon he was faced with another decision on which way to go, and this time chose to turn right instead of heading straight. He knew that the Triwizard Cup was roughly in the center of the maze, so decided that he would try to head in that direction, although he knew that there was no way he would find a direct route. The path he was on led him through many twists and turns, but the path did not branch out and offer him a choice to head in a different direction. After a while he began to get a bad feeling that this part of the maze led to nowhere, a belief that was confirmed a few minutes later when he ran into a dead end. He groaned in frustration as he had no other choice but to turn around and retrace his steps. He doubted it would be the last time that happened to him today. Once again Harry heard the cannon firing, this time meaning that Victor Crumb had now entered the maze. Harry wished he had some way of knowing how the other were doing, but that was impossible. The only sign that he would have they were in trouble would be if they shot sparks into the air, and that had not happened yet. Harry continued on and began to explore new paths that would hopefully lead him to the Triwizard Cup. Eventually he came to a circular clearing that had 5 paths leading off in different directions. As he stood there deciding which way to go, he heard the soft sounds of some creature coming towards him. He turned to face the new challenge with his wand, ready to defend himself, when he saw dozens of creatures that looked like gray lobsters with green spots approaching him. The small animals were closer than he thought they would be, and Harry knew he was very fortunate to have spotted them when he did. Harry recognized them to be mackled malaclaws, and while it was doubtful they could kill anyone, a bite from a malaclaw would make a person unlucky for about a week. Any champion that was bit by a malaclaw would therefore almost certainly not win the tournament and was likely to get hurt by one of the maze's other obstacles. Petrificus totalis, Harry called out, casting the body-bind curse on all of the creatures at once. Even with the curse in place, the lobster-like creatures were still attempting to bit him, although they couldn't get any closer. Harry then levitated them all into the center of the circular room, where he thought one of the other champions might come and disillusion them. Harry laughed as he walked out of the circular room and into an unexplored path. He would know better than to walk through the center of the room, but maybe his competition wouldn't. He did not want any of them to get hurt, but he would take any advantage he could get. The cannon then fired for the 4th and final time. Now all of the champions were in the maze. Harry felt that he probably had a decent advantage on the others, but the maze was so confusing that it was hard to tell how much of one he had. He felt a renewed sense of urgency rising in him and knew he would have to move fast if he wanted to win. As Harry rounded the next turn in the maze, he came face to face with a giant wall of fire. He suddenly had the urge to turn around and head in a different direction, and in fact was almost back around the corner when he realized that his urge to leave had been produced by a strong compulsion charm. Knowing that it was a trick, Harry turned back towards the wall of fire. He pointed his wand at the fire and cast the flame-freezing charm, but his spell flew past the wall of fire and seemed to have no effect at all. Harry tried again and got identical results. With a curious look on his face, Harry began to approach the wall of fire and immediately realized something was off about it. Despite the huge flames that reached as high as the massive walls of the maze, the fire was not giving off any heat at all. It's an illusion, Harry suddenly realized. Smiling, Harry confidently walked through the flames and safely out the other side. He hoped this was a sign he was headed in the right direction, but knew it was possible the maze's designer just wanted him to think that. The maze was proving to be quite challenging. Harry kept exploring the maze, but the next two paths he took resulted in dead ends that wasted valuable time. The other champions could be well ahead of him by now if they didn't face similar problems. His worries that the other champions could be beating him were lessened when he heard a feminine scream towards the direction of the entrance of the maze, followed shortly thereafter by red sparks shooting high into the sky. Harry assumed that meant Fleur Delacour, wherever she had been, was now out of the tournament. He wondered what had gotten to her, but since she took a different path than him, it was impossible to know. As Harry continued walking, the maze wall suddenly closed behind him, forcing him to continue in the direction he was heading. Only moments later, though, he felt the ground begin to slightly shake and heard loud footsteps approaching him. Something big was headed his way, and from the sounds of things was just around the next corner. Harry held his wand out, ready to cast any spell he needed to, and waited for the threat to approach. Slowly a massive shape turned the corner in front of him, and Harry found himself facing a huge troll. The troll slowly turned its head as if it knew someone was close by but wasn't sure where. Harry noticed that it was dragging a large wooden club behind it, although due to its size the club looked more like a tree trunk than anything else. It then began snarling and sniffing the air like an animal still looking for its prey. Harry knew that he could get past this obstacle. After all, he and Ron had fought off a troll as first years. This one was quite a bit bigger, but it still had weaknesses. While trolls were incredibly resistant to spells cast on them, spells that affected the environment around them were especially useful. The troll finally spotted Harry and began charging towards him, his massive club held up high in the air waiting to strike. Harry knew he had to act quickly and first cast Aguamenti, causing a large pool of water appear between him and the troll. His next spells was Glacius, which froze the water he had just conjured. When the troll hit the ice, it began to slip, and Harry helped it fall by cast a strong Impedimenta. As the tripping hex hit the troll, it fell hard on its face and broke its nose. Harry wasted no time in conjuring vines out of the earth that wrapped around the troll and held him down. He kept conjuring vines until he was sure that the troll could not move at all, although it still was shaking in a useless attempt to free itself. He then calmly walked past it and further into the maze, leaving the troll screaming in frustration. Harry kept searching for the Triwizard Cup, but after another 15 minutes he was still unable to figure out where to go. He knew that he was now somewhere close to the center of the maze and that the cup should be close by, but he had still not seen it. At one point he had heard the sound of Crumb battling some type of beast, but the thick walls prevented him from seeing what was going on. He did not see any sparks shoot up from where the fight was going on, however, and assumed Crumb had won. He then resumed his search and walked down a path that had just become available to him when the walls shifted again. He knew he was now in a part of the maze he had not seen before and hoped it would produce better results than the last one. Harry had been walking for a few minutes when he heard a scream coming from very close by. He started running towards the scream, and when he turned the next corner saw what had caused it. Cedric Diggory was in a violent battle with an acromantula, and the giant spider was winning. Cedric had been knocked to the ground and the acromantula had him pinned down, its huge fangs ready to strike and release their venom into its victim. Cedric could hardly move, and his wand appeared to have been knocked out of his hand and out of reach. Harry reacted immediately and jumped into battle to save the older champion who had become his friend. A strong cutting curse aimed at one of the spider's legs severed it in half and drew a pained hissing noise from the beast. Its attention turned towards Harry, and as it approached him Cedric was able to free himself and crawl away towards his wand. Conjunctivitis, Harry said as he pointed his wand towards the acromantula's many eyes. When the curse hit the spider's eyes it howled in pain and frustration because it could no longer see. Cedric took advantage of the creature's attention towards Harry and hit one of its back legs with a strong reducto that shattered the appendage and left it useless. Harry's next spell was one that would almost certainly be considered dark if it had been used on a human being, but he had no problems using it on a spider. Cruor morsis, he called, causing a dull orange spell to fly towards and hit the spider. As it did, the acromantula's blood became slightly acidic, causing the beast to violently shake in pain. Harry held the spell for a few seconds longer, and soon the animal was curled up in a ball making strange cries of pain. "I think you beat it, Harry," Cedric said as he walked over to the other champion. Harry had stopped the spell, but the animal was still clearly in excruciating pain. "I wasn't sure what that spell would do. Now I feel a little bad about using it, even on an acromantula," Harry said softly. He then walked towards the spider and cast another cutting curse, this time on its neck. The spider died immediately. "It would have died anyway, I just hope I saved it a little pain," he explained. "I understand. It was the nice thing to do," Cedric agreed. He then turned his back towards Harry to look around the maze, still trying to figure out which way he wanted to go. "This tournament is pretty crazy." "Huh? I'd say so," Harry answered. For a moment neither of them said anything else, but then Harry decided it was time to leave. "Hey Cedric." "Yeah Harry? I'm sorry about this." "Huh?" Cedric said as he turned his head back towards Harry. He immediately saw that Harry had his wand pointed at him, but Cedric had no time to draw his wand and defend himself. Harry silently cast Stupefy and his fellow Hogwarts champion dropped to the ground as soon as the spell hit him. Harry almost felt bad about this, but figured he had done enough to help Cedric by saving him from the acromantula. Besides, what he did wasn't against the rules. He shot sparks into the air so that someone would come and help his friend before leaving the area behind him. It was only minutes later that Harry turned another corner that looked like countless others he had seen in the past few hours. But this time something was different. The corner led to a long straight hallway, and at the end of the path the Triwizard Cup was softly glowing as it stood on a pedestal. Harry grinned in excitement. He was finally at the end. He began running towards the cup and realized a moment later that it was good he was running because the maze's walls began to crash down around him. Harry ran as fast as he could and was only barely able to keep ahead of the falling bushes that threatened to crush him. When he reached the clearing at the end of the path, he took a moment to catch his breath before walking up to the Triwizard Cup. The trophy itself was beautiful and Harry thought with a smile that it would look good hanging up in his dorm room. As he reached towards it, he stopped with his fingers only inches away from the cup. He could feel magic flowing off of it, but he was unable to identify what spells had been cast on it from the feel alone. He paused, wondering if this was some trick and not really the Triwizard Cup. Unfortunately, he had no way to know for sure. It certainly looked like the Triwizard Cup. Harry cast the diagnostic charms he knew on the cup and was able to determine that it had not been poisoned and there were not any deadly curses placed on it. But beyond that he was clueless. After a few moments he decided that he had no choice but to take the Triwizard Cup and see what happened. Taking one final breath to prepare himself, Harry grabbed the cup and immediately felt a familiar pulling sensation at his navel. "A portkey," he said in realization as he vanished. Harry had never liked traveling by portkey, but remembered the tips he had heard on how to land safely unlike his last journey by portkey. Even so, when he landed he dropped down to a knee and immediately had his wand out ready to face anything. He was still surprised by what he saw. Harry Potter wins the Tri-Wizard Tournament. "Ludo," Bagman's voice called out as the crowd erupted into cheers so loud that Harry was tempted to put his hands over his ears to protect himself from them. He looked around and saw that the portkey had dropped him on a huge stage that had been erected in front of the maze's entrance. Fleur Delacour was seated in a chair towards the back of the stage looking quite unhappy. Harry then noticed that Cedric Diggory and Victor Crumb were both being led out of the maze and towards the stage. Crumb also looked disappointed, but Cedric was surprisingly laughing as he looked at Harry. Harry smiled back, happy that Cedric apparently didn't hold any hard feeling towards him for what happened in the maze. "Congratulations, Harry," Cedric said after leaping onto the stage. "But that was still a dirty trick you used." "I know, but I said I was sorry," Harry reminded him as they both started laughing about it. Crumb calmly climbed the steps to the stage and nodded slightly in Harry's direction. Harry shrugged and decided that was as much of a congratulations as he was going to get from the Durmstrang champion. The crowd, meanwhile, had not quieted down in the least. The cheers only became louder when Harry proudly raised the Triwizard Cup over his head for all to see. As he did, he scanned the crowd looking for his friends. Eventually he found them and saw that they were all excitedly waving at him and cheering.
Come, Harry.
"There is still much to be done," Ludo Bagman said from behind him. Harry nodded and walked towards the podium that Bagman had positioned himself behind. Another tournament official was motioning for him to place the Triwizard Cup on a small stand in front of him, and Harry happily did so. They had to wait several minutes for the cheering to die down so that Bagman could begin the presentation, but eventually he did. "Ladies and gentlemen, today is a monumental day for our world," Bagman began. Harry looked at the older man curiously. His normal speaking voice was excited and spontaneous, but he was now talking in an odd monotone and as if he were reading from a script. "Truly, a day for the history books. You, Harry Potter, are more important than you realize." The crowd continued to cheer. They, apparently, did not share Harry's concern that something felt a bit off about the whole situation. "You will bear witness. You shall see the rise of the greatest wizard of our age," Bagman continued. He then pulled a galleon out of his pocket and turned towards Harry. "Tonight, the Dark Lord lives again." Bagman then thrust the galleon towards Harry, and as it touched him, Harry once again felt the odd pull at his navel, which he knew meant the coin was a port key. This time definitely not one taking him to a safe location. In the brief moment before he disappeared, Harry looked into Bagman's eyes. They were dull, emotionless, and looked slightly clouded over. The Imperius Curse. Harry was able to think before he vanished. In those few short moments, the cheers of the crowd turned to screams and panic. This only escalated when Ludo Bagman pointed his wand in the air and yelled "More Smordra," causing the dark mark to appear in the sky. The first one to act was actually Cedric Diggory, who promptly knocked Bagman unconscious with a stunner to the back. Aurors and Professor Dumbledore rushed to the stage, but by that time there was little they could do. Harry Potter was gone, and they had no idea where he could possibly be. "So, what did you think of the third task?" "I think I dropped enough hints earlier that there was something going on with Bagman, and this was a new way to get him to Voldemort's resurrection party." "Yes, Cedric lives. I think the character has potential and would like to keep him around for a while. Anyhow, hope you guys liked it. Thanks for reading and please review." Chapter 21. Harry's second portkey journey of the day was much longer and more disorienting than the first. He felt his body spun around as if he were in some kind of magical tornado which seemed to never stop. Finally, he felt the spinning slow and knew he was approaching his destination. Harry concentrated on holding on to his wand and hoped he would be able to land on his feet. But as the portkey dropped him, he rolled on the hard ground before finally coming to a stop. As he lay there, Harry tried to reactivate the portkey, but it was no use. Bagman had given him a one-way portkey, meaning he would have to find another way home. Pushing himself to a standing position, Harry desperately tried to fight off the dizziness as he looked around trying to figure out where the portkey had taken him. He was in a cemetery, Harry realized at once. He had walked past cemeteries before and knew what they were supposed to look like, but this one seemed completely wrong to him. The headstones marking the graves were mostly old and crumbling, and instead of being arranged in neat rows, they had apparently been placed randomly. The grounds were not covered with freshly cut green grass but hard rocks and dirt with only a few sickly weeds sticking up through the ground. None of the graves had flowers placed near them, leading Harry to think that perhaps no one had come here in quite a long time. The sound of footsteps approaching quickly proved that he was wrong. Harry quickly turned towards the direction the footsteps were coming from and saw two figures approaching him, each wearing dark cloaks that covered their faces. One was small, fat, and appeared to be carrying something like a parent would hold a baby. The other was taller, thinner, and his head had the habit of jerking from side to side as if looking for threats. Suddenly Harry felt a painful burning in his scar, and he knew without a doubt what, or rather who, was being carried towards him. Seize him. A strange, almost inhuman voice called out from the bundle that the fat man was carrying. The taller man stepped forward with his wand held ready before pulling back the hood of his cloak to reveal his face. Barty Crouch, Jr., Harry said in recognition as he raised his wand to face the older man. That would mean that the shorter man was almost definitely Peter Pettigrew. Correct, Mr. Potter. 10 points to Gryffindor. He answered with an insane chuckle. There'll be no one to come and rescue you now. I suggest you just give up, it will be far less painful that way. Go to hell, Barty, Harry said as he silently cast a bone-breaking curse at the man who had once impersonated Alastor Moody. Crouch was able to sidestep the spell fairly easily and sent a body-bind curse at Harry, apparently attempting to capture him as he was ordered. Harry brought up a shield which was easily able to absorb the energy of Crouch's curse and then began trying to lure Crouch away from the others. Wormtail seemed to be focused on protecting whatever form Voldemort had taken that was now laying in his arms, but Harry knew he would have to keep an eye on them. Crouch's next spell was, surprisingly, a Stupefy. Harry almost laughed at this because he realized that he held an advantage over his opponent. Crouch, for whatever reason, was trying to subdue him without injuring him. Harry did not have to worry about trying to avoid hurting Crouch, in fact he wanted to do so. Harry sent a series of chain spells at Crouch including a Incendio, a Confundus, a Jellylegs Jinx, and ended with a spell that produced hurricane force winds. The first 2 spells missed and Crouch was just barely able to raise a shield against the Jellylegs Jinx, but he was caught completely off guard by Harry's wind spell. Crouch's magical shield was unable to stop the physical force of the wind, and he was hurled back several feet and landed painfully on his back. Unlike their first battle, Harry was now casting completely silently, and with much more power than he was previously capable of. Crouch began rolling as soon as he hit the ground and was, luckily for him, able to avoid Harry's follow-up curses. He was quickly growing frustrated by his situation and the fact that this mere boy was beating him. With a pained grunt, Crouch leapt to his feet and screamed Crucio, hoping that he would not only catch his opponent off guard but that his master would not be too angry with him. Harry, however, was prepared for the Death Eater's use of an unforgivable curse and conjured a stone shield to appear in front of him. Crouch's Cruciatus curse struck the wall and shattered it, but in doing so the spell's energy was spent and it died harmlessly. Before the stone pieces could hit the ground, Harry banished them back at Crouch and was happy to hear the man yelp in surprise and pain. "Damn you, Potter!" Crouch roared as he angrily raised his wand again. Harry saw with a brief smile of satisfaction that he had his enemy frustrated and off guard. But unfortunately this had caused Crouch to abandon his earlier plan to capture Harry unharmed. "Reducto!" Crouch shouted, causing Harry to jump to the side in order to avoid the powerful spell. Harry's wand never left Crouch as he avoided the spell, and as soon as he had the chance Harry returned fire. This time he did say the name of the spell out loud because he wanted Crouch to hear what was coming. After all, he was the one who had taught it to him. "Inficio!" Harry called as a sickly yellow light erupted from the tip of his wand. Crouch's eyes widened in surprise as he tried to avoid the spell, but he wasn't quick enough and it caught him on the hip. Immediately his cloak began to disintegrate and the skin below bubbled as if it were melting. He was barely able to contain his screams enough to perform the counter curse, which still left behind a nasty-looking wound. "Use my spell against me, will you?" Crouch yelled in rage. "Avada Kedavra!" The killing curse flew towards Harry, and he reacted on instinct by conjuring another stone wall to shield himself. This time the impact of the spell turned his shield into dust instead of pebbles like the Cruciatus curse had done. "Barty, you fool!" Voldemort screamed from his spot on the sideline. "I need him alive. Forgive me, Master," Crouch answered, although his eyes never left Harry. "I shall not fail you again." Harry had briefly glanced over and even from far away could see that Voldemort had been able to take some small physical shape, which meant that he could be destroyed by his touch like Quirrell had been in his first year at Hogwarts. He only needed to get past Crouch and close enough to Voldemort to grab him. "Stupefy!" Crouch called, bringing Harry's attention back to the duel. Harry in response raised his most powerful shield and began running towards his opponent. Crouch began rapidly firing non-lethal spells at Harry, but his shield was far too strong to be broken by any of the simple spells he was using. Before he knew it, Harry had almost completely closed the distance between them and Crouch hesitated, not sure if Harry was trying to physically or magically attack him. A mere moment before Harry reached Crouch, he dropped his shield and began casting the strongest blasting curse he could manage. By the time he completed the spell, the tip of his wand was inches away from Crouch's chest, and the man had no chance at all to do anything to lessen the impact of the curse. The powerful spell sent Crouch flying through the air and across the cemetery. He was only stopped when he hit a large headstone which broke in half from the impact. He was immediately knocked unconscious. Harry watched this happen and felt a small amount of shock. He didn't think he had put that much power into the spell, but apparently it was enough. Harry briefly wondered if Crouch had survived the crash. He hadn't noticed, however, that his charge towards Crouch had brought him alarmingly close to Wormtail and Voldemort. He never even saw the stunner that hit him in the back coming. "Good, Wormtail. Now we can begin," Voldemort said with a chilling laugh. Meanwhile, the panic at Hogwarts had not died down any. The dark mark still hung menacingly in the air, constantly reminding everyone what had happened. Most of the spectators had remained in their seats even though the tournament had ended. Many stayed to discuss whether or not the Dark Lord could or would return. Others stayed because they expected something else to happen. Harry's friends attempted to get as much information from their teachers as was possible, but in truth no one seemed to really know what was going on. All they could determine for sure was that Ludo Bagman had been taken into custody and was now being interrogated in Professor Dumbledore's office by the Aurors and the headmaster himself. Bagman's questioning started with an examination of his left arm, where to some surprise they did not find the dark mark. Further inspection revealed signs that Bagman had been under the Imperius curse very recently, and was therefore probably not responsible for his actions. After being awoken and dosed with Veritaserum, he revealed that he could not remember anything he had said on stage after Harry's victory, nor did he know who had placed the Imperius curse on him, or where the portkey had taken Harry. These revelations meant that there was no easy way to find Harry. Unless they got very lucky, it would be up to Harry to find his way home. The first thing Harry noticed when he woke up was that he could not move his arms or legs. His eyes slowly opened and saw that he was tied up and he had no idea where his wand was. He knew he had made a mistake and lost track of Wormtail during his fight with Crouch. He would have kicked himself if he could have moved his legs. Harry tried to think of how he was going to get out of this situation, but so far nothing came to mind. Looking around, Harry saw that Barty Crouch Jr.'s unconscious body was still slumped against the broken headstone where he had fallen. Crouch appeared to still be breathing, indicating he must have survived the impact. Harry felt a small bit of relief when he saw that, even though he knew it was probably a foolish thing to do in this situation. Voldemort had apparently decided it wasn't worth the effort to heal Crouch yet. With Harry tied up, the Dark Lord must not have felt that his adversary was much of a threat. Wormtail, meanwhile, was busy watching over a huge cauldron that was full of some dark, bubbling liquid. Harry wasn't sure what the potion was for, but he knew it was not a good sign. "It's ready, my lord," Wormtail said humbly. "Begin at once." The ugly creature that was Voldemort replied. Wormtail nodded and carefully picked up his master before placing him in the cauldron. The potion inside hissed as sparks shot from it, and the liquid inside began to swirl around violently. But after a few moments it calmed down and Wormtail continued with the ritual. "Bone of the Father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son," Wormtail said. As he spoke, he lifted what Harry assumed was a human leg bone and dropped it into the cauldron. The potion bubbled again and turned an ugly blue color. Wormtail paused to check on the potion as if he was unsure he had done it correctly, but when he had assured himself he continued. It was clear from his words what he intended to do. Harry knew without a doubt he was watching a ritual meant to return Voldemort from his body. Harry struggled to free himself and stop the dark ritual, but it was no use. He still could not move. He began trying to think of a way to disrupt the ritual but was unsure what he could do. His only hope was to get Wormtail to end it himself. "Flesh of the servant, willingly given, you will revive your master," Wormtail said as he lifted up a knife and placed it at his wrist. He was a moment away from slicing it off when Harry interrupted him. "Peter, stop," Harry yelled. "Please don't do this. It's too late for that, Harry." Wormtail answered and raised the knife again. "You don't have to do this," Harry replied, still hoping that the man would change his mind. "But I do. I have no choice, you see. If I don't do this, he will kill me. I saved your life. You owe me," Harry said, but he knew his words were having little impact. "It doesn't work that way." Wormtail then turned away, placed the knife on his wrist once again. He closed his eyes as if trying to work up the courage to go through with the act and then, with all his strength, pushed the blade through the flesh and bone of his arm. When he was done, his entire hand dropped into the cauldron and he howled in pain. The potion, meanwhile, continued to simmer but had now turned a red color much like blood. Wormtail took a minute to compose himself before continuing the ritual. "Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. You will resurrect your foe," the Death Eater said as he approached Harry. He still held in his hand the ritual knife he had been using, and Harry knew Wormtail had come for his blood. "Don't do it, Peter. Please," Harry said, but Wormtail was now ignoring him. He drew the knife and plunged it into Harry's arm as Harry fought to not scream out in pain. The tip of Wormtail's knife was now coated with Harry's blood, and he held it carefully as if it contained some priceless treasure. Wormtail walked over to the cauldron and lightly flicked the knife at it, spilling a few drops of Harry's blood into the concoction. It immediately began to spark and bubble like never before, eventually turning a blinding white color. Wormtail began stepping away from the potion as if he were afraid of it, but his eyes never left it. Harry's attention never left the cauldron either, and for a brief moment he held hope that something had gone wrong. But then he felt pain from his scar like never before, and knew that somehow Wormtail and Barty Crouch Jr. had returned Lord Voldemort to his body. A moment later a dark form began to rise out of the cauldron. It was bald, pale, and covered in a dark cloak. Although its form was human, Harry thought it looked more like some dark creature. The creature held its head in its hands as it rose out of the still bubbling potion. When he was finally free, Voldemort pulled his hands away from his face and to look at them, giving Harry his first clear look at what the Dark Lord had become. Voldemort looked nothing like the teenage version of Tom Riddle Harry had encountered in the Chamber of Secrets. He had been a rather handsome young man with dark hair and pale skin. The monster now standing before Harry had skin that was almost gray and no hair at all. Its face only looked vaguely human, with a flat nose and bright red eyes. The Dark Lord spent a moment examining himself carefully, as if looking for flaws in his form before turning to face Harry and sending him a cruel smile.
Come, Wormtail,
he commanded. "Yes, master," his servant answered as he scampered towards Voldemort. He then knelt and held out a wand towards his master. "Your wand, my Lord." Voldemort reached out and grabbed the wand. As his finger touched it, his twisted face took on an expression of triumph. "Your arm," Voldemort demanded. "Thank you, master," Wormtail exclaimed as he happily held out his stump of an arm. "Your other arm," Voldemort clarified. Wormtail gasped in surprise, but obediently held out his other wand. Even from far away, Harry could see that Wormtail's dark mark was now as black as night and perfectly visible. Voldemort pressed his wand into his servant's arm as the other man winced in pain but said nothing. Moments later, men in full Death Eater's robes began apparating into the cemetery. Each of them wore masks that covered their faces so Harry was unable to see who had come. One thing was clear, however. His odds of escaping had dropped dramatically. The Death Eaters stood in a circle surrounding Voldemort as he looked around, inspecting them. Harry could not tell if he was happy with what he found or not, but the Death Eaters seemed to be nervous. As the Dark Lord began speaking, they all dropped to a knee, as if before royalty. "After all these years, my friends, we have been reunited," Voldemort began. "And yet I must wonder, where were all of you when I needed you the most? For years I was trapped somewhere between life and death, and none of you searched for me." "I did, my lord," Wormtail bravely or perhaps foolishly said. "Out of fear, not loyalty. I suppose you do deserve some reward for your efforts, however. Hold out your arm." Voldemort ordered, and Wormtail gratefully complied. Using a spell that Harry did not recognize, Voldemort conjured a magical silver hand to appear where Wormtail's had been. Wormtail held up the hand and stared at it in awe. Voldemort, meanwhile, was looking at his wand with a confused expression on his face, as if something had happened he did not expect. A moment later the look was gone, and he was once again standing before his followers. "Where were you, Avery? Were you Goyle? Crabbe? Not? And what of you, Malfoy?" Voldemort asked. Harry sat and listened, though he was not at all surprised to see it confirmed that Lucius Malfoy was a Death Eater. "My lord," Malfoy began to plead pathetically, "I was constantly on the alert. Had there been any sign, any whisper, quiet—" "Lucius," Voldemort said forcefully, and Malfoy knew better than to continue. "There will be time to make up for past failures later. Now we must be suitable hosts and attend to our guest." With that he pointed at Harry, who was still tied up and bleeding from his arm. Harry could hear the Death Eaters laughing from behind their masks at his predicament. Voldemort began walking towards him as he spoke, and was soon standing right in front of him. The world was foolish enough to think that this mere child had destroyed the most powerful wizard of all time. It was not he that defeated me that night, but a mistake on my part. Old magic was at work that night, powerful magic. I did recognize it then, but I do now, and I have overcome it. Believe me, Harry, I can touch you now. With that, Voldemort pressed his finger into Harry's forehead where his famous scar lay. The pain Harry felt in that moment eclipsed anything else he had ever experienced. "Now, Harry, we shall see if the boy who lived can truly stand against Lord Voldemort," the Dark Lord said with a sneer. "Wormtail, untie him, and give him his wand." Wormtail rushed to obey his master, and soon Harry was free with his wand in his hand. Harry nervously looked around and knew full well that he was surrounded by potential threats as well as face-to-face with one of the world's most powerful wizards. Voldemort looked like he was preparing to continue his speech, but Harry thought his best option was to get on the offensive and stay on it as long as he could. Harry began casting and moving as quickly and as powerfully as he could. Even Professor Flitwick would have been proud of him if he had been there. The chain of spells he used was one he had come up with months earlier and practiced constantly. It included piercing hexes, tripping jinxes, cutting curses, Crouch's acid spell, bone-breaking curses, a tickling charm, a cutting curse, a charm that caused boils to break out on its victim's face, and ended with a massive bombarda. But even though Harry was casting at his best, nothing seemed to get past Voldemort's defenses. Everything he threw at the Dark Lord was either blocked by conjured or summoned items or simply avoided. When the dust cleared from his last spell, which had been powerful enough to leave a small crater in the ground, Lord Voldemort was still standing there laughing at him.
"I'm impressed, Harry,"
Voldemort said. "Perhaps you should rethink the offer I made to you years ago. Join me and I will help you reach your full potential." "Never," Harry responded angrily. He then transfigured 2 headstones into massive bears which he sent to attack Voldemort. But before they could reach him, the Dark Lord had destroyed them with 2 lazy swipes of his wand. "You still have much to learn. Pity you won't get the chance," Voldemort taunted. Harry wasn't sure what to do. Despite all of his training and his relatively easy victory over Barty Crouch Jr., he was still clearly not in Voldemort's league. Gathering his courage, Harry went back on attack. He decided that he would have to use his deadliest spells and so cast Cruor Mortis, the same spell he had used against the Acromantual in the maze. Voldemort was finally forced to raise a shield to defend himself, but when he did, something very strange happened. Beams of pure magic stretched from each of their wands, connecting them. As they did, Harry felt a strong drain on his magical reserves and knew he could not keep this, whatever it was, up for very long. Voldemort was distracted by this unexpected phenomenon, and Harry saw his chance to strike. Harry ended the spell just as it started to form a dome above him and quickly fired off a cutting curse towards Voldemort's head. The Dark Lord had been distracted by what had happened and tried to sidestep the spell, but was only partially successful. A long cut opened up on Voldemort's cheek and blood began to trickle down to his chin. Voldemort roared in anger and then finally began attacking Harry. Harry used his speed to avoid the first wave of spells, but as he tried to jump behind a headstone, was struck with the Cruciatus curse. Harry screamed as Voldemort held the torture curse on him. He had felt the curse before during his fight with Barty Crouch Jr., but the Death Eater's version of the spell felt like a tickling charm when compared to Voldemort's Cruciatus. The pain coursed through every part of his body, and Harry felt as if he were on verge of going insane. A moment later, Voldemort lifted the spell, and Harry could hear the evil man laughing at his suffering. "So this is all the great Harry Potter can manage? Pathetic." Voldemort laughed. "I think I shall send your head back to Dumbledore. What do you think of that, Harry?" "No good." Harry gasped. "He likes socks." The Dark Lord chuckled at Harry's response and slightly lowered his wand. Harry's trembling fingers closed tightly around his wand, which he had almost dropped during his torture at the hands of Lord Voldemort. The Dark Lord took a step back and motioned for Harry to stand up. "Get up, Harry. You do want to meet death on your feet, don't you?" Voldemort said. Harry had been slowly making his way to a standing position anyway, and a moment later was finally able to stand and face the Dark Lord. Harry looked around for some last-minute way to save himself, but could find nothing. He was still completely surrounded and no help was coming. "I'm going to die here," Harry thought with sad laugh. His little chuckle soon turned into an audible laugh which had the Death Eaters thinking that perhaps Lord Voldemort's Cruciatus had driven the boy, who lived insane after all. "You think death is funny, do you?" Voldemort asked as he raised his wand towards Harry. Finally Harry stopped laughing and raised his wand to face the Dark Lord. "Any last words?" "Screw you, Tom," Harry said with another laugh. Voldemort, furious with Harry's use of his true name, yelled out Avada Kedavra and sent the killing curse flying towards Harry, who was able to leap out of the way. Around them the Death Eaters, fearing that a stray killing curse could catch them unprepared, began to search for cover. Harry returned fire with a reducto, but Voldemort was easily able to avoid it. The Dark Lord then cast another killing curse, but Harry was able to conjure a rock wall to shield him from the spell. The shield exploded when the curse hit it, but Harry didn't wait for the dust to clear before banishing a conjured spear back towards Voldemort. When the dust settled, it was clear he had missed, but he had no time to think about it because Voldemort sent yet another killing curse his way. Harry leapt to the side to avoid the curse, but unfortunately Voldemort had been expecting that, and had summoned a headstone which slammed into Harry's side and knocked him off balance. Before Harry could recover, Voldemort had cast the killing curse again. Harry's eyes widened as he saw the green spell speeding towards him. In that moment he knew he couldn't avoid it, and that he had been beaten. The impact of the spell knocked Harry off of his feet and sent him spinning to the ground. When he landed, Voldemort stood victorious over Harry and looked down at his unmoving body. Below him, Harry's lifeless eyes lay open and staring off into the distance. Back at Hogwarts, Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge had arrived and taken the stage in an attempt to calm the audience and look for a way in which he could take advantage of the situation for his own political benefit. With his hearing on the Sirius Black case only a day away, Fudge was getting desperate to find a way to remain in office. He knew the last thing the public wanted to hear was that, who was still alive, and so he spent his time on stage promising that the Dark Lord was dead and that there was no way he could ever come back. Some people seemed eager to believe him, but others weren't convinced. Ludo Bagman had been transferred to the Ministry of Magic for further questioning. It seemed clear that he would not face charges for his actions due to the evidence pointing towards the Imperius Curse. He was, however, immediately fired from his position with the ministry, and rumors were beginning to circulate that the goblins had demanded he be turned over to them after his release to face punishment for crimes against them. Harry's friends did not give up searching for more information, but unfortunately they continued to find nothing new. Meanwhile, Dumbledore sat alone in his office wondering what he could have done differently, and what it would mean if Harry died. One thing was clear: dark days lay ahead. Harry's eyes popped open and he sat up, wondering what had happened. Upon seeing his surroundings, however, he also wondered where he was. A strange whimper caught his attention and he turned to look in that direction. He saw a strange creature that reminded him of what Voldemort had been before the ritual to return him to his body, but Harry had no idea what it meant. Around him the world was completely white and without definition, and the blankness of his surroundings seemed to go on forever. "Harry," a gentle female voice called out, seemingly from all around him. "Hello?" Harry asked. "Who's there?" As he continued to look around, he finally saw two forms approaching him in the distance. As they drew closer, he saw that one was man and the other was a woman. They appeared to be holding hands and slowly walking towards him. After what felt like hours to Harry, they finally got close enough that he could see them clearly. "Mom? Dad?" Harry said uncertainly. "Is that really you?" Finally, they were close enough for him to be sure, and when he ran to them and allowed them to wrap him into a strong hug. Harry could not help but begin crying as he held on to his parents for the first time he could remember. For a long time they hugged and did not speak, and for that time Harry's questions about what was happening seemed unimportant to him. "It's okay, Harry," his mother reassured him. "It's really us. Well, as real as it can be." "I'm dead, aren't I?" Harry asked. "Does that mean I get to stay here with you?" "You aren't exactly dead, son," his father informed him. "But you aren't exactly alive either. You have a choice, Harry. You can die or you can go back." "What if I want to stay with you?" Harry replied. The emotions from meeting his parents were still overwhelming. "We have some things to explain to you first," Lily answered. "We love you very much, Harry, but it is important that you go back." "Why?" Harry asked, clearly upset. "Because of Voldemort," James said, and glanced over to the ugly creature that Harry had noticed when he first arrived. "Voldemort has tried to make himself immortal, and that is how." "What is it?" Harry asked, looking over at the creature his dad had pointed at. "It's a piece of his soul," Lily answered. "He accidentally transferred it to you the night we died. It is why your scar hurts whenever he is around. It's called a Horcrux, Harry, and as long as it is still alive, Voldemort cannot truly be killed. But if I die, it does too, right?" Harry guessed. "So I can't go back. That piece will die even if you do go back," James said. "But that isn't the only piece of his soul that needs to be destroyed. He's made others, and it's up to you to find them." "Why me? Why not Dumbledore? He's stronger than I am," Harry replied. "There was a prophecy made before you were born. Dumbledore never told us exactly what it said, but it meant that either you or Neville Longbottom would have defeat Voldemort. Things have changed since then, and it's clear that it has to be you," Lily said sadly. "But how? He's better than me."
No.
James yelled. "He may be stronger, but he is not better than you. He is stronger. And if I do get back to my body, I am still going to be surrounded by Voldemort and his Death Eaters with no way to escape. Then, if by some miracle I do escape, I have no idea where to look for his Horcruxes," Harry said in frustration. He simply did not see a way to make it work. "We will help you, Harry," Lily said softly. "Or to be more precise, we will force Voldemort to help you." "How?" Harry asked. "That piece of his soul he put inside you contained all of his personality and intellect right up until the moment he separated it from the rest of his soul. We can take parts out and give them to you," James said with a proud smile, as if it had been his idea. "So you can just give me all of his knowledge?" Harry said, realizing how this could help him. "Not exactly," Lily replied. "You see, it's impossible to separate his personality from the things he knows, so the more information we take out of him and put in you, the more of his personality will also get transferred. If you took everything, you would basically become him." "So what do I get?" Harry asked. "Everything he knows about his Horcruxes. That way you should be able to make him mortal again and then kill him," Lily explained. "And then his knowledge on how to apparate. Use that to escape the cemetery and make it back to Hogwarts. Those are the only things we dare pull from him. This is going to change my personality, isn't it?" "How much?" "We're not taking much, so it shouldn't even be noticeable," James answered. "We're trying to be as careful as we can." "Okay then. I'll do it," Harry said finally. "Do I have to go now?" "Yes, I'm sorry, but you do," Lily said with tears in her eyes. She pulled Harry and her husband into another hug, which they happily returned. "You'll see us again one day, Harry, but hopefully not for many more years. Never forget that we love you very much." "I love you too, Mom, and you, Dad," Harry replied. Soon they were all crying and holding each other. They stayed this way for a few moments, but then Harry felt everything start to change. He felt like he was being pulled away from them by some undeniable force. His parents let go of him and began waving goodbye, but his vision was starting to cloud and he could no longer see them clearly. Then everything suddenly went black. The first thing Harry felt when he returned to his body was the dull ache that came as a result from the Cruciatus curse. He knew in that moment that he was alive again. He laid there for a minute listening to Voldemort give a speech about his plans for world domination and hoping no one had seen his eyes close. Harry expected someone to point out at any moment that he was still alive, but all attention was apparently still on Voldemort. Harry finally got the courage to slightly open his eyes and glance around. The Death Eater were all facing away from him and towards the Dark Lord in such a way that only Voldemort could possibly notice that his eyes were open. He noticed with a small amount of surprise that no one had bothered to take his wand out of his hand. Apparently they were convinced he was dead. His parents had told him to apparate out, and when Harry concentrated on the subject he realized he knew almost everything about it. He even knew that he could apparate to a standing position from laying on the ground where he was. Voldemort had studied apparition extensively. Harry wondered what chaos he could cause before leaving when he noticed that Wormtail was standing at the back of the group being ignored by everyone. He had already dropped to the lowest spot on the Death Eater hierarchy. Grinning, a plan quickly came together in his head. Harry watched and waited for his chance. Finally Voldemort ended his speech to the cheers of his loyal followers. In that moment Harry apparat to a standing position right behind Wormtail. No one had even noticed him moving around. "Hey Tom!" Harry yelled as he grabbed Wormtail's arm. "Did anyone ever tell you that you suck at that spell?" The Death Eaters turned and stared at him in shock. Voldemort was equally surprised, but had the presence of mind to raise his wand at Harry. He was too late though. Before anyone could stop him Harry had apparat both himself and Wormtail out of the cemetery and back to Hogwarts. Minister Fudge was still on stage talking to the audience. However, when he asked if they had any questions he had been forced into defending himself regarding the accusations he would face at his hearing the next day. It was an uncomfortable position for him and he was desperate to escape it. "I will answer all of these questions tomorrow," Fudge promised. "But let me assure you of a few things. Sirius Black is guilty and Peter Pettigrew is dead." As soon as he spoke those words Harry appeared on the stage with Wormtail who was still in shock from seeing Harry alive. Harry stunned the traitor as soon as they arrived and then began looking around. Most of the crowd was still in the stands and had burst into applause as soon as he appeared. The dark mark in the sky had faded but was still visible. "He's back," Harry said to the Minister of Magic. But Fudge chose to turn his head in disbelief. Angered by this, Harry ripped the sleeve off Wormtail's robes, exposing the dark mark below. "Voldemort is back," he yelled, but this time it was loud enough for those in the audience to hear. Soon everyone knew what Harry had claimed and were struggling with whether or not to believe it. Harry was able to watch the Aurors take Wormtail into custody before the exhaustion caught up with him and collapsed right in the middle of the stage. There are quite a few important points in this one that I hope you catch. I've been thinking about this scene since I started the story, and I hope you like the way it turned out. Either way, please let me know. Thanks. Chapter 22. Harry awoke to the all too familiar sensations of lying in a hospital bed in the Hogwarts infirmary. He was still tired, very tired in fact. His eyes were closed and he felt that it would take a massive effort to open them. Even with his eyes closed he could feel that someone was holding his hand and tightly squeezing it. He just hoped it was Daphne. Gathering his strength, Harry turned his head and opened his eyes to look at the person holding his hand. Daphne's eyes were red from crying, and the tears had left little tracks falling down her cheeks. Her long blonde hair was a mess, and Harry guessed that she had been playing with it, as she often did when she was worried or nervous. When Daphne saw Harry move, she practically jumped into the bed with him to assure herself that he was okay. "It's okay, Daphne."
I'm okay.
Harry told her. "When you disappeared, I thought you were going to die," she said softly. Harry decided that moment might not be the best one to tell her that he actually had died, in a way. "I'm right here, still alive," he assured her. She nodded and curled up next to him in the bed with her head on his chest. Harry took the chance to look around the room and saw that Hermione and Neville were seated in chairs against the wall watching. They both had large smiles on their face, happy to see that Harry was awake and okay, but Hermione looked like she had been crying as well. Unfortunately, Harry and Daphne's short conversation had been enough to attract the attention of Madame Pomfrey, who Harry knew would be eager to examine him. "Back again, are you Mr. Potter?" Madame Pomfrey said gently. "I'm sorry to break this up, Ms. Greengrass, but I really must insist that you let me attempt to heal him." Daphne sighed and squeezed Harry one last time before getting off of the bed. Harry had felt his energy slowly returning to him since he woke up and was able to sit up in the bed without a problem. He saw that he was still wearing the same robes he had worn in the final task of the tournament and his battle at the cemetery. They were covered with a mixture of dirt, sweat, and blood, and Harry thought that he probably smelled awful. "How long was I out?" Harry asked, knowing that someone would have changed his clothes if he were in the infirmary for long. "You were brought into the infirmary about a half-hour ago," Madame Pomfrey informed him. "We decided to let you sleep, but now that you are up I am guessing you might want a potion for the pain. You were exposed to the Cruciatus curse, correct?" The others in the room gasped when they heard that Harry had been crucioed yet again. "Yes, ma'am. But it's weird. When Voldemort hit me with the curse it hurt much worse than last time, but now it doesn't hurt as much as the last one did," Harry explained. "Do you know why that is?" "Of course. How much the spell hurts as it is being cast is mainly dependent on the strength of the wizard using the spell, but how fast a person recovers mostly depends on the strength of the victim. If you are more powerful now than you were then, it would only make sense that the recovery will be easier," Madame Pomfrey told him. "Still, I do want you to take these potions and let me know if you are experiencing any other unusual pains." Harry nodded and obediently swallowed the offered potions. The dull ache that the Cruciatus had left behind lifted a little, but Harry could still feel it if he thought about it. "Thanks, Madame Pomfrey. Is there a clean shirt here I could wear?" Harry asked after smelling the robes he was wearing. He guessed that they stank was absolutely correct. "Certainly," the older witch replied before handing him a shirt from a cabinet. Harry expected her to leave and give him some privacy, but evidently she thought it would be a good idea to watch him and see if there were any injuries she had not seen before. Harry lifted the robes off over his head and placed them on the floor beside the bed, and then began to lift the shirt he had on underneath it. When it was almost over his face, he heard Madame Pomfrey gasp in shock. "Is that what I think it is?" Madame Pomfrey asked, pointing at him. Harry followed her gaze and looked down at his chest. Just below his shoulder was a bright red lightning bolt-shaped wound covered in dried blood. Harry knew, without a doubt, that it would leave a scar behind. Harry's friends had gathered around them and were all now looking at him in shock, knowing full well what a wound shaped like that meant. "I can explain," Harry said, hoping he would be able to ease their worries. "Something we would all like to hear, I'm sure." Professor Dumbledore's voice called out as he entered the room. Not for the first time, Harry wondered how it was that he always was able to make such grand entrances. The headmaster joined the group standing around Harry's bed and looked at his new scar with interest. "I know Voldemort has returned, Harry, but I am curious to know how he accomplished this." Harry looked around the room, noting that he would have told everyone in it what happened eventually, so it was best that he do it once in front of everybody. "The portkey took me to a cemetery. There was a grave there marked Thomas Riddle, so I guess it was where Voldemort's Muggle family was buried. When I got there, Voldemort had taken physical form, but he wasn't human. He looked like some kind of ugly baby demon," Harry explained. "Anyhow, I fought with Barty Crouch Jr. and was able to beat him, but Wormtail hit me with a stunner in the back. When I woke up, Wormtail was performing a ritual to give Voldemort his body back. He took his father's bone, his own hand, and my blood to do it." "Your blood, you say?" Dumbledore asked at once. "Yes, Professor," Harry confirmed. "Then Voldemort was back. He's hideous now, he doesn't look human anymore. He called his Death Eaters to the cemetery and a big group of them came. Malfoy was there along with Crabbe and Goyle. There were 2 other names, I think. Not an Avery. I didn't recognize the others, they were all wearing masks." "Those names do not come as a surprise, Harry," Dumbledore said. "They all claimed to have been under the Imperius Curse at the end of the First War. Obviously, they were lying. After that, he gave Wormtail a magical hand to replace the one he had cut off for the ritual, and then told him to untie me so we could duel." Harry said. "Then we fought." I tried my hardest, but I could barely even touch Voldemort. When he started fighting back, I realized there wasn't much I could do to stop him. That's when he hit me with the killing curse. I'm pretty sure I died." Harry looked down at the new scar while the others reacted to the news. Daphne rushed back over to Harry's side and climbed back into bed with him while Hermione began to cry again. Neville looked very confused. Meanwhile, Dumbledore was nodded as if it all made sense to him. Harry was uncertain whether or not he should explain what happened when he died. He knew it was real and that he didn't just imagine it, but what had happened was very personal to him and he felt uncomfortable sharing it. "Dumbledore needs to hear the information I gathered, though," Harry thought, but as he did, a powerful feeling of distrust towards Dumbledore struck him. Why should he spill his guts to Dumbledore anyway? After all, there was apparently a prophecy that the old man knew about but had never discussed with him. Let him be honest first. Soon, though, the distrust seemed to fade away and Harry realized that he would need Dumbledore's help to defeat Voldemort. "After I died, I appeared somewhere big and white. I don't really know how else to describe it," Harry said. "My parents were there. They told me that Voldemort had kept a piece of his soul inside, but that it was dead now. There's also supposed to be prophecy about me that you should know, Professor. Before I left, they gave me all I needed to know about Voldemort's soul pieces. I know what they are and where they are. They also showed me how to apparate out of the cemetery. When I got back, I grabbed Wormtail and came back to Hogwarts. That's everything." Dumbledore looked quite worried. He had hoped to not burden Harry with knowledge about the prophecy and Horcruxes until he was older, but it was obviously too late to stop that now. On the bright side, if the Horcrux inside him had truly been destroyed, then Voldemort was one step closer to being mortal. "Are you sure you want to know the prophecy, Harry?" Dumbledore asked. "Sometimes it is easier not to know what fate has in store for us." "I need to know," Harry demanded. Dumbledore nodded sadly in agreement. "The one with power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. But he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other because neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. That is the complete prophecy, Harry," Dumbledore explained. "Voldemort knows the first part of it, and it is for that reason he targeted your family so many years ago." "How did he know about the prophecy?" Daphne asked, speaking up for the first time in the conversation. She, like the others, had not wanted to miss a single detail of Harry's story. A Death Eater overheard the prophecy as it was being made but was not able to listen to all of it. Dumbledore informed them. What he did not say and did not plan on telling them was that the Death Eater in question had been Severus Snape. Mom said that it could have been about Neville, too, Harry said, causing his friend's eyes to widen in shock. "Yes, that was initially a possibility," Dumbledore confirmed. "But Voldemort has marked you with the scar on your forehead. He ensured that you are the one the prophecy speaks of." Neville visibly relaxed when he heard this. Harry nodded. He already knew there was no way he could escape his destiny. "What now, Professor?" Harry asked. The war would be starting again now. There was really no time to waste. He would have to start finding and destroying the other Horcruxes as soon as possible. Some would not be too difficult to get to, but there were some he still had no idea how he would reach. In fact, he knew of one he could get rid of before he left school without a great deal of effort. "During the first war with Voldemort, I was part of a group of people that opposed him. Your parents were a part of it, as were yours, Mr. Longbottom," Dumbledore said with a glance towards Neville. "For the past few months I have been contacting them in preparation for a day I hoped would not come to pass, but unfortunately now has. We will reassemble and continue the fight." Harry nodded at Dumbledore's explanation. The professor had not really told him anything he didn't already know or couldn't guess. He also remembered from what Daphne had told him about her family that Dumbledore had approached both her father and grandfather asking them to join his group, but had been turned down on both occasions. Would Dumbledore try again? And how would Daphne's father, Daniel Greengrass, react to the leader of the light this time around? Harry didn't know, but thought they would be important questions in the near future. "Harry, I do something to request from you," Dumbledore said, bringing Harry's attention back to their conversation. I would like permission to view your memory of tonight's events. Perhaps it will give me some insight into Voldemort's plans. Dumbledore pulled an empty vial out of his robes and presented it to Harry. Okay, sir. Harry said. He had done this before and was therefore familiar with how it was done. Thinking clearly about what had happened today, including everything from the time he first entered the maze to when he reappeared on the stage with Wormtail, Harry pulled the memory out of his head and used his wand to place it in the vial. Dumbledore smiled brightly as he capped the glass tube and placed it back in his robes. Thank you, Harry. Dumbledore said gratefully. I would like to discuss this after I have had a chance to view it and you have had a chance to sleep, if that is acceptable. Harry nodded at the suggestion while Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Excellent. Then I shall leave you to rest, something that the rest of you might consider doing as well. Tomorrow promised to be an exciting day as well. Good night. With that, Dumbledore turned and walked out of the infirmary. As he left, Harry wondered what Dumbledore might see in the memory that he had missed, but he would just have to wait and find out later. He turned and looked towards his friends to gauge their moods. Neville looked as if the amount of information had overwhelmed him and his mind was working overtime in an attempt to process it all. Daphne was trying her best to keep a brave face on for Harry's benefit, but he knew beneath the surface she was probably scared and worried like he was. Hermione was the hardest to figure out though. She had been shocked, like everyone else, when she heard he had been hit with another Avada Kedavra. But her shock had turned into something else. Harry stared at her for a moment, wondering what it was, and eventually it hit him. Hermione had the same look on her face that she got when she thought she did poorly on a test, although her case she almost always did better than she thought. Hermione. Harry said softly, are you okay? Me? Hermione replied in surprise. Of course. But what about you? You died tonight, Harry, and we were here doing nothing. There was nothing you could do, Hermione. Harry assured her. You know that. No, I suppose there wasn't. Hermione agreed. You need your rest, Harry. I'll come see you tomorrow. Okay? It'd be nice if they let me out of here tonight, but I guess there's no chance of that happening, is there? Harry said with a sad smile. No, probably not. Hermione answered. Good night, everyone. Hermione turned and walked out of the room with a look of determination on her face that Harry couldn't explain. Once again he regretted letting their friendship be overlooked the past few weeks. Once they had been so close he could tell what she was thinking just from the look on her face. But now he had no idea what was going on inside her head. I guess I'll go too, Neville announced. I'm glad you're okay, Harry. Oh, and congrats on winning the tournament. Yeah, I guess that did kind of get overlooked, Harry said with a laugh. Thanks, Neville. Neville nodded and turned to leave the room, leaving Harry and Daphne alone. She was still sitting on the bed next to him holding his hand. Daphne? What's wrong? I don't remember giving you permission to die, Harry Potter, she said finally. A tear she had been holding back began to fall from her eyes as she looked at Harry. His story had obviously affected her differently than it had the others. Harry wasn't sure how to answer her, so instead he pulled her into a hug and held her. It's okay, Daphne. I'm fine now, Harry told her. I'll do better next time, I promise. I won't let Voldemort hurt me or you. You better not, Daphne said as she lifted her head off his shoulder. I guess I should probably go. Don't, Harry said. Stay here with me. I don't think Madame Pomfrey would approve, Daphne answered. We're in a hospital bed in the middle of the infirmary. She will know nothing out of the ordinary is going to happen. Harry replied. I just want you to be here with me, okay? But don't act surprised when she kicks me out in an hour, Daphne said as she laid down in the bed next to her boyfriend. Thank you, Harry said gratefully. Daphne, I love you. Harry watched to see her response. Even though he had been growing more and more sure of his feelings for her over the past months, he had never said it out loud, partly because he was worried she wouldn't feel the same way. His fears were greatly eased, though, when he saw her smile and felt her scoot closer to him on the bed. I love you too, she answered softly, but loud enough for Harry to hear. That night Harry went to sleep with a smile on his face, despite everything that had happened that day. 15 minutes later, Madame Pomfrey found them both asleep and cuddled up next to each other. Technically, she knew she should tell young Ms. Greengrass that visiting hours were over and she needed to leave. But Mr. Potter had obviously had an awful day and would probably appreciate the company. In the end, Madame Pomfrey didn't say anything and left the couple alone to rest together. Hermione, however, did not go to bed after leaving the infirmary. Rationally, she knew Harry was right and there was nothing any of them could have done to help him tonight. But that still did not help her feel any better about the fact her friend had been alone going face to face with Voldemort while surrounded by Death Eaters. Worse than that, Harry had actually been hit by the killing curse. Again. Even Harry's luck was bound to run out eventually if he kept getting into dangerous situations like that. The war had begun again tonight, that much was certain. Harry and all those close to him would be targets for the reassembled Death Eaters and their master. They would need every advantage they could get their hands on. In other words, she would also need every advantage she could get to protect herself and those she cared about. Despite the training she had been doing for the past few months, she knew she was not ready to face a skilled Death Eater alone, and certainly not more than one. She worried for her family as well. During the First War, Voldemort had a habit of attacking the homes of Muggleborns even if they had done nothing to oppose him. How much more danger did her parents face because of her friendship with Harry? There is something I can do about it, though, she suddenly thought, but immediately tried to ignore the thought. It would not go away, however. She had the knowledge and supplies needed to complete the ritual of Heron. It was dangerous to attempt an unknown ritual, but on the other hand, no one that had studied it believed it was a particularly dark ritual. She had struggled with decision since she began studying the ritual, but the bulk of her reason for wanting to do it then was to satisfy her curiosity. Now it had taken on a greater significance to her. It had come to symbolize all of her hopes of making it through the Second War with Voldemort. Harry's death had pushed her over the edge and convinced her that the ritual was necessary. Hermione made a quick stop by the Gryffindor dorms to pick up the supplies she would need for the ritual. Harry had been able to conjure everything she needed, even the hard-to-find items. He, of course, did not know what Hermione's true reasoning had been for wanting them. The only part he could not conjure was the gold she would need, and that would have to come from one of her most cherished possessions. A bracelet that her mother had given her. It saddened her to lose the bracelet, but she decided it was being used for a good purpose. After gathering everything she would need, Hermione made her way to the room of requirement, which she had decided would be the best place to perform the ritual. I need a place to perform the ritual of Heron, Hermione thought as she walked back and forth in front of the spot on the wall where the door to the room of requirement would appear. As she passed the third time, an ornate door slowly formed, just as she had expected. When she entered the room, it was far different than she had expected. The floors and walls were all a dark stone instead of wood as they normally were. The room was quite small compared to how the room normally appeared. The four walls were all approximately equal in length, and Hermione guessed they were each about 25 feet long. A single torch was placed on each wall, and as a result the room was still quite dark. Seeing the intimidating room, Hermione had a moment of doubt about whether or not to go through with the ritual. But eventually her doubt faded and she proceeded with the complex ritual. The room had evidently prepared the first step of the ritual for her. A perfectly circular ring of white sand was waiting in the center of the room, just as she needed it to be. The first step was for her to draw the 9 runes in the correct order on the ring. As she drew them, she thought about how it would have been impossible for her to complete this without the book she had found. For one thing, the runes she was currently drawing were not actually runes at all, at least not like modern witches and wizards were taught. The runes the school taught students were of Germanic origin, but these were much older Phoenician symbols, although they were used for similar purposes. This, of course, made sense to her considering the ritual itself was older than the runes she knew of. Once she was satisfied she had drawn them properly, she began placing the elements on the runes they corresponded to. This step had taken her months to finally get right, and the excitement of finally seeing it completed was indescribable. Finally they were all in place and she was ready to begin the ritual. For a moment she stood in the center of the ring looking at what she had done, feeling slightly anxious about what she was about to do. As far as she knew, she would be the first person in 2,000 years to perform this ritual that had been heavily sought after ever since. After a few moments, Hermione decided it was time to complete the ritual and began chanting the words that were required. It was in Greek and was long enough that she had spent a week translating and memorizing. It was not a spell exactly. In fact, it was worded more like a very poetic prayer asking permission to face judgment and expressing hope that they would be found worthy. Once she had finished the prayer, she began again, as the book had instructed. As she did so, she pulled a small knife out of her robes and made a small cut on her hand. The blood quickly began to pool in her palm as she walked over the first rune slowly, careful not to spill any of the blood on the ground. She slowly tipped her hand over, allowing a few drops of blood to land on the rune. As soon as it landed, the small amount of nickel laying on top of the rune burst into flames and was absorbed into the ring of sand. Hermione took that as a sign she had performed that part correctly and repeated it on the other runes. Soon all of the runes had been activated and all of the elements absorbed into the ring. For a moment nothing happened and she feared that she had made a mistake. But a second later the torches on the wall went dark and the sand ring began to glow. A strong wind began to blow, but strangely none of the sand that made up the ring around her was affected. In the darkness, Hermione almost missed seeing a black circle forming on the edge of the ring. It stood vertically and was completely dark. In fact, the only indication it was even there was that she expected to see something in that direction and didn't. Finally the wind died down and she saw some shape moving at the center of the circle. She looked closer, trying to figure out what it was as the shape grew larger and larger. Eventually she recognized it to be a person walking towards her. That is when the realization that she had created a portal hit her. However, she had no clue where it went. She was now past what the book knew about the ritual and was completely on her own. She eventually saw that the person approaching her was a woman with bright green hair dressed in black and brown robes of a design different than any she had ever seen. The woman looked to be in her early 20s, although there was no way for her to tell if how the woman looked was actually an indication of her true age. Soon the woman was at the edge of the portal watching Hermione, but she did not step out of the portal and into the room. "Who are you, child? And why have you opened the door between our worlds?" the woman asked gently. Even though she was asking for information, Hermione did not find her to be threatening. "My name is Hermione Granger," she replied. "Honestly, I wasn't sure what this ritual would do. A war is starting in my world, and I was looking for a way to protect my friends and family, a noble goal." The woman answered with a nod of her head. "And you speak honestly but not completely. There is more to your decision than you admit. You also wish to prove yourself and accomplish something that few others have." "That's true," Hermione admitted, surprised that the woman knew so much about her. She wondered if her mind was being read somehow during the conversation. "May I ask who you are?" "You may ask, but I may not say," she answered with a smile. "I have been many things in my life, but at the moment you may think of me as a gatekeeper. I have seen your mind and am willing to help you, but my help, and the help of those in my world, does not come without cost. Are you willing to pay the price?" "What is the price?" Hermione asked uncertainly. "For that matter, what is the benefit?" "Come, I shall explain on the other side," the woman said. "You may return here at any time if you wish, but if you do agree to our terms, there will be no turning back. I will only ask once. If you say no, the gateway will close and you will never be able to activate it again. Will you come?" Hermione said nothing for a minute, trying to decide what to do. Although the woman seemed trustworthy, there was really no way to tell. Finally she decided she had come too far to just turn back now and said, "Yes, I'll come." She then stepped through the portal and the two of them began walking through to the other side. As Hermione was walking through the portal, Severus Snape was walking into Professor Dumbledore's office, trying to conceal the slight limp he walked with. The headmaster had eagerly been awaiting his return. "Severus, are you injured? Please sit," Dumbledore said as he watched his potions professor and personal spy walk in. "I will be fine," Snape assured him as he sat down in a chair opposite from Dumbledore. Despite his assurances that he would be fine, Snape looked like he had suffered during the night. "The Dark Lord was not pleased with my delay in rejoining him, although after explained that I did it in order to not reveal my loyalties, he relented." "You've seen him then?" Dumbledore asked. "What is his condition?" "The ritual to return him to his body has left him weak. He required several strengthening potions before I left. Snape explained. It will take some time for him to marshal his forces and return to the position of power he once held. Now is the time to go on the offensive, Albus. He will never again be as exposed as he is now. I see. Dumbledore replied as he gently stroked his beard. I promise to consider your advice. However, I am not convinced now is the time to strike. Damn it, Albus. Why? Snape demanded to know. It has not escaped my attention that you have been reactivating the Order of the Phoenix the last few months. Surely you can muster the forces necessary to deal with the Death Eaters and face the Dark Lord yourself. You, more than anyone else, should know that it is not my lot in life to defeat Voldemort. Dumbledore reminded him. That bloody prophecy again. I rue the day that Fraud Trelawney made it. Snape replied with disgust. I'll admit Potter has improved this year, but he is still no match for the Dark Lord, and I don't think he ever will be. Meanwhile, people will die, myself possibly included. We will do our best to prevent that, Severus. Dumbledore answered, although Snape did not seem to be impressed by the response. For now, I must ask that you continue your duties as they are. Please know that no one appreciates your efforts more than I do. I promise I will continue to look for alternate ways to destroy Voldemort. Very well, Snape said. If that is all, I shall be leaving. Good night. With that, Snape turned and left, wondering once again how he had allowed himself to get stuck in the middle of this mess. Several of you brought up the fact that Harry should not have been able to apparate into the stadium at Hogwarts. I completely agree that under normal conditions that would be true, but here is something that I think makes this particular moment different. Apparition and Portkeys basically do the same thing, so it would be stupid for Hogwarts to have massive defenses against one form of travel and nothing against the other. And yet, in Goblet of Fire, the Triwizard Cup still worked just fine as a Portkey, allowing Harry to leave and come back to Hogwarts. A bit odd, isn't it? Why did it work? Remember, in Chapter 19 of this story, the Triwizard Cup Portkeyed Harry out of the maze, as was obviously expected by those running the tournament. I was working on the assumption that in both cases Hogwarts' defenses had been temporarily lowered, perhaps only for the Triwizard champions. Bagman would have known about this, and so whoever imperioused him, Crouch, would have been able to find it out as well. In hindsight, I should have explained this in the story itself, seeing as how so many of you thought of it, but oh well. And yes, there will be consequences from Harry taking in a piece of Voldemort's personality. I'm not saying it will completely alter his outlook, but there is at least one instance coming up where the change will be perfectly clear. One last thing. I will be continuing this story past 4th year. I would however like to know if you guys think I should just keep going in additional chapters of this story or if I should break it up into a separate story. Right now, I am leaning towards just adding chapters in one massive story. Let me know. Chapter 23. The next morning, Harry was surprised to see Daphne still asleep in the hospital bed with him. Despite what he had said the night before, he really did think that Madame Pomfrey would come and make her leave at some point during the night. Harry tried not to move too much so that he wouldn't wake his girlfriend, but he could sense that she was slowly waking up as well. A few minutes later, Madame Pomfrey walked through the door and Harry felt a slight moment of panic, worrying about what she would say about Daphne still being there. But then he realized she had probably checked on him at least once during the night and would have already known. Good morning, Mr. Potter. I need you to take this potion and then you are free to go. The nurse said softly, but the sound was enough to wake Daphne. What's going on? She asked groggily before sitting up in the bed and rubbing her eyes a little. Her eyes widened in surprise when she saw Madame Pomfrey looking at them. Madame Pomfrey, I swear this isn't what you think. But the older witch just laughed at Daphne's reaction. You mean you didn't just spend the night in bed with your boyfriend? Pomfrey asked with a playful smile. Well, yes, but, Daphne. Harry interrupted. It's okay. She would have kicked you out if she was really worried about it. True. But don't either of you think I am making a habit of it. Madame Pomfrey replied. And I would prefer it if you, Mr. Potter, would try and quit your habit of ending up in my care so frequently. I'll try. Harry answered, knowing that with his luck, he would just be glad to stay out of the infirmary for the few days remaining in the school year. Madame Pomfrey seemed to sense this as well, but just shrugged and handed him the potion she had mentioned. Harry looked at it curiously before deciding it was another pain potion, and then downed the entire potion in one great swallow. It, like most potions he had been forced to take in this room, tasted horrible. So that's it? It is. You can go now, have a good day you too, Madame Pomfrey said before walking away to continue her morning routine. Harry rolled out of bed and stretched a little. He felt much better than he had last night, and his energy seemed to have mostly returned to him. All things considered, he felt better than anyone who had been hit with any two unforgivables the day before had any right to feel. So what are you going to do today? Daphne asked from the bed. Fudge's hearing will be broadcast on the wireless starting in a few hours, and I was thinking we could listen to it. Harry suggested. It should be very entertaining. Good idea. Daphne agreed. Funny how no one knows how much you had to do with it. I think I prefer it that way. Harry replied. I need to go get cleaned up, but can you meet me in front of the kitchens in about a half hour? I guess so. Daphne answered. Why? I was thinking we could pick up some food and then I could take you somewhere special. Harry said with a mischievous smile on his face. Just be sure to wear some clothes you don't mind getting dirty. What are you planning? Daphne asked suspiciously. You'll see, just trust me, Harry said. Daphne eventually shrugged and agreed, knowing that Harry would be stubborn and not tell her what he had planned. After a kiss goodbye, they went their separate ways to get ready for the day. Harry did not spend much time in the Gryffindor Tower that morning, and neither of them stopped by the Great Hall, and as a result they both failed to notice that Hermione was nowhere to be found. About an hour later, Harry and Daphne finally were able to leave the kitchens. As soon as Dobby discovered that Harry was there, the little elf had insisted that they sit and allow him to serve them a full breakfast. It wasn't what Harry had in mind, but he found it difficult to say no and disappoint the devoted elf. The moment Harry started eating, he knew would have to thank Dobby for insisting, because his hunger came back with a vengeance. He realized he had not eaten since lunch the previous day and afterwards had a very strenuous day. Dobby was quite pleased to see Master Harry enjoying his food so much and was happy to keep bringing more of it. Eventually Harry could eat no more and the couple left, after many promises to Dobby that they would return. So will you tell me where we're going now? Daphne asked. The second floor, Harry answered, still obviously enjoying not telling his girlfriend everything. Daphne sighed in frustration, but by now her curiosity had gotten the better of her and she followed Harry anyway. It was not until they reached a girl's bathroom on the second floor that she realized what they were doing. Harry, Daphne said loudly, why are you taking me to the Chamber of Secrets? There's something down there I am going to need. Harry explained as he walked over the sinks in the middle of the room. Luckily for them, Myrtle had chosen to haunt another bathroom that day, and they were able to avoid the somewhat annoying ghost. Daphne had heard Harry's story about his experience during their second year, but he had never showed her the Chamber of Secrets before. To the best of her knowledge, no one had been back there since Harry killed the basilisk and saved Ginny Weasley. She watched with a great amount of interest as Harry hissed something in Parseltongue to the faucet and the sinks began to move, revealing a passageway. Harry hissed again and stairs formed leading down into the Chamber of Secrets. Do you still want to come? Harry asked from the top of the stairs. Of course. Daphne answered and walked down the stairs in front of him, as if to prove she wasn't afraid. Harry laughed and followed her down into the dark tunnels. When they were both safely at the bottom, Harry looked around, trying to remember which way he had went 2 years before. Well, the smell hasn't improved, Harry said as he looked around, eliciting a small laugh from Daphne. We'll go that way, Harry finally said, pointing towards one of several similar-looking tunnels. Are you sure? Daphne asked. These tunnels are all sort of connected. This leads the right way, and if we're lucky we will be able to avoid the cave-in, Harry responded. Daphne decided to trust his judgment on this one since she had no idea where she was going anyway. For the next 15 minutes they walked through the tunnels, occasionally turning and entering a new passage. Eventually Daphne had no idea which way they were headed and suspected Harry didn't either. Harry, you better not have gotten us lost down here, she said with a bit of worry evident in her voice. We're almost there, I promise, Harry answered, although it did little to relieve his girlfriend. Daphne was surprised when a few minutes later the Grand Hall of the Chamber of Secrets. The huge corpse of the basilisk lay where it had fallen and still looked as if it had died only minutes before instead of 2 years ago. When Daphne saw the giant beast, she wrapped an arm around Harry's waist and wondered how being back was affecting him. "I can't believe you faced that thing when you were only 12 years old," Daphne said. "I got lucky and I had help." Harry replied, "I owe my life to Fawkes. If he hadn't shown up, I wouldn't have had the sword of Gryffindor and the basilisk venom would have killed me. Need I remind you that near-death experiences are not necessary to end the year?" Daphne asked jokingly. "Although I guess you've already gotten that out of the way for this year. I'll do my best next year," Harry answered. He then led her towards the fallen basilisk and began inspecting it curiously. "Why hasn't it started rotting? It's been here a long time." "Magical animals are different," Daphne reminded him. "And this basilisk was over 1,000 years old to begin with. Can you imagine how much this thing must be worth? It's amazing." "Really? I hadn't thought of it," Harry said truthfully. "Basilisks are rare and most of their parts are useful for something. One this size could bring in hundreds of thousands of galleons easily," Daphne said as Harry nodded. "I guess you came down here for something from the basilisk." "What? The venom?" Harry replied. He then walked over to the animal's head and picked up a large fang that had broken off and was covered with blood and venom. Harry was very careful handling the dangerous item and slowly placed it into a box he had brought with him to store it. The diary contained a piece of Voldemort's soul, and I got very lucky that there just happened to be one of the few things that could destroy a Horcrux handy when I faced him that day. I plan on destroying all of them as soon as possible, and I'll need this to do it. How hard will it be for you to get to them? Some will be harder than others, Harry answered. One of them will be gone by tonight, but there are others that I still don't know how I will get to. Like Hufflepuff's cup in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts. I really hope I can find a way to get to it without having to break in, especially considering no one's ever been able to do that. Voldemort did. Harry corrected her. Although he didn't get anything. I guess I've got everything I need here. What about the rest? Daphne said. Remember, you and Voldemort are the only two that can get down here. If you don't use it, he might. Plus, you can spend the money on something nice for me. I suppose you're right. Harry laughed. But doesn't it technically belong to Hogwarts? You killed it, Daphne pointed out. I'd say that gives you a decent claim to it. Besides, they'd never be able to get it without your help.
Ok, I'm convinced.
But you're going to have to help me find a way to get it out of here, Harry replied. Daphne nodded in agreement. Let's get out of here, I don't want to miss Fudge looking like an idiot. Together the two of them left the Chamber of Secrets and the basilisk behind. The trip out was a little shorter than the trip in had been since they both had a better idea of where they were heading. Fortunately, they were able to make it out in time to not miss any of Cornelius Fudge's hearing. Harry and Daphne were far from alone in wanting to listen to what would hopefully turn out to be the downfall of Cornelius Fudge. The event had major implications for politics in the wizarding world and was being broadcast internationally. Some were even speculating that it could equal the amount of listeners that tuned in for last year's record-breaking Quidditch World Cup. Even in Hogwarts, students crowded around radios to listen, an event that left many Muggleborns wondering why no one had yet created a magical equivalent to television. The Ministry of Magic itself was crowded like never before. Thousands of witches and wizards showed up hoping to be able to find an open seat in the Great Hall of the Wizengamot, which had been expanded to its maximum capacity. Unfortunately for most of them, the empty seats rapidly filled up, leaving them to try and find somewhere else to listen in. The Wizengamot itself consisted of 100 witches and wizards and the chief warlock, who at this time was none other than Albus Dumbledore. All of the members of the Wizengamot were purebloods, although not all of them agreed with the pureblood bigotry associated with Voldemort and his followers. Almost all of them were additionally from old and wealthy families. As a result, the main legislative and judicial body of Wizarding Britain tended to be quite conservative in its outlook compared with the rest of the population. Change generally came slow if it happened at all. 15 minutes before the hearing was set to begin, the main doors to Great Hall of the Wizengamot were closed and the spectators were told to take their seats. As the minutes passed, the anticipation in the crowd became palpable. Conversations died off as the time drew near and the room was nearly quiet when a series of bells rang indicating the start of the session. An old wizard in elaborate robes walked to the center of the room and began speaking in a very loud voice so that all could hear him. This meeting of the Waisengemot is now in session. As soon as he had said that, the members of the Waisengemot walked into the room from 2 doors at the back. They were arranged so that the most senior members were closer to the front. In the middle and in front of all of them was an ornate desk where Chief Warlock Albus Dumbledore sat in order to control the meeting. The Waisengemot thanks all of you for your attendance. Dumbledore began. First on the itinerary is, I demand to be heard. A loud voice called. The audience turned to look at Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge, who was standing up towards the front of the audience flanked by his supporters. Minister Fudge, we will hear from you momentarily, but we do have other business to attend to before that. Dumbledore assured him. It is my right as Minister of Magic to be heard, and I demand you give me that opportunity. Fudge said, hoping to show that he was in control of the proceedings. Very well. Dumbledore sighed. The Waisengemot recognized Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge. Fudge grinned triumphantly as made his way down to the raised podium at the center of the room. Once there, he laid out a few notes and then turned to face the audience instead of Waisengemot. Such a move was highly irregular and everyone recognized it as another of Fudge's power plays. Witches and wizards of the Waisengemot and of Great Britain as whole, I stand before you a man innocent of all accusations that have been leveled against me by that foul tabloid, the Daily Prophet. Fudge began. My political enemies have spread rumors and lies about me for their own gain. But you, the good people of this great land, know that I am an honest wizard who has worked to create a brighter future for all of us. There is still work to be done that we all know, and I am the man to do it. Now, as I'm sure you are by now aware, there are some amongst us who have begun spreading rumors that he who must not be named has returned. Lies. You know who is dead and can never return. The reason for these ridiculous accusations is that certain people, who sit in this very room but I shall not name, believe that their chances of assuming my position as Minister of Magic will improve if they can fool the public into believing the Dark Lord has returned. Do not be fooled by their lies. I was surprised as all of you when it was discovered that Peter Pettigrew was still alive. But do not assume that this means Sirius Black is innocent. For all we know, they both could have conspired to hand the Potters over to you. Furthermore, the accusations that I hid evidence to keep Black in jail are groundless. That fact will be made clear here today. All I ask is that you question what the Waisengemot tells you. Do not forget they have their own agendas. Thank you. With that, Minister Fudge retook his seat while those that supported him applauded as loudly as they could. At best, his supporters made up a quarter of the audience, and it was clear that he was going to have a difficult time convincing them. Dumbledore allowed their applause to go on for a few moments before banging his gavel on the desk to quiet them. The first item on our agenda is one that I regret to say is not on your schedules because it was added just this morning. Dumbledore said as the crowd began to whisper, wondering what it could be. Aurors, if you would be so kind as to bring in the accused, we shall begin. A door on the side of the room opened and a group of 10 Aurors walked in surrounding a man in prison clothes and chains in his hands and feet. The audience gasped in shock as they realized who it was that had been brought in. Peter Pettigrew, you are accused of being a Death Eater and 2 counts of murder. How do you plead? Dumbledore asked from the center of the room. Chief Warlock, a member of the Waisengemot, interrupted. She was a short, fat woman who looked rather like a toad. Yes, Madam Umbridge? Dumbledore responded. This is highly irregular. Umbridge protested. I move that the trial of Peter Pettigrew be pushed back to a later date so that he has time to prepare his defense. He was, after all, only captured last night. I second that motion. Another member of the Waisengemot shouted. Very well, Dumbledore said. The motion has been forwarded and seconded. Members of the Waisengemot, all those in favor of postponing the trial of Peter Pettigrew, please raise your hands. Quite a few people raised their hands, but it was less than a third of them. All opposed to postponing said trial? The rest of the Waisengemot, a clear majority, raised their hands to this. The opposed have it. The trial of Peter Pettigrew will continue as planned. Now, Mr. Pettigrew, how do you plead to the charges? Innocent, Wormtail yelled at once. I was placed under the Imperius curse and was not responsible for my actions. We shall see. Dumbledore responded skeptically. Aurors, administer Veritaserum to the accused. At this, Wormtail began to panic, knowing that he would have no chance of being found innocent if he were questioned under the powerful truth serum. He struggled against the Aurors, an action that only made him look more guilty, but in the end was unable to stop them from dosing him with Veritaserum. The potion had a calming effect on him, and he slumped back in his chair awaiting questions from the Wizengamot. "What is your name?" Dumbledore asked. "Peter Pettigrew, but some call me Wormtail," the Death Eater answered. "Was Sirius Black the Potter's secret keeper in October of 1981? "No, I was," Wormtail responded. His admission created quite a commotion in the audience, and Dumbledore was forced to use his gavel to quiet them once again. "Has Sirius Black ever been a Death Eater?" "No, he was always loyal to James." "Did you reveal the location of the Potter's residence to Voldemort?" Dumbledore asked. As one, the audience seemed to lean forward in anticipation of the response. "Yes." "Are you a Death Eater?" "Yes." "Is Voldemort alive?" "Yes." Not even Dumbledore could easily contain the chaos that followed. Members of the Wizengamot and audience all began shouting at each other, some in fright from what they heard, some in disbelief, and some secretly in anger because their master's return had been announced before he was ready for it to be. Aurors were forced to remove some members of the audience that could not control themselves, and in the end it took more than 10 minutes for Calm to return to the room so that the questioning could continue. "How did Voldemort return?" Dumbledore asked. The audience, and most members of the Wizengamot, shuddered at the mention of the Dark Lord's name even more than they had minutes before when they believed him dead. "Last night I performed a dark ritual to restore him to his body. That is why we kidnapped Harry Potter," Wormtail explained. "We've heard enough," a member of the Wizengamot said loudly. He was from one of the darker families believed to have connections to Voldemort during the First War, and some watching were smart enough to see he had likely had other reasons for wanting to end the questioning. "Let us decide his guilt or innocence now." "I vote guilty." "I agree. Guilty," another member of the Wizengamot replied. He was from a light family but was outraged from what he had heard so far. Between the groups that wanted to shut Pettigrew up and those that would like nothing more than to have him receive the Dementor's kiss right that moment, they had a majority and were able to call for a verdict to be decided at once. "All those in favor of finding the defendant guilty?" Dumbledore asked, to which every hand in the Wizengamot was raised. Even those that supported Voldemort knew it was foolish to fight this. "All in favor of finding the defendant innocent?" No hands were raised this time. "Peter Pettigrew, you have been found guilty. You will be taken to Azkaban where you will await sentencing. Your crimes require a life sentence, and this court will reconvene in 1 week to decide whether or not you will face the Dementor's kiss. Aurors, take him away." Peter was led out of the hall. He was no longer trying to escape. He was just crying uncontrollably, although no one felt any pity for him. Once he was gone, discussion in the hall turned towards what they should now do about Sirius Black. "He is obviously innocent," one which said. "We can't know that. Perhaps Pettigrew just didn't know Black was a Death Eater." One of Fudge's cronies responded. A shouting match followed, and neither side seemed to be winning. Many people still felt that Black was guilty of some crimes even if he didn't betray the Potters. The image they had in their heads of Sirius Black the criminal was just too strong to overcome. "Order," Dumbledore said loudly as he banged his gavel down. "Will the Wizengamot agree to give Sirius Black the trial he clearly deserves at the nearest opportunity?" The Wizengamot debated this for a few minutes but finally agreed that if Sirius Black was captured he would be brought before them and given a fair trial. "Those in favor have the clear majority," Dumbledore announced after their vote. "Black will receive a trial as soon as possible. Now on to our, how about right now?" A voice called from the audience, interrupting Dumbledore. The man who had spoken wearing a dark cloak that covered most of his face. He wore glasses and a hat, making it hard to determine what he looked like. But when the man removed his disguise it was obvious all who it was. "Sirius Black," Minister Fudge yelled from his spot in the audience. "Aurors, arrest him at once." The crowd meanwhile was gasping in surprise at this unexpected turn of events. Few of them noticed the twinkle in Chief Warlock Dumbledore's eyes at that moment, as if he had something to do with this. I don't think so, Fudge. Sirius yelled back. I was just promised a chance to clear my name as soon as possible. That would be now. Fudge looked furious, but there was nothing he could do about it. Without being called, Sirius walked down and took a seat at the podium in the center of the room and awaited the questions from the Wisengamot. The Wisengamot mostly looked at him in shock while Sirius simply smiled and waited for them to proceed. Ors, please administer Veritaserum to Mr. Black. Dumbledore finally said. The Ors approached, and this time the person they were trying to give the truth serum to did not fight against them but instead took it willingly. When the dose was given, Sirius took on the calm look that those given Veritaserum often do. What is your name? Dumbledore asked to confirm the identity of the man in front of them. Sirius Black. Were you the Potter's secret keeper?
No.
Sirius answered. We decided that I was too obvious of a choice. Who was the secret keeper? Dumbledore asked, although he and everyone else already knew the answer. Peter Pettigrew. Are you now, or were you ever a supporter of Voldemort? No, never. Sirius answered. Were you responsible for the deaths of a dozen Muggles on the day it was believed that Peter Pettigrew had died?
No.
Peter did that. Wizards and witches of the Wisengamot. Have you any further questions before we reach a decision? Dumbledore asked. Meanwhile, Fudge's supporters were panicking. They could see no way for them to keep their key ally in power, but they were reluctant to stop trying.
Ido.
Madame Umbridge said as she rose from her seat. Sirius Black, are you guilty of any other crimes the Wisengamot should know about? I escaped Azkaban, which I assume is a crime. Sirius responded. And I am an unregistered animagus. That is all. Umbridge sat down unhappily. Clearly she had been hoping for something worse with which she could then attack him with. In that case you will be required to register with the Ministry of Magic and pay a fine. Dumbledore instructed him. There is, in fact, no law against escaping from Azkaban because it was not believed to be possible. If the Wisengamot is ready, we shall now vote on the matter. Those who find the defendant guilty of murder, please raise your hand. No one raised their hand, not even the staunchest ally of Fudge. Those who find him innocent. Once again everyone raised their hand, although some did so reluctantly. Sirius Black, you have been found innocent. You have our deepest apologies for what has been done to you and are now free to go. Dumbledore said with a poorly concealed smile. Sirius, who was just getting over the effects of the Veritaserum, jumped out of his seat, gave a victorious shout. The audience began to applaud the now free man, and Sirius, ever the showman, leapt on top of the nearest table and took an exaggerated bow. Once again it took several minutes and many more bangs from Dumbledore's gavel before they were ready to proceed. Our last issue of the day concerns the inquiry into whether or not Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge was aware of Sirius Black's innocence before he was imprisoned. Dumbledore began. The Wisengamot welcomes Minister Fudge and thanks him for his attendance. Minister, I believe you had an opening statement? Fudge slowly made his way down to the podium again. Once there, he began to look over his notes but quickly realized the rest of the day's revelations had rendered them useless. For an uncomfortably long period of time, Fudge merely stood there silently as the crowd waited for him to begin. Thank you, Chief Warlock and the rest of the Wisengamot, for this opportunity to vindicate myself. Fudge began. I must once again state that I am innocent of all charges. If there is any evidence that suggests otherwise, I would like to see it as well to determine what kind of trickery it is. I wish to also add that with the return of you-know-who, now is not the time to be making drastic changes in our political system. I will strongly oppose the Dark Lord and all those who support him. You have my word on that. What Fudge seemed to not understand is that the audience remembered him denying that Voldemort had returned earlier in the day, and that his word wasn't worth very much. Fudge's statement appeared to be over because he left the podium after that and sat down. Does the Wisengamot have any witnesses it wishes to call in the matter? Dumbledore asked. As the Chief Warlock asked his question, Fudge began to smile as if there was something he knew that no one else did. Yes, Chief Warlock. Amelia Bones, Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and member of the Wisengamot, answered. We call former Or Wesley Harris. A few moments later, a middle-aged wizard walked into the room and towards the podium. As he did, Minister Fudge jumped out of his seat as if he wished to object to something, but in the end said nothing and sat back down looking very unhappy. His eyes darted up towards the Waisengamot and he began glaring angrily, but it was unclear who he was looking at. "Mr. Harris, I believe you have a memory you wish to share with us?" Dumbledore asked politely. "Yes, sir," Harris answered. "I actually have two. The one concerning Sirius Black first, if you don't mind." Dumbledore replied. Harris nodded and a modified pensieve was brought to him. It would allow the memory to be projected for everyone to see. Harris carefully drew the memory out and placed it in the pensieve. Moments later the memory began playing and it showed exactly what the Daily Prophet had reported it did. Fudge and Crouch Sr. both knew that Sirius Black was innocent and conspired to send him to Azkaban anyway in order to protect their own political careers. When the short memory ended, the crowd began to boo and jeer loudly at the Minister of Magic, who had the decency to lower his head a little in shame at his actions. "Silence!" Dumbledore called out, ordering the audience to control themselves. "The second memory, please." Harris nodded and pulled out another memory which he carefully placed in the pensieve. Unlike the last time, no one knew what to expect from this memory as it began to play. The memory showed Harris, looking almost identical to what he now did, sitting in a nondescript office. He appeared to be confused as to why he was there. Minutes later the door to the office opened and a short woman dressed entirely in pink walked in. The crowd gasped in surprise when they realized it was Dolores Umbridge, the very same supporter of Minister Fudge and member of the Waisengamot who had already spoken out several times in today's session. The toad-like woman walked towards Harris as he looked up at her with a surprised look on his face. "Who are you? Where's my guard?" Harris asked. "Oh, that doesn't matter," Umbridge replied. "I'm here to talk about your filthy lies about Minister Fudge." "They aren't lies," Harris insisted. "Of course they are," Umbridge said. "You know, lying is a very bad thing. Bad for those who do it and for their families." "You bitch!" Harris shouted angrily. "How dare you threaten my family?" "I don't remember ever threatening your family," Umbridge replied. "I am sure they will be just fine once we reach an agreement here today." "What do you want?" Harris asked, still obviously seething in rage. "To never hear from you again. You must not repeat those terrible lies about the minister," Umbridge said haughtily. "There may even be some financial benefit, assuming you refuse to speak before the Waisengamot. But not until after." "Fine," Harris answered. "Just leave me and my family alone." "Excellent," Umbridge responded. "Don't forget what you promised here." "I won't." With that Umbridge left the room and the memory ended. The Waisengamot was left in an uproar with members yelling at Umbridge for her crimes while she professed her innocence. Aurors were forced to surround her for her own protection, although many of them were also hoping to be able to incarcerate her. "Aurors, please take Madame Umbridge into custody on charges of witness intimidation," Dumbledore said sadly. "We will schedule the trial itself at a later date. Now back to the matter of Minister Fudge. Some of you have spoken out in favor of also arresting him, but I do not have the authority to arrest a sitting Minister of Magic. I call for a vote to remove Minister Fudge." Elphias Doge, an old friend of Dumbledore and longtime member of the Waisengamot, yelled. Several others shouted out their agreement towards the idea. The removal of the Minister of Magic would require a 2/3 majority. "Does the Waisengamot wish to proceed?" Dumbledore reminded them. Their approval was unmistakable. "In that case the vote will be cast. Minister Fudge, do you have anything to say before we vote?" I was completely unaware of Madame Umbridge's actions, and my next act as Minister of Magic will be to fire her from her position within the ministry," Fudge offered, but even he knew it was not enough. "I'm sure," Dumbledore answered skeptically, causing many in the audience to laugh. "All those in favor of removing Cornelius Fudge from his position as Minister of Magic?" This time the vote was very close since they needed a 2/3 majority. Fudge had many dark families and his own group of hangers on supporting him, and the outcome was very uncertain. A count began to see how many had voted to remove Fudge, and in the end the number was written down on a piece of parchment and handed to Chief Warlock Dumbledore. "Those who support removing Minister Fudge have amassed 68 votes, which is more than the required majority," Dumbledore announced. Fudge, who had been standing in anticipation of the announcement, dropped back in his chair in disappointment. Cornelius Fudge, you are hereby stripped of the title Minister of Magic. As required in our laws, this body will reconvene in 1 week to vote on a new Minister of Magic. That concludes today's scheduled items. Is there anything else before we adjourn? Yes. An older witch said as she stood up. Orus, now that he is no longer Minister of Magic, I ask that you arrest Cornelius Fudge. The Orus looked towards Dumbledore for confirmation, and he nodded slightly. Fudge barely reacted as the Orus approached him, lifted him out of his chair. The shock of the moment was so powerful that even when his wand was taken from him, Fudge did not say anything. It was a sight that those in attendance would never forget. If that is all, this session of the Wisengamot is ended, Dumbledore announced. Immediately the crowd, no longer required to keep quiet, began discussing the day's events, much like witches and wizards everywhere were also doing. It would go down as one of the most strange and eventful days in the history of the Wisengamot. Dumbledore, who had secretly orchestrated most of it, left the room with a large smile and twinkle in his eye. His first action, once free of his duties as Chief Warlock, was to find and congratulate Sirius Black. That was a pretty unorthodox type chapter for me. I'm not real big into writing politics, but there were a lot of things that required something like this happens. As you should all be able to see by now, Year 5 will not be happening as it did in the books. That is simply impossible with all of the changes that have happened. I do hope most of you like how this is progressing, and please keep suggesting ideas. I love to hear them even when I don't use them. I have been convinced by those of you arguing that I keep the story all in one piece. It really will be easier for me and hopefully for you guys, considering you won't have to look through multiple stories to see what is going on. I'm not sure how much longer this story will be when it is finished, although I sort of feel like it has at least passed the halfway point. Thanks again for reading. Chapter 24. Back in Hogwarts, Harry had practically been jumping up and down in excitement ever since Peter Pettigrew was found guilty of being a Death Eater and for aiding in the murder of his parents. By the time Sirius made his surprise appearance and was subsequently cleared of the major charges against him, Daphne thought she would have to physically restrain him from running to the edge of the wards and using his newfound ability to apparate in order to see his godfather. In the end, she was forced to convince Harry that Sirius was probably as eager to see him as he was to see Sirius, so he should just wait. Harry reluctantly agreed and sat back down. They had chosen to listen to the unfolding political drama outside on Daphne's portable magical radio. It was a bright, sunny day which at the moment matched Harry's mood. Do you think Dumbledore will let him come here? Harry wondered aloud. Maybe I won't even have to go live with the Dursleys at all this year. That'd be great, Harry, Daphne said with a smile at her excited boyfriend. She knew how much he disliked the idea of returning to his relatives, and despite his assurances that he would be fine if he had to go back, she was beginning to suspect conditions there were worse than he let on. You know, it's amazing how efficient the Wisengamot was today. That never happens. I guess they were just feeling the pressure of so many people watching them. Probably so. I just wish Dumbledore had made Wormtail keep talking. He couldn't have. Daphne replied, knowing that Harry was unaware of how the Wisengamot worked. They voted to sentence him right then, and even as Chief Warlock he doesn't have the authority to override a majority vote from the full Wisengamot. They can question him later, but unfortunately not as many people will hear it. Harry was about to reply when he saw a small, brown owl that he did not recognize flying towards them. It landed in front of Harry and stuck out its leg where a note was attached. Once Harry had removed the note, the owl flew off back towards the direction it had come from. What is it? Daphne asked as Harry began to read the letter. It's from Sirius, Harry said with a smile. He continued to read, and Daphne noticed that his face changed from happy to disappointed and then back to happy again. He says that he has to stay at the ministry filling out paperwork tonight so that they can officially clear his record and legally return everything they had taken from him, including his wand. Huh. I guess I hadn't realized that Sirius had been using a substitute wand all this time. Anyhow, he'll be here tomorrow after the end of year feast and that he wants to meet you. Just what have you told him about me? Daphne asked curiously. It's all been good, I promise. Harry answered. That's fine. Daphne replied with a grin. Just remember, you still have to meet my parents. Harry paled a bit at that thought, as it had slipped his mind recently. He told himself it was probably ridiculous to be worried about it, and was able to ignore the thought long enough to start reading again. Apparently I have to stay with the Dursleys for 2 weeks, but after that I can come stay at his house for the rest of the summer. Harry was thrilled at the news. As bad as the Dursleys were, he could handle 14 days with them easily. "I'm happy for you, Harry," Daphne said seriously. Harry had been through a pretty rough time over the past couple of days, and she was glad for anything that could make him smile. "It's great. I'm sure he won't have a problem if you come over. Or Hermione or Neville for that matter." As soon as he had said it, Harry realized what had been bothering him all day. He had not seen Hermione since she left the infirmary the night before. Daphne wouldn't know anything about it either, since they had been together the whole day. "What's wrong?" "I know that look," Daphne said. "It's Hermione," Harry answered. "Where's she been all day?" "I thought she might visit me this morning, considering how upset she was last night. Exams are over, so she shouldn't be studying still, unless it's for that project the two of you are working on," Daphne replied. "Although she has been working pretty hard on that." "I bet that's what she's doing," Harry agreed with a nod. "She hates not being able to use magic over the summer and always wants to do a few things at the last minute before the year ends. She'll probably be in the room of requirement, which is convenient for us because we have a little chore to do while we're there. Let me guess, it involves that basilisk fong you picked up this morning?" "Exactly," Harry answered. "So, you want to go drag Hermione kicking and screaming away from her project so she can enjoy the last few hours at Hogwarts?" "Sure, why not?" Daphne answered as she extended her hand towards Harry, who helped her up. As they walked through the castle, they both took the time to watch their classmates. As usual, many of them were excited to be going back home for the summer and a bit sad to be leaving their friends, but under all of those expected emotions there was obviously a tenseness that was not at all common. The least affected by this were, oddly enough, the Muggleborns, who probably didn't really know what it meant that Lord Voldemort had returned. The purebloods, on the other hand, knew exactly what it meant, and it showed in their uneasiness. The Slytherins were the oddest mix of all, though. Some of them, in almost all cases children of Death Eaters, appeared to be quite happy with the news. Others, usually children of dark families which had not supported Voldemort, were obviously terrified. Daphne understood what they were going through but was able to present an unworried face. She mentally noted that she would have to go check on Astoria to see how she was handling the news. Daphne expected that her little sister would be acting like it was no big deal, but the younger which would know what it meant for their family underneath the carefree attitude. After their long walk through the castle, Harry and Daphne finally made it to the 7th floor. They were not at all surprised to see that there was a door already in the hallway across from the painting of Barnabas the Barmy. "I knew she'd be in here," Harry said with a laugh and a small shake of his head. He tried to open the door but found that it was locked. That, in of itself, was not too odd. They all sometimes locked the door just to make sure no one noticed the new door and decided to investigate. Harry cast a quick Alohomora but was surprised when he did not hear the lock click to confirm it had opened. "That's weird," he said with a confused look on his face. "Harry, there isn't anything dangerous about the project Hermione is working on, is there?" Daphne asked. "It's possible she is trying to keep everyone out for their own safety. I can't think of any way what we were doing could hurt somebody," Harry answered. "I'll just put a little more effort into it." Alohomora. Harry cast a powerful version of the spell, and it was able to overcome Hermione's locking charms. As they entered the room, they knew something very strange had happened there. The portal, and Hermione with it, had disappeared, but the room remained as it was otherwise. The runes on the ring of sand in the center of the room still glowed eerily, and the torches on the dark stone walls were still dark. "What is this place?" Harry asked as a feeling of fear for his friend began to overtake him. "What happened here?" "It's a ritual room, but not like any I have ever seen before," Daphne answered. She noticed an old, worn book laying on the ground away from the ring and walked over to take a look. The writing was difficult for her to understand, and what she could read seemed to be written in cryptic riddles and random nonsense. She doubted anyone could figure out what the author meant by it all, assuming he wasn't crazy to begin with. But even so, she felt certain that the book held the secret to determining what had happened. "Look over there," Harry said, pointing to another corner in the room. He walked towards it and picked up a stack of parchment and began reading. They're notes on something. It's Hermione's handwriting. Daphne left her spot by the book to look over the notes with Harry. I found it, Daphne said with a surprised gasp. The Ritual of Heron. It's supposed to be a myth though, or at the very least impossible. What is it? Harry asked. No one knows, Daphne answered. Wizards have been trying to figure it out for centuries, but no one ever has. An ancestor of mine tried it over 400 years ago but made a mistake and lost both of his legs because of it. If Hermione tried this, she could be in real danger, Harry. Why though? Harry wondered desperately. Why would she do something so stupid? She was scared, Daphne answered, and probably curious. That's a bad combination. Daphne began looking around the room for any sign they could have missed that would give them a clue as to where their friend was, but again saw nothing. Harry had reached a similar conclusion from his search. How could she just vanish? You can't apparate or portkey in or out of Hogwarts, Harry said. You did both yesterday, Daphne reminded him. Yeah, but they must have altered the wards to make an exception for the Triwizard champions. Pettigrew only made it through because he was with me, Harry answered. Daphne nodded. It did make sense after all. Something else must have happened. Maybe she didn't vanish, Harry. Maybe she just isn't here. Do you have the Marauder's map with you? Always, Harry responded as he pulled it from his robes. After activating it, they both began scouring the enchanted object for any sign of Hermione. After 10 minutes of frustration, Daphne was forced to decide that Hermione was probably not in Hogwarts anymore. She's not here, Harry, Daphne said softly to her boyfriend, who was still looking. You don't know that. We know there are rooms in the castle that don't show up on the map. We're in one of them right now, Harry answered. The Chamber of Secrets isn't shown either, and we were there this morning. Who knows how many other places aren't on the map? Maybe, Daphne said with a shrug. But it just doesn't feel right. She did something here and is gone now because of it, that's what I think. So what do we do about it? Do we tell anybody? People are going to notice eventually, Daphne answered. If she doesn't show up by tonight, we'll have to say something. We can keep looking for her. But wherever she is, it isn't here. Harry nodded in sad agreement. Let's go, Harry, Daphne said quietly. She took Harry's hand and led him towards the exit of the Room of Requirements. All thoughts of finding Voldemort's Horcrux were gone from his mind and replaced with worry for his friend. He wished she would have confided in him about what she was doing. Perhaps he could have been able to talk her out of it. As the couple approached the door, a strong wind began circling in the room. The event was so unexpected they both turned to look at each other in shock to confirm that they weren't just imagining it. The wind continued to blow, and suddenly the torches on the four walls of the room reignited and began to produce sparks of various colors. In the center of the room, the sand ring burst into flames and burned brightly for a few moments before the fire suddenly disappeared. But they both noticed that the flames were intense enough to turn the sand into glass. In the middle of the now glass ring, a small black ball had formed. It seemed to be pulsing as if it were alive and was slowly growing. As it grew, sparks of energy that looked like lightning bolts began to wrap around the black sphere. Only moments later, the sphere had grown to about 8 feet tall, and there it stopped. Gradually, the energy faded away, allowing Daphne and Harry to get a better look at what had formed. The sphere had somehow flattened itself out and was now more disc-shaped. The center of the black disc was swirling with colors, but Harry could not make out what shape they would take. A moment later, the images formed, and to Harry's shock, he saw Hermione talking to a taller woman with bright green hair. Although he could see their mouths moving, he could not hear anything they were saying. Finally, Hermione nodded at something the woman said and stepped out of the disc. Harry, Daphne, Hermione said in surprise at seeing her two friends. What are you doing here? What have you done, Hermione? Daphne asked seriously. What is this? I'll explain everything, Hermione answered. So this must be Harry Potter, the green-haired woman said from the other side of the portal, interrupting Hermione. Perhaps one day we shall meet again. That would be interesting, wouldn't it? Remember my words, gatekeeper. You must never forget your promise. With that, the woman waved her hand and cast a wandless spell that caused 2 thin, silver bracelets to appear on each of Hermione's wrists. It is done. Farewell. The woman turned and began walking away, and as she did the portal began to shrink until it finally disappeared. When it was gone, the room appeared to have gone completely back to normal. Hermione raised her hands to look at the bands that had appeared on her wrists, and was caught off guard when Harry rushed over to her and pulled her into a hug. "Hermione," Harry said in relief. "We were worried about you." "Sorry, Harry," Hermione answered, returning the hug. "How long was I gone?" "You don't know?" Daphne said suspiciously. She was not ready to trust Hermione right away after seeing what had happened. "Time passes differently where I was," Hermione replied. "For me, it's been almost 4 days. No one had seen you since you left the infirmary last night," Harry informed her. "That was almost 20 hours ago." "Where did you go?" "I can't tell you exactly what or where it is. That's one of the rules," Hermione began. "But I've spent the last few months trying to solve this riddle, and last week I finally did." "The ritual of Heron," Daphne said in understanding. "Exactly," Hermione answered in surprise, but then realized she had left her notes lying on the floor. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you, Harry. I know I should have. But at first I really wasn't going to do it. I just wanted to figure out how to do it because no one ever had. Then Voldemort came back and I found out that you had died. I panicked, and I did something I know was risky and foolish. You didn't know what the ritual was going to do, did you?" Harry asked.
"No,"
Hermione answered, lowering her head a little in shame. "I had reason to think it wasn't very dark. But beyond that I didn't know. Last night, for you at least, I came here after I left you two in the infirmary. I just couldn't get the thought that this was the only way to protect my friends and family out of my head. So I set everything up and went through with it. Apparently the only purpose of the ritual was to open the connection between our world and another, like you just saw, and allow the person who performed the ritual to go through the gateway." "Who was the woman?" Daphne asked. "I must not speak her name, nor the names of anyone I met on the other side. That is another one of the rules. They believe if a person on this side knew a person on that side's name, it might give them a certain amount of power over them." Hermione explained. "They have worked hard to keep their world a secret from us, and I won't betray them." "So what did she want from you?" Harry asked. "She was able to read my mind and determine my motives for opening the portal. She saw everything I knew about Voldemort and the war and eventually decided to offer me the chance to go with her to the other side. I couldn't have made it through without her, because she is currently the gatekeeper on that side." Hermione said. "What do you mean, gatekeeper?" Daphne asked. "I'll get to that," Hermione promised. "The people on the other side are all from different worlds, or perhaps dimensions or realities. I'm not quite sure how it works, to be honest. Not all of them are human, but most seem quite intelligent. She offered me the help of her people to aid in my struggle." "At what cost?" Daphne asked, knowing that nothing good ever came so easily. Hermione frowned somewhat at the question, and Daphne knew the cost would be high. "That's the hard part to explain." Hermione started. "I was offered the chance to become the gatekeeper on this side, which would allow me to open a portal like the one you just saw. Through the open portal I could summon help from someone on the other side when it was most needed, but only one at a time, and opening a new portal is said to be quite difficult. But in order to do that I had to bind my soul to that world." "What?" Harry shouted. "You sold your soul for a little bit of help that we don't even know will matter?"
"No,"
Hermione yelled back. "I did not sell my soul. I merely rented it out for a little while." As she said it, Hermione knew her explanation sounded weak. "For how long?" Daphne asked. "I honestly don't know what happens when a person dies," Hermione said. "I know Dumbledore said death is the next great adventure, so I doubt even he knows. But I had to agree that when I die in this world I would have to be reborn in theirs to serve others as they had served me. Everyone in that world was at one point like I am now. For 1,000 years I will be bound like that, and then will be given the choice to stay or go off into the next great adventure. Until then I am instructed to grow stronger so that I might better serve others. So for their help in ending your war you had to pledge to fight other people's wars for 1,000 years. Daphne said. "Magic does love irony, doesn't it?" "What were you thinking?" Harry asked. "It's not worth it." "It might be," Hermione responded. "This war will be brutal, you know it as well as I do. This was my way to help you make it through. I'm sorry I didn't tell you about what I was doing, but if it even gives either of you a fractionally better chance at surviving, it will be worth it to me. But it's your soul, Hermione, Harry answered back. Daphne watched the two friends bicker with a sad look on her face. She too thought that Hermione was foolish for accepting the deal, but realized there could have been worse results. Perhaps being bound to that other world for a millennium wouldn't be too bad. At the very least, Hermione knew death wouldn't be the end for her. Harry would calm down eventually and realize his friend had mostly good intentions, even if her common sense had momentarily failed her. Yes, Harry, it is. And it is still mine, Hermione replied. That has not changed. I've made a lot of mistakes this year, I know that, but I want to be by your side when you have to face whatever it is that Voldemort throws at you. Please let me do that. You know I was never going to push you away like that, Harry said, his tone softening a little. I'm scared for you, Hermione. Things have been happening so fast these past few days, and I don't know what's going to happen. Just promise me you won't risk yourself for me. Would you make that promise to me? Hermione asked. No, I wouldn't, Harry answered truthfully. Then you have my answer as well, Hermione said. I will be careful from now on though, and I expect you to be as well. We'll talk about the rest of it later. Okay, sure, Harry finally said. Let's get out of here, and we will be talking about this later. But I do have something to do before we leave. Can the room of requirement make something that's already in it appear even if it isn't currently being used? As soon as he asked the question, Ravenclaw's diadem, which is what he had been thinking of, appeared on the floor next to him. I'll take that a yes. Harry, Daphne exclaimed. Do you know what this is? It's the lost diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw. There's a model of it in front of the Ravenclaw common room. She rushed over to pick it up and was mesmerized by the old relic. Of course it is, Harry said, but it is also a Horcrux. It has to be destroyed, Daphne. Ravenclaw's diadem is said to make its wearer more intelligent, Hermione informed them. I don't suppose there is a way to destroy the Horcrux but leave the diadem intact, is there? I doubt it, Harry replied as he took the diadem away from Daphne. He set the priceless object on the ground and removed the basilisk fong from the box he had stored it in earlier. I'm really sorry about this. Harry lowered the fong to diadem and smeared the blood and venom against it. The diadem shook violently for a few seconds, and then a loud shriek was heard. The shriek ended suddenly and the relic stopped shaking. At least it's still in one piece, Daphne commented. Is the Horcrux really gone? Yes, it is, Harry answered with a nod. He then removed the remaining blood and venom from the crown and placed it on his head. Hermione and Daphne looked at him and wondered what would happen. Well, I don't feel any smarter. Looks like I broke it. What a pity, Hermione said disappointedly. It would have been nice to have for our OWLs next year. Harry and Daphne immediately began laughing at Hermione's serious suggestion. Leave it to Hermione to first consider the academic benefits of the relic even before thinking of how else it could help them in the war. 3 down, 4 left to go, Harry said with a smile. Then Voldemort will be mortal again and we can finally end this. Sure, all we'll have to do then is kill one of the most powerful dark wizards ever, Daphne said. Piece of cake, really. Maybe we won't even have to do it. We could get lucky and he could get run over by a bus, Harry said jokingly. That's how I'd like to see him go. So what do we do with the diadem? Hermione asked, taking it from Harry to inspect it. I say we keep it, Harry suggested. Maybe we can fix it, and even if not, at least we can give it a better home than in here. The others seemed to agree with him, which surprised him a little. He had thought that Hermione would insist on turning it over to Dumbledore since it did once belong to one of the founders, but she had not said a word. Harry assumed she was just trying not to fight with him after all they had just been through and was glad for it. He never really questioned why he didn't feel the need to give the headmaster the diadem when he might have before. He just felt strongly it would be better off with him. The 3 friends left the room of requirement as Harry and Daphne began to explain everything that had happened in the Wizengamot while Hermione was away. She was, of course, incredibly happy for Harry and Sirius and promised she would try to come see him during the summer if it was at all possible. They were all worried about how the summer would progress now that Voldemort had returned, but each seemed determined not to let that force them into hiding. Harry's excitement about being able to live with his godfather was somewhat contagious, and soon both Hermione and Daphne were trying their best to look at the future optimistically. Elsewhere in the castle, Draco Malfoy sat alone pondering his future. The Dark Lord had returned, and because of it his family were now mere servants instead of the masters they deserved to be. Others, like Crabbe and Goyle, were happy with the Dark Lord's return, but that was only because their families were useless without him anyway. The Malfoys, on the other hand, had grown enormously in terms of both wealth and prestige since Voldemort's fall from power. The most his father could ever hope for was to be second in command of the Dark Lord's forces, and that was not a given either. Now everything his father had built was in jeopardy. His inheritance and future was in jeopardy. Draco knew his father would always support the Dark Lord, and that he would have to as well if he wanted to live. Unfortunately, there would be no going back to the way things were. The Malfoys would just have to make the best of the situation they found themselves in like always. The only bright spot he could see is that hopefully with all of this going on his father would forget his promise to punish him for having to swear to support Potter. Finally Draco sighed and tried to push all such unpleasant thoughts from his mind. After all, there really wasn't anything he could do about his lot in life, was there? You might not have noticed, but I changed the description of the story to say it begins in the 4th year rather than is set in the 4th year. I do not think I will change the title at all. After all, Harry could be considered a champion in many ways even apart from the tournament. Thanks to everyone who gave their input on whether or not to split up the story. I think my decision reflects both what I want and what the majority of you guys want. Some of you have wondered what exactly I was doing with the Hermione storyline so far. The simplest answer is that a major theme of this story is showing different sides of the characters, most notably Harry showing a little more Slytherin with Daphne's encouragement. The ritual forced Hermione to show traits from all 4 houses. Her motives were mostly ambition, Slytherin, and loyalty to Harry, Hufflepuff. Only someone extremely intelligent, Ravenclaw, could have pulled it off, and the way she decided to do it was both brave and foolhardy, Gryffindor. The new ability she has gained is just something I thought would be fun to play around with, but won't be a game changer in that it will easily tip the scales in their favor. My only concern is that Hermione perhaps did not pay a large enough price, but that just depends on how you look at it. And I did like the irony of the situation. By now you can all see how different 5th year will be. One change that's coming up is that Voldemort will see no reason to act in the shadows since everyone knows he is alive anyway. The summer will have lots of stuff going on in it, I promise that. Some of you have asked if we'll be seeing Ron again. Well, his family still is in the Order of the Phoenix, and there's no reason for him not to be at 12 Grimmauld in the summer, so that is a yes. Chapter 25. The next day was the last full day at Hogwarts for all of its students. Early the following morning the Hogwarts Express would leave Hogsmeade headed for King's Cross Station and summer would officially begin. As was often the case, most people in the castle spent their time trying to gather up all of their possessions and force them back into their trunks for the journey home. What time remained after that was spent with friends discussing the year that had passed and what their plans for the time before they returned would be. Lunch in the Great Hall was louder than normal, and it seemed, at least for those few precious moments, most of them had forgotten the revelations of the previous day and the fact that their world had just become much more dangerous. Neville, over here. Harry called from his seat at the table. Daphne was sitting to his right and Hermione across from him, as usually happened when Daphne decided to abandon the Slytherin table to sit with the Gryffindors. Neville's head turned to where he had heard Harry talking and smiled at his friends before rushing over. Hey guys, Neville said while sitting down. Guess what I got on my potions exam? You got an O, didn't you? Harry asked. Nope, I got a T, Neville answered, but he was still smiling. A troll? Hermione said, surprised. But Neville, that's the worst grade possible. I know, Neville replied. Professor Snape said my potion was too good, and that I must have cheated, so he gave me a T. Professor McGonagall said she would talk to him and get him to give me the grade I deserve. That's great, Neville, Daphne told him. Looks like all of your hard work paid off then. Turns out that Harry is a lot better teacher than Snape ever was. Neville responded with a laugh. Although it helps that Harry doesn't glare at me waiting for me to make a mistake every time we're trying to learn something. All I need to do is work on scowling at people and then maybe I can just replace the greasy git. Harry joked. Hey Neville, when are you going to get your new wand? Hopefully in the next few weeks, but since we can't use magic in the summer I guess it doesn't really matter. Why? If you can wait 2 weeks I could come with you, Harry suggested. It'll be a good way to celebrate my release from the Dursleys. Sure. Neville happily agreed. Would you two like to come? He asked, turning towards Hermione and Daphne. Sorry Neville, but I can't. Hermione answered. My parents and I are going to Spain in a week. I'm really looking forward to it. In fact, I heard there is a wizarding section of Madrid bigger than Diagon Alley. I might be able to go, Daphne said. I'll know once I can talk to my parents about it. Sounds like fun, though. Neville nodded eagerly, happy to have friends that wanted to spend time with him. His first few years at Hogwarts had been somewhat lonely, but he felt that things had really changed for the better this year. He would also gladly welcome an excuse to leave his house during the summer, where the only people around were his loving but odd grandmother and his great-uncles who had always treated him somewhat cruelly, especially when they thought he might be a squib. I promised Hagrid I would come see him before I left, Harry said as he pushed his chair back from the table. I've got to hurry because Dumbledore wanted to talk to me, too. Any of you want to come with me? Eventually it was decided that Hermione would accompany Harry to meet their half-giant friend, while Daphne made sure her sister Astoria was ready to leave and Neville checked on his plants in the greenhouses one last time. They were all a little sad to see the year end, but were enjoying the time they had left as much as they could. A few hours later Harry reluctantly left Hagrid's hut and headed back into the castle to meet with Professor Dumbledore. Unknown to him, a very intense conversation was underway involving the headmaster and his spy amongst the Death Eaters, Severus Snape. Dumbledore sat calmly behind his desk listening to his anxious potions professor report on the latest goings-on with Voldemort. The Dark Lord continues to request strengthening potions, Snape said. It's quite odd. I was allowed to study the ritual used to restore his body, and by my calculations any lingering negative effects should have worn off by now. Is it possible a mistake was made? Dumbledore asked hopefully. Perhaps, but not likely, Snape answered uncertainly. The potion required contains some very hard-to-find ingredients, but is none the less quite simple to brew. Even an idiot like Pettigrew should not have had a problem with it, and even if he did, the Dark Lord was there observing his work and would have noticed any errors. The ritual he used is not well understood. It is possible that the problems he is experiencing are not out of the ordinary at all. Dumbledore suggested. Is he able to reach his full strength with the aid of the strengthening potions? Yes, Snape replied. However, such potions are addictive and produce diminishing returns with excessive use. If the Dark Lord continues to use the potions at this pace by the end of next month, they will have almost no effect on him whatsoever, but the need to continue taking them will remain. I trust that Voldemort is aware of this dilemma. He must be, but his demands remain the same, Snape said. I have not noticed any other issues in his well-being, but he has not done anything strenuous since his return. Assuming a mistake was made in the ritual, he will most likely order me to seek out its cause and how to correct it. Is it possible? Dumbledore asked. Perhaps, but not easily, Snape answered. The only way to be sure would be to repeat the ritual, but that would involve the Dark Lord dying again, and I doubt he would be willing to do that. Definitely not, Dumbledore said. Voldemort would never trust anyone enough to willingly put his life in their hands in such a way. Perhaps we can determine if a mistake was made, and I have reason to believe it was. Harry Potter is on his way here as we speak, and with his permission I would like to show you the memory of Voldemort's resurrection that he provided to me. I am curious to see if you come to the same conclusion I have. Very well, Snape said as he sat down and began to wait for Harry to arrive. His mind was too busy to even think about his dislike for the son of James Potter. A few minutes later Dumbledore arose from his desk a mere moment before a knock was heard at the door. Enter, Dumbledore called from his desk. The doors opened to reveal Harry, who briefly looked surprised at seeing Professor Snape, though he attempted to hide his reaction. Thank you for coming, Harry. How are you feeling? Much better, sir, Harry reported. The pain from the cruciatus is almost gone. Excellent, Dumbledore responded. I would like to know if you would allow Professor Snape to view your memory of what happened at the cemetery. I would not ask if it were not important. Why? Harry asked suspiciously. Dumbledore might trust Snape, but he definitely did not. We have reason to believe that something went wrong during the ritual. This may allow us to confirm that. Okay then, Harry said after a few moments. He thought back to that fateful night but couldn't remember anything happening that would upset the ritual. In retrospect, he was a little disappointed with how he handled the situation, but there wasn't much else he could do. The three of them approached Dumbledore's pensieve where the memory had already been prepared for viewing. You don't have to view this again if you don't want to, Harry. Dumbledore said. No, it's okay. Harry assured him. Let's go. With that, they leaned closer and felt their consciousnesses being transported into the memory. Harry saw that his past self was already tied up in preparation for the ritual. Once again he saw Wormtail place Voldemort into the cauldron and add the bone of the father, while he struggled to free himself. Snape was watching with a great deal of fascination while Dumbledore, who had already viewed the memory, watched how the others reacted. Flesh of the servant, willingly given. You will revive your master. Peter, stop, Harry yelled. Please don't do this. It's too late for that, Harry. Wormtail answered and raised the knife again. You don't have to do this. Harry replied, still hoping that the man would change his mind. But I do. I have no choice, you see. If I don't do this, he will kill me. I saved your life. You owe me, Harry said, but he knew his words were having little impact. It doesn't work that way. Wormtail then turned away, placed the knife on his wrist once again. He closed his eyes as if trying to work up the courage to go through with the act and then, with all his strength, pushed the blade through the flesh and bone of his arm. When he was done, his entire hand dropped into the cauldron and he howled in pain. Soon after, the memory ended and the viewers exited the pensieve. When they were all sat back down, Dumbledore looked at Snape and signaled for him to voice his thoughts on what he had just seen. It was Pettigrew's fault after all, Snape finally declared. Dumbledore smiled and nodded at the comment while Harry looked at them both in confusion. He had not noticed Wormtail making an obvious mistake, but then again he was not familiar with the ritual, so maybe there was something there he did not see. What did he do wrong? Harry finally asked. The final ingredients of the potion require not only bone, flesh, and blood, but that they be taken unknowingly, willingly, and forcefully. Dumbledore explained. What did Pettigrew say just before he severed his hand? That he had no choice, Voldemort would kill him if he didn't do it. Harry said in realization. Exactly, Dumbledore said happily. His statement indicates that he was acting under duress, not willingly as the ritual had required. So Wormtail never could have performed it correctly? Harry asked. I believe in fact that he could have. Dumbledore answered. What mattered is the emotion he was feeling as he placed his flesh into the cauldron. If you had not attempted to talk him out of doing so, it is possible he would not have thought about why he was slicing off his hand and everything would have gone according to plan. It seems you inadvertently seriously weakened Voldemort. Weakened? Harry said disbelievingly. He didn't seem weak when we fought. Silly child. Snape said, interrupting the conversation. Do you truly believe that the Dark Lord needed to be at full strength to defeat you? The Potter arrogance shows itself again. Severus is, unfortunately, correct. Even in his weakened state, Voldemort is still likely the most powerful wizard in the world. Dumbledore said sadly. But not more powerful than you, right? Harry asked. Yes, even more powerful than I. Dumbledore confirmed. True. I am one of the more powerful wizards alive, but my main strength has always been my skill and creativity during a duel. Voldemort possesses so much power that he has rarely had to rely on anything else. That is a key weakness you would be wise to remember. Do you really think encouraging Potter to seek out confrontations against the Dark Lord is wise, Albus? Snape asked. Of course not. And Harry, I would hope that you know that is not what I mean. Dumbledore answered. One day you will be ready to face him, but until then you should do everything in your power to avoid him. Of course, Professor. Harry answered. His battle with Voldemort days earlier had shown him that he was not prepared to fight Voldemort yet, and it was hard to predict when he would be ready to. He believed even before hearing the prophecy that his purpose in life was to fight the evil man who had killed his parents. And now that he knew for certain it was his destiny, he knew that he would have to do whatever he needed to accomplish it. Thank you for allowing us to view that memory, Harry. Dumbledore said. Remember that the end-of-year feast will begin in a few hours. Harry knew he was being dismissed and stood to leave. "No problem, Professor. See you then," Harry replied as he walked out of the room, leaving Dumbledore and Snape alone again. "The Dark Lord is gathering his forces," Snape said a few minutes after Harry had left. "He's planning something, although I do not know what. The Ministry is a vulnerable target now that Fudge is out and no new minister has been elected. Rufus Scrimgeour has been appointed interim minister. He should be able to hold things together until next week." Dumbledore answered, "Scrimgeour is a buffoon and you know it. Furthermore, the Dark Lord knows it." Snape explained, "Mark my words, Albus. Open warfare will begin before the week ends. There is little we can do to prevent that, Severus. Attack him now. In a few days whatever temporary advantage you could have gained will be gone." Snape implored him, "The time is not right. I dislike that fact as much as you, but I cannot change it. We are ill-prepared to launch an offensive against Voldemort at this time. As a result, we must continue to enlist support for our side." Dumbledore explained, "I am sorry, Severus, but it must be done." "Very well, but I stand by my warning," Snape said in frustration. Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement as Snape rose out of his chair and left the office. Dumbledore could sense his spy's worries, but believed that he was doing the right thing. There would be a time for offense later, but now was not that time. As leader of the Order of the Phoenix, this was just one of the difficult decisions he had to make, and he knew it would not be the last. The end-of-year feast was in full swing several hours later. During such occasions, the Hogwarts staff of House Elves went all out to ensure that everyone had a good time. They enjoyed this time of year as well because for them it meant that the summer would begin and bring with it several months of deep cleaning that could not be done with hundreds of children around. Despite what some bushy-haired elf rights crusaders believed, the House Elves truly enjoyed their lives and were incredibly proud of their work. As the food was being served and devoured, all of the professors, even Snape who detested such events, sat at the head table having their own conversations and watching the students to make sure they didn't get into any last-minute trouble. Luckily for them, this feast was tame in that respect compared to others in the recent past. The Weasley twins had somehow managed to turn the robes of all the other houses' Quidditch players Gryffindor colors, and had written Gryffindor Quidditch rules on their backs. The victims of their prank might have been angrier if it had not reminded them that in a few short months they would be back to playing their favorite sport instead of watching a tournament in which only a few competed. This led to impromptu team meetings in all 4 houses in which the team captains demanded that their players be ready to win by the time school started again. Once Angelina Johnson, Gryffindor's new captain since Oliver would graduated, finally finished giving out practice instructions for the summer, Harry made his way back to his normal spot in the table where Hermione and Neville were waiting for him. "I think Johnson's been taking lessons from Wood," Harry said as he sat down. "She would have us practicing all summer if she could." "Think we'll be any good next year?" Neville asked. Although he was not obsessed with the game like Ron Weasley, he did enjoy watching it. "Should be," Harry answered. "The only weak spot will be at keeper. There's no way we'll find a replacement as talented as Wood. He was good enough to make the team with Puddlemere United this year." Neville nodded in agreement before returning his attention towards his dinner. As Harry was about to lift a fork full of food to his mouth, the doors to the Great Hall slammed open, causing everyone to jump a little. When Harry saw who had opened the doors, he dropped his fork and jumped out of his chair. "Sirius!" Harry yelled as he ran towards his godfather, not caring that the rest of the student body was watching them. "Hello, pup," Sirius said as he hugged his godson. "It's been too long, but I'm a free man now and that can change just like we had hoped it would." "I know," Harry answered, letting go of the hug. "Would you like to sit with us?" "Sure," Sirius replied with a laugh. "It's been a couple of years since I last sat at the Gryffindor table. In fact, the last time I did was at the end-of-year feast during my 7th year. McGonagall kicked James and I out of the hall and threatened to not let us graduate." "What did you do?" Harry asked, knowing it must have been fairly serious. "Why, Harry, are you suggesting that I would break the rules?" "Nonsense." Sirius laughed as they began heading back towards the table. It could have been anyone that confounded Snape into thinking his robes were on fire after all. McGonagall never even bothered to check our wands. Just assumed it was us. So who did it? Moony. And he got away with it, too. Last prank of the year was on us, I suppose. Sirius answered as they sat down. The rest of the Gryffindors were looking at them oddly. It was out of ordinary for an adult to be sitting at their table. Sirius seemed oblivious to their stares and proceeded to help himself to some of the food that was available. "I've missed Hogwarts cooking," he said between bites. "A little better than what they serve in Azkaban?" Harry asked. "You have no idea," Sirius replied with a grin. "That was enough to make me want to escape by itself." Harry laughed and then noticed that Dumbledore was staring at them strangely from the head table while McGonagall was laughing at something. "Sirius, did you tell Dumbledore you were going to show up early?" "Of course not. Where would the fun in that be?" Sirius answered. The two continued to happily talk for the rest of the meal, and Harry was beginning to look forward to spending his summer with Sirius even more. The two had had very few opportunities to talk face to face since Sirius went on the run again after Harry had discovered his innocence. Although they had gotten along perfectly so far, a small part of Harry wondered what it would be like when they did live in the same house. Harry's thoughts on the subject were interrupted when Professor Dumbledore rose from his chair and began to signal for everyone to quiet down so he could give his usual speech. "Another year has passed at Hogwarts," Dumbledore began, "and I must first thank all of you for the graciousness and hospitality you showed our guests from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons. I am truly proud of all of you. The Triwizard Tournament was an unexpected event for all of you, but you managed to handle the changes admirably. Let us also applaud both of our champions. Cedric Diggory of Hufflepuff." Cedric stood up and waved as everyone, including the Slytherins, clapped for him. "And the winner of the Triwizard Tournament, Harry Potter of Gryffindor." Harry smiled and stood like Cedric had done while the student body applauded his achievement. Their reaction to him was about the same as towards Cedric, except the Slytherins refused to clap for him at all. But as the year ends, we must also acknowledge the changes that have happened as well. As you have heard by now, Lord Voldemort has returned. Most of the students and some of the professors gasped at Dumbledore's use of the name Voldemort. Hogwarts remains the safest place in the world, and while you are here you should have no fear of Voldemort. But while you are gone you must be aware of your surroundings at all times. Many good witches and wizards have lost their lives because they were not paying attention to what they were doing. Constant vigilance, Professor Moody yelled from the other end of the table, prompting a few people to nervously laugh. "Indeed," Dumbledore agreed. "If you do find yourselves in trouble, seek help from Aurors if possible, or any trustworthy adults that may be in the area. I wish to see all of you again in September, so please heed my warnings. There is a war brewing in our world, one that has lain dormant for the past 13 years, but has now returned. Good must answer the challenge of evil if our way of life is to persevere. One day you will all be asked to take your place and join the fight. But for now it is important that you dedicate yourselves to learning and focus on protecting yourselves and those you love. For some of you, this is your last year at Hogwarts, and you are now faced with the decision of what to do with your lives. I urge you to seek out where you can best serve our society, because we need you now more than ever. Harsh times surely lay ahead, and I wish you all the best of luck in whatever you plan on doing. It has been a pleasure teaching you these past 7 years and watching you grow into fine young witches and wizards. Rely on each other, and we will make it through these troubling times." Dumbledore raised his cup at this point to make a toast. "To you, the Hogwarts class of 1995. Everyone applauded again at this point, but many of them were a bit disturbed with the tone that Dumbledore's speech had taken. The students were all too young to remember what it had been like during Voldemort's reign of power, and were clearly unsure of what his rebirth meant for them. But still they clapped politely, or excitedly in the case of the 7th years, and went on with their meal as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. "Hey Sirius," Harry said a few minutes later, "where are we going to be staying this summer?" "Don't worry about that, Harry," Sirius assured him. "The Blacks are an old family and owned a few homes that, since I am the last of the Blacks, are now mine. We'll be staying in one of them, the house I grew up in actually. It wasn't the happiest place, but it will do. It can't be any worse than the Dursleys." Harry commented. "No, not anymore." Sirius laughed. "You know, I met your Aunt Petunia once. She called me a freak and ran out of the room. Sounds exactly like her." Harry agreed. "That is pretty much how she acts around me, too. I tried to convince Dumbledore not to make you go back there at all this summer." Sirius explained, but he wouldn't back down. Next year will be different even if the old goat disagrees. It's okay, Sirius, really. I can handle the Dursleys. Harry assured his godfather. Of course you can. Sirius answered. The feast was beginning to end as people left the Great Hall and headed out for one last night of fun in the castle. So, I still want to meet this girlfriend of yours. You're not trying to hide me from her, are you? Maybe I am. Harry replied jokingly. She's still sitting at the Slytherin table with her little sister. Let's go and I'll introduce you. They both stood up and walked over to the other table where they received a mixture of glares and confused looks from the students. 2 seats across from the Greengrass girls were open, so Harry and Sirius sat down. Daphne, Astoria. I'd like you to meet my godfather, Sirius Black. Sirius, this is Daphne and Astoria. Pleasure to meet you both. Sirius said with a small bow of his head. Funny, you don't look like someone who spent a decade in Azkaban. Astoria replied. Astoria, that's rude. Daphne commented with a small sigh. No, it's okay. Sirius assured her with a grin as he looked back at the younger girl. I've had a year out and am feeling much better now. If you'd like, we can all take a field trip there this summer so I can reminisce. I'll even bring the chocolate. No thanks. Astoria said instantly. She doubted the man was serious, but his eyes held a mischievous look that made her uncertain about that. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Black, Daphne said. Harry talks about you a lot. All good, I should hope. And please just call me Sirius. Mr. Black makes me feel ancient. Sirius responded. You're Daniel Greengrass's daughter, correct? So you know him? Daphne asked. I did, long ago. We both worked at the ministry for a few years, though in different departments. Sirius explained. Also, our families were in some of the same social circles. He was a good man then, I trust he still is. I think so. Daphne answered. Perhaps we should have you both over for dinner sometime soon. Lovely. Sirius replied. And I am sure Harry is eagerly awaiting a chance to spend time with your family. The other laughed at this thinly veiled reference to Harry's worry about whether or not Daphne's parents would like him. Yes, Sirius. Harry confirmed. Eagerly. What do you think about Harry dating a Slytherin? Astoria asked, wanting to see if there was any tension over the situation. I have no problems with it. Why should I? Sirius replied. He then looked over at Harry and pretended to whisper, although the volume of his voice did not lower much at all. When you're older, I'll tell you about the time in 6th year when Professor McGonagall caught me in a broom closet with the 7th year Slytherin girls prefect. 2 weeks of detention for that, but it was well worth it. I think you just told me all I want to know about it. Harry answered with a small shake of his head. As they continued talking for the next half hour, Harry was quite relieved to see that Sirius seemed to like Daphne, and she enjoyed his sometimes odd sense of humor. By the time they had finished their conversation and left the Great Hall, Sirius had told Daphne to feel free to come to his home and visit Harry anytime she wanted to. Another fact that made Harry happy. Eventually it was time for Sirius to leave, which he reluctantly did. Harry tried not to get too down about it because he knew that in just 2 weeks they would see each other again. Daphne and Harry accompanied him to the front gates to see him off and stayed until Sirius had walked past the wards and Apparat away. He's not what I expected, Daphne said once Sirius was gone. How so? Harry asked. It's amazing that after all that time in Azkaban he can still laugh and smile. He must have a very strong will. It helped that he was innocent, Harry commented. Remus says that Azkaban changed him into a more serious version of himself, but prison could never break him. Daphne nodded at Harry's statement and wrapped her arm around Harry, bringing him into a hug. They stayed that way for a few moments before Harry said, last night here, what do you want to do? Let's take a walk by the lake. It's one of my favorite places, Daphne said. It reminds me of you. Harry smiled and led her down to the lake where they had often sat and talked over the last year. As they did, they both reflected on how things had dramatically changed since the beginning of the year. The previous September they rarely spoke to each other. Harry spent his time with Ron, Hermione, Daphne alone or with her Slytherin classmates. Neither of them seriously worried about the future, and the world was at peace. Now they both hated to spend too much time apart. Their group of friends consisted mainly of themselves, Neville and Hermione, and they both spent much of their time worrying about what was to come now that the war with Voldemort was restarting. There were definitely things they would change about the past year if they had the chance, but both were happier now than they had been before despite the problems they faced. For Harry, their situation made him think of his parents and what they must have felt when they were teenagers. Like them, James Potter and Lily Evans had been forced to balance their love for each other with the stresses that life during wartime forced on them. Harry wished they were still alive so he could talk to them and ask them how they did it, but sadly he could not. The pain of losing that part of his family was eased by the realization that he had gained in his friends and godfather a replacement family that would be there for, in a way, the Dursleys, though they were his relatives, never would. Hours later the night ended with the couple going to their respective dorms for their last night in the Castle of the Year. Tomorrow morning they would leave the safety of Hogwarts and be forced to face a wizarding world that had been vastly changed in the past few days and the uncertainty that went with it. They both hoped they would be able to protect the other during this new challenge. Congrats to those of you who recognized that my inspiration behind the green-haired summoner was in fact Rydia from Final Fantasy IV. This, however, is not a crossover story, and I purposefully did not explicitly state that it was Rydia. Think of it as more of a cameo appearance than a true crossover if you want. I haven't decided if I might borrow some of their more interesting summons, but it is possible. I will add this though. Ever since I had the idea to base a minor character on the story on Rydia, I have been wanting to have Harry cast Mateo on somebody, perhaps a Spoonabard of some sort. Anyhow, school's over and we can now get into the summer. Onward. Oh, Chapter 26. Get in the car, boy. I can feel those freaks staring at me, Uncle Vernon demanded as Harry approached his relatives. Harry sighed in frustration while he loaded his belongings into the trunk, before getting into the back seat where Dudley was shoving a candy bar into his mouth. His aunt in the front seat, meanwhile, was apparently trying to ignore the fact that he existed at all. When everything was put up and Harry had closed the car door, Vernon sped off away from King's Cross Station and all of the freakishness it contained. Neither Harry or Sirius was happy about the fact that Dumbledore was sending him back to the Dursleys at all this summer. But at the moment there was little they could do. Sirius was in the process of becoming his guardian, at least as far as the magical world was concerned, but his request was taking longer than it should have due to the massive changes going on in the Ministry of Magic. So, for now, Dumbledore had the power to force him back into his relative's home, but even he knew that he could not keep Sirius and his godson apart for too long. Dumbledore insisted that he was only acting in Harry's best interest and that Privet Drive offered him far better protection than anywhere else, but Harry had a hard time believing that. Harry didn't believe Dumbledore had any idea what life with the Dursleys had been like for him. Or if he did know, then the headmaster had just been ignoring it. Either way, Harry was still stuck with his relatives for the next 2 weeks and he wasn't happy about it. As the car and its passengers made their way out of London and towards Little Whinging, Harry was glad for the silence that came with his relatives ignoring him. He thought about the train ride out of Hogwarts that had been in some ways less eventful than others. Malfoy almost always made it a point to come find him on the train and try and insult him for one reason or another, but this time he hadn't seen the Slytherin at all. That, and the fact that he didn't have to deal with hours of Quidditch trivia from Ron, made the trip a lot more peaceful than others. He had instead spent the time with Daphne, promising her that he would write and come see her as soon as possible. Freak. Things will be different this summer, Vernon said, looking back at Harry through the rear-view mirror. No more slacking off like usual. I won't be your slave anymore, Uncle, Harry answered. Besides, I will be gone in 2 weeks. Less if I have anything to say about it. What are you on about? Vernon asked. That bumble or freak said you'd have to stay all summer. And when did he say that? Harry asked, wondering what it was the Dumbledore was up to. It was in a letter we got yesterday. Some big, ruddy bird nearly set the house on fire delivering it. Vernon rambled. That's the problem with you freaks. Always have to use the stupidest way available to do anything. Why not just use normal post? Or pick up a bloody telephone and call? But no, you lot has to try and burn my expensive couch to a crisp just to send a simple message. Harry was barely paying attention to his uncle at this point. He was much too angry to worry about his annoying relatives. He recognized it as another one of Dumbledore's silly little games. But what was the point in this? All it would do would be to anger him and his godfather. He knew Dumbledore had not given up on the belief that it was important for him to stay with the Dursleys, But Harry was still a little shocked that the professor would lie to him in an attempt to remain in control of the situation. Sirius was going to be livid when he figured out what had happened. "Ignore it," Harry commanded. "One way or another I will be gone in 2 weeks. In the meantime I'll agree to cook your meals and clean up after myself, but nothing more. Get Dudley to mow the lawn, it looks like he could use the exercise anyway." Harry looked over at his cousin, who apparently didn't even realize he had just been insulted. The candy bar he had been eating when Harry got into the car was long gone and had been replaced by a bag of pretzels. Vernon and Petunia, however, had not missed Harry's verbal jab at his cousin and were both glaring at him. "It's not his fault that my Duddykins hasn't lost his baby fat yet," Petunia shrieked, making Harry want to cover his ears. "Besides, he's just big-boned like his father. I won't let some freak like you talk ill of my family, boy," Vernon said in his most menacing tone. But after going face to face with Voldemort, it would take much more than that to scare Harry. "If you hadn't noticed, Uncle Vernon, we are family," Harry answered. He was slightly amused by the bright red color his uncle's face turned when he said that. "After the 2 weeks are up, I am going to live with my godfather. You remember Sirius Black, don't you? He was sent to prison for murdering all of those muggles, people without magic like you, and then he escaped from a prison that was supposed to be impossible to escape from. You mean they haven't caught him yet?" Petunia asked nervously. "Sirius will never spend another day in prison," Harry answered, purposefully omitting the fact that Sirius was of course innocent of the crimes he had been imprisoned for and had later been cleared of all charges. His statement seemed to quiet the Dursleys down, and he hoped it would signal that he would be left alone for the next 14 days. The rest of the ride was completely quiet, which made it one of the most enjoyable times he had ever spent with his relatives. Far away, an expansive mansion sat under powerful wards and multiple layers of defenses. Lord Voldemort had taken control of the building after brutally murdering its former owner and his family during his first rise to power. Over the years, he had turned the former home into an impenetrable fortress that he felt would protect him almost as well as his rival Dumbledore was protected within Hogwarts. He knew that with enough power any fortress could fall, but neither the Ministry nor the Order of the Phoenix had ever felt brave enough to challenge him here. But despite the advantages the mansion held, Voldemort often despised the place and what it represented. His reputation as a rising Dark Lord in his younger days had been greatly enhanced by attacking and overwhelming inferior wizards where they felt the safest, like the fortress in which he now sat. He would much prefer to stay mobile and in doing so never let his enemies know where an attack would be coming from. It was only his weakened state that had eventually convinced him to take refuge in his old base, the existence of which was only known by his inner circle of Death Eaters. Something had gone wrong in the ritual to restore his body, he was quite sure of that. Unfortunately, he had spent the ritual in the cauldron writhing in agony while the bubbling potion tore his rudimentary body to shreds. The pain had been worth it though, even if the procedure was not completely successful. And, if he was lucky, his problems could still be corrected. He had ordered Severus Snape, easily one of his most intelligent followers, to look into what had gone wrong. He had often wondered about Snape's true loyalties. After all that had happened, he still had no real reason to think that Snape was disloyal to him, despite what had happened in the years after his fall from power. During those days his Death Eaters had thought only of themselves, and while that was behavior that deserved punishment, it was quite understandable. No, the problem that Voldemort had with his spy, the man's clear talent for deception. Dumbledore, despite his many flaws, was no fool. And one way or the other Severus Snape had managed to completely fool one of the most powerful wizards ever. The only question was which one. Despite his worries, he knew Snape would not fail to report back everything he needed to know on how to correct the ritual. The only problem they faced was that only 2 people had witnessed the ritual and neither of them were available to him. Barty Crouch Jr. had been knocked unconscious prior to the ritual, and was only awoken the next day after long hours of healing and multiple potions. The fact that he was alive at all was somewhat of a miracle. Peter Pettigrew, or Wormtail as he was growing fond of calling him, had been captured and was being held in Azkaban. The man was a stupid and weak wizard, and under normal circumstances Voldemort would not even consider trying to free him, but these were not normal times. The other witness was Harry Potter, the so-called boy who lived. "Damn you, Potter," Voldemort said to the empty room. If anyone had been around to hear it, they would have been quite disturbed by the way the Dark Lord cursed his enemy. How had Potter lived through a second killing curse, Voldemort wondered. It simply did not make any sense. Was it truly impossible for him to kill the boy? It must have something to do with that prophecy, the Dark Lord realized. He knew there was more to the prophecy than his spy had heard, and it was now more important than ever for him to hear it. A prophecy like that, he knew, would be recorded and available in the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry to those it concerned. Perhaps he could lure Harry Potter into the Hall of Prophecies and have him retrieve the prophecy for him before the boy who lived finally died at the hands of Lord Voldemort. But then again, if the prophecy did say he could not kill the boy, it would be better for him to not involve the child. Besides, the plan was overly elaborate and full of chances for it to fail. He was not hiding from the world, so there was no reason for him not to just bash his way into the Ministry and take the prophecy himself. But first there were other things to do. Planning must begin at once. Harry had only been at the Dursleys one day, and he was already desperate to leave. Surprisingly, his main problem wasn't his relatives treating him poorly. His mention of Sirius Black seemed to have frightened them away from that for now. No, Harry's problem was boredom. His days had been so busy in the year that had just ended, he had never really taken the time to appreciate how full his days were. Between schoolwork, sleep, time with friends, training for the tournament, eating, and time with Daphne, just about every minute of his day had been accounted for. Now he couldn't practice magic, his friends weren't around, the tournament was over, and he had no books worth reading. The one thing that held his interest was the portable wizard's radio that Daphne had given him before they left Hogwarts so that he could keep up with what was going on. Harry had never really paid much attention to the radio before, but was already quite intrigued by the device and the programs that were available on it. Many of the channels were filled with music that sounded much like its Muggle counterparts. In fact, it was clear that some bands were heavily influenced by Muggle popular music and were trying to recreate that sound but with lyrics appropriate for wizards. Other channels, the ones that Harry was more interested in, featured non-musical programs that included news programs and educational series. Most of the talk he had heard so far centered on discussing who would replace Cornelius Fudge as Minister of Magic. Rufus Scrimgeour, who had been appointed interim minister, was the early favorite, with Amelia Bones a close second. Both were seen as fine choices to lead the ministry now that you know who had returned. The return of Voldemort was the other popular topic, although they never used the name Voldemort. Some refused to believe that the Dark Lord was back and pointed to the fact that there had thus far been no attacks as proof for their point of view. Others argued that Pettigrew could not have lied during his testimony due to the Veritaserum, so it must be the truth, and they should do everything in their power to prepare. Although Harry agreed with this side of the debate, the side that seemed to have the most supporters was the one that decided to take a wait-and-see attitude. He wondered if they realized they were doing exactly what Voldemort would have wanted them to do. Eventually, Harry grew frustrated with the radio arguments and turned the device off and went to sleep. The first day at the Dursleys was nearly over and he had made it through fairly easy. He only hoped the next 13 would be so easy. It was 2 days later that Harry realized his house was being watched. For Privet Drive sat in sprawling suburban neighborhood full of children, so it was not odd to see people walk past on the sidewalk. In fact, their house was not too far from a small park that many kids spent their days at, including Dudley, who enjoyed tormenting the younger children and smoking cigarettes in the park with his friends. Harry had been in the kitchen looking out the window while washing dishes on a Wednesday afternoon when he first noticed anything was odd. Over the years, Harry had grown to enjoy cooking, and after spending most of the year at Hogwarts, where the house elves would literally throw a wizard out of the kitchen if they asked to prepare themselves something, it was nice to be able to embrace his hobby again, so he didn't really mind the fact that he was feeding the Dursleys as well. It was after lunch that he first noticed an attractive young woman walking past the house. She was dressed normally, at least as far as teenage fashions were concerned, in jeans and a t-shirt. Her hair had been dyed a dark red color that was almost maroon. As she passed, she took a brief look at the house but didn't stop walking. Harry had almost forgotten about her when another girl walked past 10 minutes later, headed in the opposite direction. She too wore jeans but also a denim jacket with a strange variety of pins and buttons on it. Her hair was short and pink, and her face was slightly rounder than the other girls had been. Still, Harry thought they looked similar, as if they might be sisters. Another 10 minutes passed, and a different girl walked past the house, headed the same way the first girl had. This one was of a similar height and build to the first two, but wore shorts and a tank top, and had long blonde hair put up into a ponytail. She, just like the others, looked at the house as she passed by but kept on walking. He had gotten a good look at her face and was struck by the feeling that she looked familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen her before. As she walked away, Harry noticed that her shirt had a large logo on it saying Weird Sisters, which also seemed familiar to him. He had to think about it for several minutes before he realized that it was the name of a popular band. More precisely, a popular band popular with students at Hogwarts and made up entirely of witches. But the question remained, who were these witches? What did they want from him? Did Dumbledore send them? Or Voldemort? He knew that there were allegedly powerful protections over the house that would prevent anyone who wished him harm from finding him, and if true, that would suggest they were not a threat. Still, Harry wasn't sure. He knew they had passed every 10 minutes, and if that was going to continue to be true, he had less than 5 until their next pass, and they would probably be coming from the same direction as the second witch. Harry decided to take the matter into his own hands and ran outside to hide behind a bush so he could observe the next person who passed by. As always, he had his wand with him and was holding it tightly in his right hand as he waited. Exactly as he expected, a young woman similar in looks to the 3 previous witches passed by the house a few minutes later. This one had bright blue hair and was, strangely, wearing exactly the same thing the first witch had worn. As she passed the house, they glanced up at it, but unlike the others, she stopped. She was looking right at the kitchen window where Harry had been standing just minutes earlier, and he knew for certain she was looking for him. Harry sat in the bushes for a moment longer, trying to figure out what he wanted to do. The witch, and he was quite sure now that is what she was, had her wand sticking out of the back pocket of her jeans. Harry briefly remembered Mad Eye Moody yelling at the class about how that was an awful idea, but tried to put that out of his mind as he prepared to leap from the bushes. "Don't move!" Harry yelled as he rushed out of his hiding spot. The witch turned in surprise at his sudden appearance, but before she could react, Harry had yanked her wand out of her pocket and was pointing both wands at her. "Who are you? Why are you watching me? Easy there, kiddo," the witch said, trying to calm Harry down. "No one's trying to hurt you. Maybe not," Harry answered. "Where are the others?" "Huh?" the witch replied, evidently confused. "What others?" "The other witches that have been watching me." Harry demanded to know. "Where are they?" "Oh, now I get it," she said. "I'm the only one. Here, watch." The witch closed her eyes in concentration, and a moment later her hair began to rapidly change colors, going from blue to green to yellow to orange to red, and finally stopping on a shade of bright pink. After that, her hair looked as if it were being pulled into her head until it was only an inch or so long, but then began to lengthen back to what it had been before. "You're a metamorphmagus, aren't you?" Harry asked, still not lowering either wand. "Got it," the witch answered excitedly. "The name's Tonks. Nice to meet you, Harry." She offered her hand to him as if she wanted him to shake it, but Harry only laughed and kept the wands pointed at her. "Okay then, Tonks. Why are you here?" Harry asked. "It was Dumbledore's idea," she explained. "Personally, I think it's kind of silly. They tell you, come join our super-secret anti-you-know-who army. And what do they make you do when you agree? Watch a 14-year-old, that's what. I'm a trained Auror. There's got to be better things for me to do than this. Almost 15. Harry said a little defensively. "So Dumbledore has the Order of the Phoenix watching me? Didn't know you knew about that." Tonks replied. "But yeah, he does. We've met before, you know. I was one of the Aurors that came to find you after you saved those kids from the Dementors. And actually we were both at Hogwarts together for a year, but 7th-year Hufflepuffs don't generally hang out with first-year Gryffindors. I remember now, you had pink hair that day," Harry said as Tonks nodded. He finally lowered the wands and handed Tonks back to her. "You really shouldn't carry that in your back pocket, you know." "Damn. I'm going to hear all about it from Moody when he finds out, aren't I?" Tonks replied with a look of frustration. "Or we could both forget to mention it to him. How about it?" "Huh? Maybe," Harry answered. "Why didn't he just send Sirius? I'm sure he wouldn't have minded." "Well, I'm probably not supposed to know about this, but good old cousin Sirius and Professor Dumbledore aren't exactly getting along with each other right now. Tonks explained. I'm not sure what it's about, but Sirius has been pissed off at the old man for the last day or two. I bet I can guess what it is. Harry replied. Your Sirius cousin? He never mentioned he had a cousin named Tonks. Technically Tonks is my last name, but no one calls me Nymphadora and gets away with it. Nymphadora? Harry said, grinning. Yeah, I can see not liking that. That's your one freebie. Tonks replied, glaring at him. Don't do it again. Fine. But aren't you supposed to be protecting me and not threatening me? Harry asked. Anyhow, I guess I'll go back in. Have fun staring at me for the rest of the day. Oh, and can you tell Sirius that I'll see him in 2 weeks no matter what? I'd appreciate it. Sure thing. Tonks answered. See ya around, Harry. Harry nodded and walked back towards the house as Tonks walked in the opposite direction, presumably to find a good spot to watch the house from. Once inside, Harry really began to think about what Dumbledore had been doing in the past few days. The prophecy explained why the old man thought it was so important that Harry remain safe, but the way he was going about making sure of that was clumsy and irritating. His actions were already making some people who should be close allies unhappy with him for no good reason. There were plenty of places where Harry would be safe, he knew, not just the Dursleys. Overall, it was a frustrating situation, but Harry felt relieved by the fact that he knew this was one battle the great Albus Dumbledore would not win. As the following days passed, Harry realized he wasn't receiving any mail. An odd thing considering several people had promised to write him. He tried sending a letter, but Hedwig returned a few hours later still carrying it. Harry felt certain that Dumbledore was somehow behind this, even if he didn't know how or why. If it weren't for Daphne's radio, which Dumbledore did not know about, Harry would have been almost completely cut off from the wizarding world. His one contact that he guessed Dumbledore also didn't know about was Tonks, who he sometimes talked to during her shift as his guard. Apparently Harry was not supposed to know she was there, and so she had neglected to report that Harry had caught her the first day she was watching him. What he had learned was that in a few days the hearing to determine whether or not Peter Pettigrew would receive the Dementor's kiss would be held, immediately followed by the election of the new Minister of Magic. In that contest Rufus Scrimgeour was expected to win, barring any major scandal in the next few days. Most of the commentators Harry had heard over the radio spoke positively of the man, but Harry knew better than anyone that the media was not always trustworthy. Much more interesting was Wormtail's hearing. His questioning had been interrupted during his brief trial the previous week, but this time around Chief Warlock Albus Dumbledore would control the proceedings and be able to ask all of the questions he wanted to with the aid of Veritaserum. Speculation was rampant as to who would be revealed as a follower of you-know-who and what other information the man could provide. Harry thought the situation was a little funny and wondered if the Malfoys were busy trying to get out of the country. He eagerly looked forward to the day when Lucius Malfoy would face judgment and only hoped he would be there to watch. Wormtail was in hell, or at least he thought he was. He simply could not imagine a place worse than Azkaban prison. He had been in a panic when the Aurors had dragged him into his cell and left him alone in the cold, bare room. For a few brief moments he thought that perhaps it wouldn't be as bad as everyone said it would be, and indeed for those first few minutes he thought he would be able to make it through without any problems at all. But then the Dementors, who had stayed away while the Aurors were present, found his cell and began tormenting their new victim. Peter had never felt fear or despair as intense as he did that night. It made the fear he felt when groveling at his master's feet seem small and insignificant. All of his worst nightmares felt as if they were coming true all at once, and there was absolutely nothing he could do about it. For hours he screamed into the darkness, but no help ever came. No one was there to show him pity or kindness, and he soon came to believe that pain was all that existed in his world. In the still sane part of his mind he reasoned that at least there could not be anything worse than that night. But he was wrong. There was always the next night. As the days passed, what weak mental protections his mind had were obliterated as the Dementors continued to feast on his sanity. Soon he could barely tell the difference between day and night, or when he was asleep having nightmares, or when he was awake facing those same awful visions. His only brief refuge came when the Aurors brought him his food for the day, and the Dementors retreated back to wherever it was they came from. These periods lasted for no more than 15 minutes, But in that time Wormtail thought he would do anything to escape from this hell. Loyalty had never been his strong suit, but he knew he would sell out anyone he had to if there was a chance to leave this vile place. He only hoped for a chance to betray his fellow Death Eaters. Then, one night, the Dementors left his cell and his sanity slowly returned to him. Though he didn't know it, it was late Friday night and the next day he was scheduled to go before the Wisengamot again. He waited for the guards to come and bring him his food, but the minutes passed and no one came. Eventually his fear and depression had retreated far enough for him to wonder what was going on. And that is when he heard the first screams. He tried to decide if they belonged to guards or prisoners, but there was no way to tell. Soon the screams were joined by loud, thunderous booming sounds that could only be explosions. Not knowing what was going on, Wormtail decided to lay as far back in his cell as he could, curled up into a little ball. He pressed his hands hard against his ear and tried his best to block out the sounds of a war going on around him, but it was only partially effective. It was in this pathetic position that he was found a short time later. "Wormtail, rise." A calm but threatening voice called to him. Wormtail felt compelled to listen to the voice, but his fear was still too strong, and he remained on the floor hoping whoever had come into his cell would go away. "Now, Wormtail," the voice said, this time much louder. Wormtail could no longer ignore the voice, so he looked up and saw the Dark Lord Voldemort standing in his cell. Wormtail briefly thought he would rather have been faced with a Dementor, but obediently began to stand up. "Master," Wormtail said roughly. He wondered why he had such problems talking, but realized he had done nothing but scream for the past week. "Come, we are leaving," Voldemort said as he turned and walked out of the cell. Wormtail nodded and followed his master, and as he exited his cell saw what had happened in the prison. Dust and debris were everywhere, and it appeared as though several of the walls had been knocked down. Dead and dying guards were scattered about the prison, and some of the being held captive were pleading to be released. The amount of destruction that he saw on their way out of the prison shocked him, and Wormtail wondered how many others survived. But as he neared boats that had been prepared to take them away from the island prison, he saw others who, judging from their appearances, could only have been inmates, and knew that the Dark Lord had just won his first victory of this new war. His earlier thoughts of betrayal were forgotten as happily realized he was free again. "More Smordra," he heard someone yell. The sky was immediately filled with the bright green light of the Dark Mark, and as Wormtail stared up at it, a smile began to form on his face for the first time in days. "Thanks again to all of you who have stuck with the story this far. I really hope you are enjoying it. Updates might come a little slower for the next little bit, as in once every 10 days or so instead of once a week like I have been doing. As always, I'd love to hear comments and suggestions on the story. Edit. You guys caught my moment of stupidity. Harry is almost 15, not 16. Chapter 27. Harry had decided to sleep in the next morning, and as a result he missed the initial reports on what was already being called the massacre at Azkaban on the radio. For many in the wizarding world, this attack came as a complete surprise, although in retrospect it really should not have. It was suddenly clear that they were a nation at war, and many people were not ready to deal with that yet. At about 11 a.m. Harry finally rolled out of bed and turned the radio on, hoping to hear the questioning of Peter Pettigrew. But what he found was something completely different. And we can now report that the death toll has risen to 9 Aurors, all of whom were on the night shift at Azkaban prison. No names have yet been released out of respect for their families. Our sources tell us that there are typically 15 Aurors assigned to the prison at that time of day, but we have not been given final word on how many were there last night. Additionally, another half dozen or so inmates appeared to have died during the early morning attack. However, information on that is still scarce. Harry heard from Daphne's small radio. As he listened, he sat back down on his bed in shock. He had been expecting Voldemort to make some type of move soon, but this was a bold one even for him. For those of you just joining us, late last night Azkaban prison was attacked by a group identified as Death Eaters and led by no other than you-know-who. This is the first confirmed sighting of the previously believed dead Dark Lord, since his return was announced by Death Eater Peter Pettigrew before the Wisengamot 1 week ago. The purpose of the attack appears to have been to free Death Eaters which had been imprisoned. We do not yet have a full list on which prisoners escaped, but a preliminary list includes Peter Pettigrew, Rastabin Lestrange, Rodolphus Lestrange, Bellatrix Lestrange, Antonin Dolohov, Augustus Rookwood, and Gabriel Greengrass. Harry let out a gasp of surprise at the last name. He had completely forgotten that Daphne's uncle was still alive and being held captive in Azkaban. He did remember that the man had been a loyal Death Eater for several years before Voldemort's fall in 1981, and that he was imprisoned after a foolish attack on the Ministry in an attempt to uncover more information on his master's whereabouts. He wondered how Daphne and her family were reacting to the news, but without being able to send her a letter, there was no way for him to find out. Harry was still listening a few minutes later when he heard the doorbell ring. Curious as to who would be visiting, Harry walked downstairs and opened the door. Again, he was surprised at what he found. "Moony, what are you doing here?" Harry said as he smiled at his old professor. "Not glad to see me then? Perhaps I should go." Remus joked. "Can I come in?" "Sure," Harry answered. "My aunt and uncle are supposed to be gone for the day, so hopefully you won't have to deal with them." "Good. They weren't the nicest people around, if I remember correctly," Remus replied. Remus sat down in the chair Harry had pointed him to and began to look around nervously, as if he wasn't sure about what he was going to tell Harry. "Harry, I need to tell you about something awful that happened last night." "The Azkaban breakout, right?" Harry asked. "How did you already know about that?" Remus said in surprise. "I have a radio upstairs that Daphne gave me. I haven't had anything better to do, so I've been listening all week," Harry told him. Remus nodded at the answer and seemed a little relieved that Harry already knew. "Then you already know that Wormtail has escaped," Remus said. "Yeah, I know," Harry said with a little bit of anger evident in his voice. "Next time we catch him, we'll just kill him. I'm tired of the little rat managing to free himself no matter what we do." Remus looked up at Harry with an odd expression on his face, as if he had not expected to hear that from Harry, but he did not say anything about it. He simply shrugged and continued on with the conversation. "Well, then I guess I'll try and get to something that you don't already know. Dumbledore doesn't know that I'm here. He would never approve if he did. Sirius wanted to be here, but he knew Dumbledore would be watching him and thought it would be smarter for me to do it." Remus explained. "Harry, Dumbledore wants to keep you here the entire summer." "It's okay, Moony. I already knew. My uncle let it slip on the way here," Harry answered. "And he's been withholding my mail, too. What I don't understand is why he is doing it. And what are we supposed to do about it?" "We're already working on it," Remus assured him. "And in a way, what happened in Azkaban will help us." "What do you mean by that?" "Dumbledore has been pushing to get Scrimgeour into office all week for some reason," Remus began. "Apparently he thinks he will be able to exert more influence over him than he would Amelia Bones. We think he was going to use that influence to slow down Sirius's application to become your guardian in the magical world. Even Dumbledore doesn't have the ability to stop it from happening, but he could slow it down so that you would have to stay here the entire summer." "Why though?" Harry asked. "It doesn't make any sense. All he will say is that you are safer here than anywhere else." "Sirius doesn't buy that either," Remus said. "It just so happens that Sirius and Amelia Bones were friends back before he got thrown into prison. Sirius was an Auror in those days, and she was somewhat of a mentor to him. After everyone found out he was innocent, Madame Bones invited Sirius over for dinner, so she could apologize to her old friend for all that had happened to him. This wouldn't make much of a difference, except now everyone is looking for someone to blame for what happened at Azkaban. And it's going to be Scrimgeour because he was interim minister, right?" Harry asked. "Exactly, and that means Bones is now the frontrunner to become the next Minister of Magic," Remus replied. "Really though, it wasn't Scrimgeour's fault. There wasn't anything he could have done in a week that would have prevented it. But the press don't care about that and are already calling for his head. Supposedly he is going to remove his name from consideration and claim that he would be better utilized dedicating his time to the war effort. It's a smart move, politically speaking. What it means for us is that Dumbledore has spent his time and effort on a losing candidate, while Sirius got lucky and is friends with the winner who just happens to feel like she owes him something." "That's great," Harry said with a smile on his face. "So can we leave now?" "That's really up to you, Harry," Remus answered. "Dumbledore did have a reason for originally wanting you to be here for 2 weeks. That is the amount of time it would take for the protections around this house to be recharged so that they can last another year. You will have somewhere safe to go if you leave now, but the Dursleys will be unprotected. We know how awful they've been to you, so Sirius and I both think the decision on what to do should be left to you. And what about Dumbledore? Harry asked. For the moment, his attention is on other things, and by the time he does realize what's going on, we will hold the advantage over the situation. Don't worry about him right now.
Okay,
Harry said with a nod. So if I leave now, how long will the wards last? Those kind of things are hard to predict. Remus answered. But if I had to guess, I would say a week, maybe 2 if they're lucky. But if I stay another week, they'll last the entire year. Harry replied with a small frown on his face. To Remus, Harry appeared deep in thought, even to the point of standing up and pacing about the living room. They're awful people, Moony. Truly dreadful. But I don't want their blood on my hands. I'll stay another week here, as long as you can promise me that when the week is up I'll be able to leave. You will be, Remus assured him. Dumbledore won't have the authority to keep you here any longer. Good, Harry said. And he better have a damn good excuse for what he's done the next time I see him, because the way he is acting is unforgivable. Sadly, this is not out of the ordinary for Dumbledore. Remus explained. He's been leading the fight against Dark Lords for over 50 years and thinks he knows better than anyone else what to do. He's not a bad man, Harry, and he does mean well, but he is likely to do things that will confuse and anger his allies. I doubt anyone really knows what he's thinking and why he does the things he does. How is he going to react when he realizes what's going on? I honestly don't know, Remus replied. He will probably try to convince you to come back here, but legally he won't be able to force you to. Now I guess I better go. I was only able to come because Mundungus Fletcher is supposed to be watching you right now, but I know for a fact he is slobbering drunk somewhere in Hogsmeade. Someone will be here to pick you up when the 2 weeks are done. Thanks, Moony. I appreciate your help, Harry said sincerely. Tell Sirius I'll see him in a week. No problem, Harry. Do try and take care of yourself, Remus said as he rose out of his chair and walked towards the door. Once he had reached the door, he paused and turned back to look at Harry again. What are you going to tell your family? To run. Maybe they'll even listen, Harry answered with a shrug. Remus nodded and walked out the door. Harry watched him walk down the sidewalk until he turned the corner and stepped out of view. When he was gone, Harry went back inside to listen to more reports on the radio and think about what he had learned. Harry wasn't sure what to do about Dumbledore when he did eventually free himself of the Dursleys. Dumbledore's decision to try and force him to stay with his relatives the entire summer had caught him off guard, even despite his uncertainty on how much to trust the old headmaster. Harry simply could not understand why a week ago Dumbledore would ask his permission for Snape to view his memories and then go behind his back to trap him at the Dursleys a day later. What had changed? He wasn't sure, and from what Remus had told him, no one really did. Once again, Dumbledore was withholding information from everyone, perhaps even those who needed it most. He was relieved to know that Sirius and Remus were both trying to solve his problem, even if he wasn't there to help them. He knew he would need their help in the coming days, especially when it came to finding and destroying Voldemort's Horcruxes. That thought brought the responsibilities of his summer back to the forefront of his mind. In the lazy days of the last week, it was easy to forget that the rest of the summer holidays would be filled with things he had to do. He doubted the Dursleys would ever realize what he had sacrificed for their benefit. The rest of the day passed uneventfully at 4 Privet Drive, but elsewhere major changes were being made. As Remus had predicted, Rufus Scrimgeour announced that he no longer wished to be considered for the position of Minister of Magic. In a speech to announce that decision, he pledged to continue his work as head of the Auror Office and promised victory over the Dark Lord. His announcement was met with applause but very little surprise. Hours later, Amelia Bones was elected by the Wizengamot to be the new Minister of Magic by an overwhelming majority. Harry laughed when the newscaster on the radio noted that Sirius Black was seen congratulating Minister Bones shortly after her election. Remus was correct in pointing out that Sirius' connections with the new minister were far closer than those Dumbledore had with her, and that was good news for Harry. About the time Harry decided he had heard enough and went to turn the radio off, he heard a car pull up to the house and knew his relatives had returned. Harry decided to meet them downstairs and get what had to be done out of the way. When the Dursleys walked in the door, they found Harry staring at them from across the room with his arms folded on his chest. They all could tell that something was very wrong from his appearance, but none of them were sure what it could be. "Boy, what are you up to?" Vernon asked, but the normal anger in his voice had been replaced with confusion. "Sit down. I have something important to tell you," Harry answered. "I will not let a freak like you tell me what to do in my own house," Vernon yelled back, his anger finally returning. "Then stand, I don't care," Harry replied. "But you will listen to me because your life will be in danger if you don't." Vernon continued to grow angrier, but Petunia sat down on the sofa with a terrified look on her face, as if she knew what to expect. "What's happened?" Petunia asked quietly. "Voldemort has returned," Harry answered. He turned towards Vernon to explain. "Voldemort is the evil wizard that killed my parents. When he tried to kill me, something went wrong and his body was destroyed. That bastard Dumbledore said he was dead and we had nothing to worry about," Vernon shouted. "Almost everybody thought he was," Harry replied. "But they were wrong. The war has already started again. It's only a matter of time before the Muggles notice that something is going on. Because of what happened the last time, I am one of Voldemort's main targets. Because of that, your lives are all in danger." Petunia shrieked at Harry's announcement while Vernon turned a strange purple color as his blood pressure continued to rise. "Get out! Get out right now!" Vernon yelled as he stalked towards Harry. "If that maniac wants you, then I say let him have you. But you will not endanger my family." Before Vernon could close the distance between them, Harry had drawn his wand and was pointing it at his uncle. He only hoped he wouldn't have to use it. "Not so fast, uncle," Harry said. "Because I am here, this house is protected. If I left now, those protections would fall within the week, and then the evil wizards I have been warning you about would come here and kill all of you. But if I stay here another week, the protections will last for another year. That should give you time to move somewhere else where they won't look for you."